Ready? Okay, this is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on November 2023. The meeting is now called to order. It is 5:02 p.m. City Clerk, do we have public comment on closed session items?
Mayor Casey, we have no public comments for any of the closed session items.
Thank you. City Attorney, could you announce the closed session?
Yes, Mayor. 1, conference with legal counsel, liability claims, Government Code Section 54956.95. Claimant Sandra Copus, Manuel Diaz, agency claimed against City of Hollister. 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9 of the Government Code, 3 cases. 3, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representative, City Manager David Maroney, and Administrative Services Director Casey Astorga, Employee Organizations Mid-Management Association and Hollister Police Officers Association, HPOA. 4, conference with real property negotiators per Government Code Section 54956.8. Property APN 056-250-0190 and 056-250-0240. Agency negotiator David Maroney, City Manager, under negotiation, price and terms.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn to closed session? Just, all right, all in favor? Yes, motion carries. I gotta look for something else.
Okay.
We're ready. Okay, I think we're going to get started. If you could all sit down. Thank you. This is a regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. Meeting is now called to order. It is 6:30 p.m. Councilmember Resendez, could you lead us in the pledge?
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, could you please call roll?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Morales. Here. Councilmember Burns
Here.
and Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd also like to report that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister, special and regular meetings of November 20th, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on November 15th, 2023 at 3:35 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we dive in, a couple of things. First, I need to address the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption so the business of the city can be conducted. While council is more than willing to listen to comments from the public, it must be done at the appropriate time and should be done at the podium with the microphone so your words can be heard and recorded properly as part of the meeting. There cannot be interruptions when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling. If you do so, a warning will be issued to you, and if the behavior continues, you might be asked to leave the chambers. If there's too much disruption from members in the audience, depending on severity, it may be necessary to call a recess, clear the chambers, or even cancel the meeting. I'd like to ask for your courtesy and cooperation in this regard, so it won't be necessary to take any of these steps. Thank you. Second item, due to several agenda items being continued from the last council meeting, those items will be heard prior to the remainder of tonight's agenda items. Agenda items F1 and G1 through G3 will be heard prior to the consent agenda. City Attorney, do we have any reportable action from?
Madam Mayor, I've got a question in regards to that, please.
Yes, what's your question?
Thank you. It's my understanding that we need to poll the council and ask for consensus as to bring that forth. Of course, I support it. I just thought that was what we were supposed to be doing.
So when we ended the meeting last 2 weeks ago, the consensus to adjourn the meeting had that as the consensus. And so that's why we prepared it that way. So if there is the desire of the council to take the consensus, you always
I
can,
don't think
but
we need to at this point if we've already covered it. So
Second question. We have a large, and I know we're going to adopt this. We're looking at adopting this on the consent agenda. We're going to have public comment in the beginning of the agenda, not tonight, but moving forward. But since we have so many young women and young men in the audience that would like to speak on the public comment part of the portion, I would like to move that to the very front of the agenda, if we can get consensus from the council to do that.
what is the will of the council on that item? We have several that are being moved forward and he wants to move public comment forward. What is the Councilmember Burns? Any thoughts on this?
I support Councilmember Resendez's
Okay.
request.
What's your thoughts? Yes, no, fine,
Yeah, I'm fine with it,
okay,
but I'm fine. with
okay,
it.
we'll work through this. We got a lot to cover tonight. So City Attorney, is there any reportable action from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Okay, so let's go to public comment. Hold on just a minute. More speech. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and please speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. And if you're joining via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the council from discussing or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. City Clerk, we have comments, I take it?
Yes, we do. Mayor Casey, the first public speaker is Zeke Lopez.
Thank you. First of all, sorry for taking up your time. I just came to thank you, City Council, for the recognition you sent us, the Bulldog Boxing Gym, and the recognition. And thank you. And thank you all for the support you've given us within the last year, building our building, everything we went through. The kids, if you could stand up, everybody. There's some of the kids that come to the gym, and these are some of the rewards that we have gotten. So hold the belts up, guys. Hold the belts up. Hold the belts up. Hold the belts up. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. So we just came to thank you, the city, for helping us out and getting us to where we are today. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Dom Zanger, to be followed by John Robles.
I'm going to give it a second. All right. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Casey, Council, public. My name is Dom Zanger. I am the County Supervisor for District 1 in San Benito County. I'm here because I have a question. It's a question that's shared among a lot of the residents in my district. So recently, the City Council, in a 4-to-1 vote, approved sewer connection to the Land of Lee project. Land of Lee project was a proposed 140 house subdivision off of Fairview. It was a county project in county land, and it was denied by the County Board of Supervisors. And so my question is, why did the City Council approve sewage connection to this county project that was already denied months ago by the Board of Supervisors? And I'd appreciate if someone could reach out to me with an explanation, because at the moment, it seems like the only explanation I can come up with is that the City Council is going out of their way to remove hurdles so the project can more easily be approved on a second go around. I hope that's not the case, but like I said, I'd appreciate an explanation. So I was hoping someone from the City Council could, I know you can't speak on it now, but could reach out to me and we could discuss it. Thank you. And thank you for your time.
The next public speaker is John Robles, to be followed by Sam Ramos.
Good evening, Council. My name's John. I live in the 95023 zip. About 3 months ago, I began speaking at City Council meetings. This began as a result of conversations with folks within the Hollister community and surrounding areas within the county. As I began to peel back the onion, I quickly found a troubling agenda that was being played out by the City Council. Among other things, I found that there were allegations of money being taken by politicians from developers. In other words, they were being bought. That has subsequently been proven through admissions from the mayor and vice mayor. Their defense was that they gave the money back. I have to ask the council, if I were to rob a bank and later reconsidered my mistake through public exposure, would I be forgiven? Obviously not. Then there was a monumental debacle of the mayor and 3 council members targeting Councilman Roland Resendez. This was clearly strategic and was the last straw for me. Prior to my first commentary on the matter, and after seeing the overwhelming public response to several allegations of corruption and response from the media, I arrived at the conclusion that the unethical behavior at the hands of council members Perez, Morales, Burns, and the mayor, I declared these actions were now out in the public for everyone to see and would inevitably be growing exponentially. That's the word. That declaration has come to fruition. I would like to submit something that I've seen in the mail this week. It validates my personal thoughts. After last week's meeting, I left at midnight in complete disbelief at what I had personally witnessed. The mayor and council members Morales and Perez voted to basically misallocate no less than $800,000 of taxpayer coin on a general plan revision. I will point out that a general plan had already been completed and was feasible. It is resoundingly clear that the mayor and the council members that I just named did this to appease developers. There were other options that could have prevented the frivolous spending on this monumental disaster and wasting taxpayer money. Their consultant even acknowledged that there were options that they could exercise, including placing the cost on the developers themselves. I want to point out that the council members Burns and Resendez sided with the people of Hollister. They were the voice of reason and, quite frankly, the adults on the council. Kudos to both of you for siding with the people and not the developers. There's a silver lining to this blunder at the hands of the mayor. We are now entering a new era, and that era is one of extremely high accountability with respect to local government. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
The next public speaker is Sam Ramos, to be followed by Sandy Patterson Jamark.
I am Samuel Ramos, and I just want to clear something that really bothered me in the last meeting, because some council members said they voted for the general plan to be rewritten, which is going to cost us a lot of money, because they for equitability, for fairness with the farmers or the terratenientes or latifundistas or landowners, whatever you want to call them. And then the infamous statement was heard, they are the ones that feed the world. They are not the ones that feed the world. The ones that feed the world are the campesinos, the farm workers. Those are the ones that feed the world. And remember the essential workers during the pandemic? It wasn't growers that were out there working to put food on our tables. It was the campesinos. And that's something that you should learn, that you should know as city council members. Also, the other thing that I would like to clear up is that there's no such a thing as unskilled labor. That's a cliche that's used to oppress the laborers, because if you get anybody that's so skilled out in those fields, they'll not make it, So, that's a fact. So keep that in your mind. And, I wish that there was some way to rescind that general plan, because we had a general plan and now we're going into death with the other one, with this new plan, Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Sandy Patterson Jamark, followed by Jamila Saka.
Good evening, Mayor Casey, council members, audience. My name is Sandy Patterson Jamark, and I live at 2900 Fairview Road here in Hollister, California. There's so much going on. I wish animal control was here because we've had problems in our park and we get shifted back and forth. I was almost attacked on Thursday by 4 at-large dogs. The sheriff's department did come out, but animal control says they can't come in the park because the park manager says no. Well, I'm sorry. Then you've got cowards as animal control officers. I worked animal control. And if you get a call where you're being attacked, you better be there. And it's not. We get back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with animal control. Now I know Hollister Police Department handles that, City of Hollister, but also San Benito County has part of that also. And it's when we have one mobile home that has 9 dogs inside. I know Santa Clara County right now is trying to get an ordinance passed where you can only have so many animals per household. We need to do that in Hollister and San Benito County. 9 dogs, and 4 of them came at me and my dog. And I told the owner, they just let him out. I had to call 3 times. And the last time I told him, if you don't get your dogs, I'm going to shoot them. When the sheriffs got there, because this gentleman came at me and kept approaching me, and I kept backing up because I'm going, okay, wrong person to do that to. And I said, when the officer got there, the deputy, Brown, I told him what I told the gentleman. I said, if I feel in fear for my safety or my animals, I have every right to shoot that animal, and I will. We had to quit walking by that house. My husband, who's now passed away, we could not because his dogs would come at us. They've chased people in the park, and this is just unacceptable that we get shoved way back. And I have no problem. This dog comes at me again, and I will shoot it. But also with the development that's going on, Anderson Homes, they're not being held accountable. We flooded because their reservoir up there, Plan B, just broke because you have construction workers that are substandard. It's just like the roads. You can't bring that tonnage into the dump. 80,000 pounds. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Jamila Saka, followed by Maureen Nelson.
Good evening. My name is Jamila Saka, and tonight I am present as a community member. As an Arab American, I'm here today to request our community to take personal action and contact our local representatives to demand an immediate ceasefire in Palestine. I'm not asking you to be an expert on foreign policy, to see the direct genocidal and ethnic cleansing acts against Palestinians. Do you know what it's like to see individuals who look like your family, who speak your family's native language, and see them brutally murdered and forcibly displaced? The UN has estimated 11,000 plus individuals have been murdered, and of that, an estimated 41% are children and 25% are women. Even worse are the children left with no family, no recollection of their mother's face, and no trace of a photo to provide. Fittingly, today is UN's World Children's Day, and the theme is Every Child, Every Right. Today, more than ever, children have the right to live. Palestinian children have the right to live. I have sat and listened to our community members support and vie for options to continue the operation of our single local hospital. You have not heard one message about the lack of humanitarian aid for Palestinians. We are no different. I've watched videos of women who just gave birth make the forced decision to evacuate specific hospitals in hopes of saving their life and their newborn child. No aid, no anesthesia, no medical supplies. From a speech given by Nelson Mandela on December 4th, 1997, at the United Nations International Day of Solidarity, he states, "The United Nations took a strong stance against apartheid, and over the years, an international consensus was built, which helped to bring an end to this iniquitous system. But we all know too well that freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians. I ask and compel our community to call our representatives demanding a full and complete ceasefire. And I ask for a moment of silence for those 11,000 plus individuals who have lost their lives." At this time, I thank you for listening and remind you all that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free.
The next public speaker is Maureen Nelson, to be followed by Donnie B.
Thank you for the last rendition. It was wonderful. Well needed. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before City Council, Mayor. So several meetings ago, I've been to so many meetings. I'm sure you've been to so many more meetings than I, but there was a resolution to take a vote on the city's council stand on the landfill. Somehow it got lost in the shuffle and buried, just like the trash in the landfill, because this city council has not done that, which they stated that they would. I would like to ask you to hold to your word and have a vote and let your city members know how this council stands on the landfill expansion, bringing in over 80% out of county trash. That's my first start. So thank you for that. My second start is I've been reading so many documents that I could be confused. I grant you that. But I believe that for tonight, there was an agenda item that was looking at Fairview Corners. It's not on here anymore. But Fairview Corners is county property. Why would the city council be dealing with issues for Fairview Corners? Are we expanding into the county before that comes to a vote? It needs to stop. Leave the county alone until it is potentially brought to a vote and voted on. It is not the city's choice. It is not the city's doing. It is not under their purview. We have representatives. Fairview Corner has Mr. Dom Zanger, who was here tonight. Thank you, Dom, for being present. This is your territory. This is your decision to be made. Along with the landfill is the Board of Supervisors, but the city council can voice their opinion as they said they would and let the citizens of this county know where you stand. You say that you give guidance, that you lead the way. Please give guidance, lead the way, make a stand. Whatever your decision is, make a stand. Let it be known. It's our right, and it was your commitment. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Donnie B, to be followed by Rosalinda Sanchez.
Good evening, council. Good evening, public. I'm going to be talking tonight about flock cameras, which need to be removed because not only are they unconstitutional, there's many other issues involved with them too. Of course, they're unconstitutional because the Fourth Amendment guarantees that we are not subject to dragnet searches, which is exactly what flock cameras are. Every single person that drove here tonight, your license plate was read by flock cameras, which are installed in downtown and on the west side. Flock Camera is a company based in Georgia. It's a high-tech company. They're using the most advanced technology to be able to track. It's a surveillance company that surveils all the way across the United States in many jurisdictions, but people are waking up to it. Someone told me that there was an article in the San Jose Mercury News about it. And so I think people are starting to talk about it up there too. And I think we're starting to realize. So again, dragnet searches are unconstitutional. And that's exactly what this is a dragnet search. So repetitively, dragnet searches have been ruled unconstitutional. Now, also about this, I heard from somebody responded to me talking about flock cameras, and the response that I got was, well, you must not be in favor of law enforcement. You must not be in favor of law enforcement, was what someone told me. And I want to clarify that and say that's completely and unequivocally not true. I have the greatest respect for law enforcement. I have the greatest respect for that profession because law enforcement is what keeps us safe. Law enforcement is to serve and protect. And that extends all the way to the military and the people in service, which include my father and my uncle who fought in Vietnam, and also my two grandfathers who helped defeat fascism in the 40s. So to assume that I do not support law enforcement is completely false, and also misreads the point which is that we need to be able to respect and have trust in law enforcement. If we see law enforcement doing things that are unconstitutional, then that does lower the legitimacy. And so the legitimacy needs to be restored. So that way we can all have that legitimacy. Last thing I want to say is that some people have also argued, well, we're tracked all the time by Google and Facebook and whatnot, and that is true. But with those, we have a choice on how we use them. We can either turn our cell phone off or not bring it wherever we want to go. So we cannot be tracked. We have a choice on how we use our web browsers. We have a choice on what tech companies that we interact with. With Flock, that is not the case. We have no choice on how we are interacting with Flock cameras, Flock safety cameras. You are driving down the street, you are being interacted with by Flock safety cameras. You have no choice on that. And that's another aspect that is also very wrong about Flock. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Rosalinda Sanchez, to be followed by Sandra Copas.
Hello, I am a parent of 2 teenagers at Hollister High. I'm also a Hollister Arts and Culture Commissioner, and I also run an arts organization here in the city of Hollister as well in Santa Clara County. And I just wanted to bring to the attention the Day of the Dead event that we had recently to the council, to everybody who's here. Not sure if anybody attended, but we had about 300 people, including about 15 businesses that participated with students at Hollister High, the arts students. I think we unfortunately spend a lot of time looking at all the things that we're not doing, and we're not looking at what we are doing that's very positive and beautiful in this town. Arts and culture was proven to be used as an economic development engine, but it also addressed something really important. That's in the city of Hollister. We're about 68 to 70% Latino here. And it was wonderful to see something that represented the culture in a really beautiful and positive way that also helped local businesses, brought a lot of people to tears. And as an arts and cultural commissioner, we've had some difficulties in trying to bring funds in to roll out a lot of these events that we want to do for the city. And I just wanted to thank the discretionary funds that we have available that I unfortunately did not know were a thing. And thank you, Councilman Roland Resendiz, for offering those monies so that it could be possible with a little bit of private money, a little bit of collaboration. The Hollister High, Miss Christina Ross, the arts teacher, she made it an actual assignment in her classroom. And these kids were super excited that they were able to practice something that was culturally relevant for them, where they helped local businesses, where we as a community came together for our youth. And I always say, when we talk about politics, who cares? Who cares about all that stuff? It's because we don't have a youth that's strong enough emotionally, because we know all the things that are going on in our high school right now that are very scary. Okay. If we're not addressing that youth mental health, who are we going to pass this city onto? Who's going to run this city when all of us old people are gone? So please think about making sure that our arts and culture funds are available. If any of you have discretionary funds that you can help with more positive things for our youth so that they can continue to run this city when we're gone, please do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Sandra Copas, to be followed by Andy Shaw-Corin.
Hi, thank you all very much for letting me speak tonight. My name is Sandra Copas. I'm a resident of City of Hollister. Today, I'm here to talk about domestic violence. I had filed a domestic violence restraining order in 2019, and the respondent of my TRO has harassed me and 4 other residents of Hollister through litigation abuse, which is a form of domestic violence. The purpose I'm here today is I want to know why I can't get any officials to respond to my request for police protection the next time I'm harassed. And 2, I'd like to know how I can get the same treatment that HPD gives its employees, other department personnel. For example, the HPD policy number 349 under valid subpoenas says no subpoena shall be accepted for any employee unless it's been properly served and verified from a legal authority. However, policy number 470 under civil disputes say members, meaning the police officers, will remain impartial and must not be personally involved. Members should not dismiss alleged criminal violations as a civil matter. And I just want you to note that there is no requirement for the officers to verify any of these documents that are being served on the residents of Hollister. No, none at all. So to illustrate this concept, I'd like to go over a couple of lines from a transcript that I prepared from a video that I had taken on 8/20/22 between me and 2 Hollister police officers regarding harassment versus legal service of process. So I told the officers, I filed a restraining order. They replied, so they served you with some type of paperwork. I said, yes, but I was already served this 3 times already. The officer said, well, that's called service. I said, no, it's not service if I've already been served. And I said, I'd like for you to take a look at my documents to prove that I'm being harassed and not legally served. And he says, well, I'm not going to look at it because it's not going to go into any type of report. And I said, well, why not? He says, well, because this is a civil matter. And I said, okay, but this is a criminal matter. It's not civil. Because let's say that if I've got a lawsuit against someone and every day I send another person out to serve the same paperwork over and over and over again, I don't file these papers. I don't file a proof of service because I just want to intimidate you. So I keep serving you over and over. So is that criminal? Is that a crime? Is that a problem? Is that a problem with my restraining order? How come I wasn't protected at this time when I was being harassed? So I go on. I say this should never have happened. I'd like to show you proof that I'm being harassed.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
The next public speaker is Andy Shawcorn, to be followed by Annalisa Austin.
Thank you. I had not actually planned on speaking on this topic, but after hearing Jamila's powerful words, I felt compelled to do so. I am Jewish American. My Hebrew name is Avram Shmuel Ben Zvi Hirsch. I have relatives who are rabbis. I have relatives who died in the Holocaust. And I have felt the last few weeks to be some of the worst weeks that I can remember in my lifetime. And not because of just what happened when the initial attack happened by Hamas, but what has happened subsequently. As I watched, Gandhi once said, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Well, what does 10 eyes for an eye do? It creates something that the world cannot turn its head away from. I have called Zoe Lofgren twice. I have called both of our senators, and I've said it is time for our country to demand a ceasefire, and every elected official has an obligation, because I've been an elected official. I know we swear an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of California. I know we have an obligation to make sure that law is upheld, and that includes international law. And genocide is illegal. And you cannot blow up children, hospitals, schools, and just keep on going and going and going with the intention of eradicating people. The world's turned its back before in the past, and it cannot continue to turn its back. People all over, and people are all over the world, beginning to stand up and demand that our country do the right thing and help create a lasting and just peace. Because if you turn your back, it's a disease. It keeps on spreading. I spent 20 years working in prison. I taught guys who were members of the Aryan Brotherhood, and I confronted them about the issues of racism, because racism is a disease. It's a cognitive problem, but its consequences are the destruction of the lives of human beings. And we all have the ability to make that differently. I urge everybody to call their senator, their 2 senators, their congressperson, And you could pass a resolution asking for an immediate ceasefire so that children's lives can be saved. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Annalisa Austin, followed by Sue Logue.
Hi, my name's Annalisa Austin, and I'm a resident of Hollister. And I'm going to try and do this. I'm very nervous, but as a businessman in town who I think has very high integrity, told me that I needed to do this. You don't get enough time legally to address things in court and in situations when you've been through a lot of trauma to be heard, to take the time to process something and to actually address it, to be ready to address it. But I'm going to try today to discuss it. I've spoken to you as well, Mia Casey, in person by phone. So I had a home here. My ex-husband and myself, we needed to sell it according to the family court. The decision had been made much earlier, and unfortunately, a new judge could not change the orders. But I had asked my home was owned by a lovely lady named Pat Ward, and she'd been praying for her beautiful home that she'd grown up in. She was 7 years old when Pearl Harbor happened, and her mom came out to tell her father when she was playing with her dolls on the front porch that that the war had been declared. And her dad came rushing down the ladder from her home, which became our home. It was a beautiful historical home that I ended up, she wanted us to be able to keep our home. So in December 2019, she sent me to Linda and Pat Lampy, who are real estate agents in the area, because she said they could, if I needed to, that they'd be able to help me get an investor to help me carry my mortgage. I knew I could cover it because I had actually the opportunity I had 2 rentals on the property as well as my home. I don't know if I'll get this done in 3 minutes, but I found I had first been led astray by salesmen that were pretending to be mortgage investors, like investors that would be able to carry my mortgage. And but then I found a local investor, a very decent person who's well respected. He said he could carry me $350,000 of my mortgage at 4.25% for 3 years, but I had to get the rest somewhere else. And my ex-husband had hidden a second mortgage on the property rather than paying child support. He was supposed to be paying that, but he wasn't. So I knew I had to cover more. I had other people to ask to carry the rest of the mortgage, but I went to the city, to Rick Perez, which is our district, our area counselor. And what does that mean?
I'm sorry, you're out of time.
I'm not going to get, can I come back at another council meeting?
Another meeting and you can.
And finish?
Yes.
Okay.
The next public speaker is Sue Logue.
Hi, Susan Logue here.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Susan Logue, and I'm here as a Hollister resident. I'd like to say hello to the mayor and the city council members and the public. I wanted to thank the city council for your hard work for our city and community. I and others appreciate your professionalism by creating a functional city government. Each of you brings so much knowledge to us by being on this city council. And I know it requires so much time, effort, and dedication on your part. The amount of work you must put into being there every 2 weeks is quite astounding to me. So I think with you working together and us, the community, we can do so much to make our community and its changes that need to happen. The more we can focus on how to help our community, the more we can accomplish for it and all of its members. And I think that creates more of a positive way to look forward, is what is going to help the community the most, and focus on that. Finally, on a different note, I'd like to thank the previous public speakers tonight. I found everyone very moving in what they wanted to share. And I think these are very difficult times for us. So it's good we can stand up and share and be heard. So I appreciate the City Council for allowing that to happen. And thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Carol Lenore, to be followed by Carly Robles.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to come on here and wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. Well, I have the opportunity for all of you to hear that, and
Jennifer, can you hit the timer, please?
I won't be long. And I just wanted to say how appreciative I am of all your hard work, even if I don't agree with some folks. I still know it's a tough job. Really, really appreciate you. Very thankful that you're leading our community, and just want to tell you to have a blessed Thanksgiving with your family. And I also want to extend that to the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Carly Robles, to be followed by R. Pika.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, it worked this time. I just wanted to talk about the flyer that John Robles held up. I got that in the mail as well. I believe everyone in the county got that flyer. I found it to be very informational, very factual. I was very happy to get it. I was very pleased to see that everyone in the county got it and is finally learning the truth. We've been trying to go to these meetings and talk about the truth for many months. And Roland has talked about the truth for many months. And now it's finally getting out there. And I just wanted to say that I'm really glad that I got it. And it's a great picture of you, Mia, too, by the way. And you too, Carol. So thank you. That's it.
The next public speaker is R. Pika. I think that's what it says. Sorry.
It's my penmanship, no doubt. Hey, Hollister City Council, Hollisterites of this small town turned big city overnight. Wow, right? Just wow. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. You know, some people in the world, I don't know if you guys knew this, don't have an inner monologue. Yeah, some people don't have an inner monologue. I do, though. And my inner monologue, I ask myself, what was the Hollister City Council thinking? I don't know what they were thinking. I rarely do understand what they were thinking. Hollister City Council seemed to make decisions that are out of alignment with their constituents. And this has resulted in this dais going from election to literally unpopular faster than I've ever seen. This is just what I've noticed. Unpopular. Why though? Hollisterites want infrastructure improvements over residential housing growth. That's what we want. We want to be able to get to work and back. We want to get to Costco and back before the ice cream melts. Nothing crazy. We really don't want you to increase the size of a wastewater treatment facility. We just built that thing. My bill went from 50 to 150. And then with the last city council, it did go down to about 120. So it went down about $30. Pay down on that loan. Do not make ratepayers pay for improvements to the wastewater treatment facility so developers can grow this town before infrastructure is improved. Work with the supervisors, right? Team up with the supervisors to slow the growth of the John Smith landfill. The landfill is already about 100 acres. We don't need to make it 500 acres. That's just way too big. And we don't need to take in everyone else's, all of these other counties' trash. Try not to, please don't amend the general plan to benefit anyone other than the residents of Hollister. Honestly, this is what Hollister people want. Just
Make it for us, right? And don't censure or fine seemingly the only Hollister-centered member of this dais. No one here is really that popular with Hollisterites, but besides this man. So, you know, we just don't want you to do these things. But if we don't really want you to do those things, what can you do, right? Listen to your constituents. Host events where you talk to your constituents, listen to them, hear what they have to say, and give them your ideas, right? Because this isn't the only forum. We can meet at a coffee shop. We can meet somewhere in town. Speak to your people and listen to what we have to say. So I really hope that you don't censure each other, let each other speak. If you don't like what they say, that's just the way it goes. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Keegan Bells.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, members of the City Council. As a veteran who served our nation and sustained disabilities in the line of duty, I deeply cherish our constitutional rights, especially the First Amendment, and I humbly request the opportunity to speak without interruption, so thank you. I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps driven by a profound sense of patriotism. My fellow service members and I took an oath to defend our nation against all threats, both foreign and domestic. However, it appears our national attention leans heavily towards international affairs, overshadowing the challenges we face right here at home. And upon my return from service, I grappled with financial challenges, receiving an initial disability compensation of only $284, and I was not able to feed myself, let alone my family, since my disabilities from my military service keep me from gainful employment. It's striking to consider our President Joe Biden is committing treason by sending $75 billion in aid to Ukraine to kill European men, women, and children, while the residents of Maui, for instance, totaling around 165,000 residents, were just given $700 each, and that is only 0.153% of what he sent to Ukraine to kill women and children. Or the fact that we sent $8 billion a year to Israel to commit war crimes instead of using that money to help our own people here. That is treason, and I'd like to draw attention to Section 18 of the United States Code 2381, which outlines the punishment for treason, and it states whoever owning allegiance to the United States levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid or comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and is punishable by death. And it's a grave matter, and I believe it is essential to consider the implications of our actions, especially in the context of international aid and commitments over our own nation's citizens. And after returning from military service, I felt a deep commitment to understand the challenges facing our nation, given the oath that I had took. And this led me on a journey of research, and I sought to understand the influences behind major decisions, such as vaccine mandates, the president administration, media ownership, school boards, and immigration policies. And I thought it was essential for any democratic society to critically examine the concentration of power and influence, and so I did. And if we observed a particular group dominating various sectors, it would naturally raise questions about representation and decision making, because you see, back in the 1950s, if all the people who had the leverage of power were mostly Italians, everyone would say that our country is ran by an organized crime gang using mafia tactics. But since it's now the dual citizenship Jews who are in the positions of power within my nation today, it's considered to just be a coincidence. I learned a lot of this information at gtvflyers.com, and I learned about how Israel destroyed the USS Liberty, leaving 34 of my brothers dead and another 174 injured. And I learned how much influence the Jews had in 9/11 and how they have 80% of total control of our current president's administration and 96% in media influence. And one thing I also learned that was shocking is a legal religious practice called Metzitza Bepeh, where a Jew sucks the bloody penis of a child.
That's enough. Cut it off.
Cut it off.
Thank you.
Those are all the public speakers we have for this portion of the agenda.
Thank you. All right. I think we're going to move to item F1. Which is a resolution of the City Council of City of Hollister authorizing the city manager to execute contract amendment number 4 to professional services agreement with Kimley Horn in the amount of not to exceed $500,000 to prepare plans and specs and engineering support for the 2024 citywide roadway improvement project. Staff report, please.
Yes, we have our Public Works Director, William Vaya, out in the lobby, along with our staff from our engineering department. There we go. Christian Blaze. Christian.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. This next item is a resolution requesting authorization for the city manager to execute a contract amendment to the professional services agreement with Kimley Horn in an amount not to exceed 500,000 to prepare plans and specs and provide engineering support for the 2024 citywide roadway improvement project. This citywide roadway improvement project consists of several projects all combined into one. I'm going to go over a couple of the projects, and if the council feels you guys have questions, feel free to stop me in between the projects. So the citywide roadway improvement project consists of a granite overlay, the citywide slurry seal project, the Lot Lane Southside Road restriping, Santa Ana Road restriping, the McCrae Street driveway replacement, Memorial Drive pedestrian crossing, and the alley restoration. This next slide has an overview of the city with all the different districts, along with the different projects. As you could see, and it's probably hard to see, but the yellow specifies the slurry seal, the red shows the granite overlay, the green shows the alleyways. And so this is just an overview of the sections of town that will be receiving these roadway improvements. As I stated, the first project is the granite overlay, which consists of over 4,500 linear feet of roadways. The streets that were identified for this specific project were identified using the PCI, which is the Pavement Condition Index, along with also surveying. The intersection of Monterey Street on 4th Street, Monterey Street, Virginia Drive, West Street, 4th Street, 5th Street, and 3rd Street. Along with the granite overlay, over 34 ADA ramps will be reconstructed to meet ADA compliance. This next slide shows the, it's not the most up-to-date PCI because the last time that it was done was in 2021. But as you could see, the PCI on most of the roadways are in the 40s, which is approaching the red section. You have a few on the 60s, and one of them is actually on the 20s. The next project is the citywide slurry project, which was presented to City Council about 2 years ago. This consists of slurring 12 lane miles of roadways and replacing over 588 linear feet of crosswalk. The table below, or the image below, shows that the longer we wait to do any type of restoration, the more expensive it gets to do it. A slurry seal is a lot cheaper than doing a granite overlay. And so this is something that the city would like to do in order to expand the life of the roadways. You could see somewhere between 5-7 years. Sometimes you could even see more depending on how much traffic you see on those streets. I would also like to note that since the last time this project was presented to council, thanks to the city manager's office, the public works department, engineering division, and everyone else who worked on it, the city was successful on a grant for $600,000, which will cover a big section of the project. The next project is the Lot Lane Southside Road restriping and reslurring, which consists of removing the existing striping, traffic circles, pavement markings, and restoring it to the previous condition. This next slide shows the current condition, with the exception of the delineators which were removed. This shows the traffic circles at the intersections, the domes on the medians, the chicanes, the bike lanes, the bike buffers. The previous condition, which was 4 lanes total, 2 lanes on each direction, and a bike lane on each side of the street, which was the same on Lat Lane and Southside Road. What the city staff is proposing is to go back to the existing conditions, but making a small modification to be able to provide a bike buffer. So essentially what we will be doing will be putting back the same 4 lanes, 2 lanes on each direction, reducing the lanes between 2 and 3 feet so that we're able to gain additional footage to be able to provide that bike buffer. And this will be provided along Southside Road along with Lat Lane. This is the parking condition prior to the existing conditions that are out there. As I stated, there was 2 lanes in each direction. However, parking has always been an issue during pickup and drop off. So you see vehicles parked partially on the travel lane along with the bike lane. So what the city is proposing is in between Lat Lane and Sunset in front of the school. The existing condition is 1 lane going east and 2 lanes going west. And the proposed change will be to have 1 lane going east, 1 lane going west, and provide parking on both sides of the street, along with a bike buffer and a bike lane. Before I move to the next project, I would also like to note that along with the striping, the city will be installing the radar feedback cameras, which is not a camera, but it's a radar for the speed limit, so that as you're driving and you're passing by, it starts flashing if you're going over the speed limit. We'll be installing some of those along Lat Lane and Southside Road.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
With regard to in front of the elementary school, one of the things we talked about was to put in a speed table there, like they have around the high schools, because that's an area where there is actually speeding happening, and that's where the bulk of the kids are walking. So that seems to not be in here. So is that something that got dropped off somehow, or do we need to talk about
It
that?
wasn't dropped off, but because we're currently working on the existing conditions with the speed bumps that are all throughout town, we wanted to make sure that we're going in the right direction before we suggest implementing speed tables or speed cushions in front of the school. We also want to make sure that the fire department is okay with it, which my understanding is that the fire department is okay with them if they're in front of the school or near the school.
If there is a desire of council to add that in, we can look
I
at
thought
adding
that
that
we
in.
did as a part of when we had our discussion. That was one of the things I brought up, and I thought we had consensus to do that.
Can we hear the rest of the presentation and then reserve our questions for the appropriate time? Thank you.
The next project is the Santa Ana restriping. The current conditions is that the striping is completely fade out. So it's unsafe for people that are driving. So the project will restripe between Highway 25 and the east terminus of the school, connecting to the new project that is being constructed. This will provide same as existing conditions, 2 lanes going east, 1 lane going west, along with proper parking in front of the school.
And Christian, if I can add, the school administration was consulted with this, and they did provide feedback into the layout.
That is correct. This next project is the Memorial Drive pedestrian crossing, which essentially will construct a pedestrian high visibility crosswalk adjacent to the school on Memorial Drive. This is conceptual, is used for rendering, for visual purposes only. If this gets approved, the city will start the plans, and then we will be able to provide a report back to council as far as what the decision will be based on what the recommendation is by the engineers.
Mayor, question.
Yes.
I'm unclear here. Are we gonna hold all questions on all projects? I thought I heard the presenter ask
He
us.
asked for questions.
Yeah,
So it's fine to ask a question. Yes.
Okay, well then I am gonna ask a question if I may.
Please.
Thank you. So if this council moves forward tonight, and the will of the council is to approve this moving forward, how soon will this or any of the other projects you've actually talked about become a reality? Are we talking?
Our goal is to, if this gets approved, we will have plans and specs all together. I will say February, March at the latest, and then start construction within a couple of months. So spring of 2024 is the goal.
Thank you. Is there a way to accelerate that on this project? I share, this is one of my border streets with another council member. And this is, I don't know that I want to wait 6 months, 8 months, 10 months to make this a reality when we're talking about our kids' safety. And I would say the same thing on the Lad Lane conversation as well. I think we need to make these time sensitive and move those forward ASAP, in my opinion. And it doesn't feel like rocket science to me. I know it's not easy, but we've been talking about these things for a long time. And so I don't know, city manager, if you'd like to, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but I'm a little frustrated by the length that these things just, they seem to have they grow a life of their own. And I'm old, so I don't know that I have the years left in me to see these to completion.
Okay, well, with this one in particular being a much smaller project, we have concerns that if we were to put something like this simply out to bid by itself, we may get a very limited bid pool. Whereas if we put it all together, it's a much more competitive bid package because we have quite a bit of work, and these smaller projects become part of the cost of doing business if you want the bigger projects.
I get that, but I also think if the council's will is to accelerate these, what we don't need to see is we don't need to see anybody get crossing the street. And we seem to spend our money fairly freely. And so in my mind, anytime it's got to do with a school or a park, I think those need to be time sensitive. And so I guess we'll wait to hear what the will or the thoughts of the council are. But thank you, city manager.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Is it unsafe for the children there right now?
My understanding is that it is. Right now, I believe they're crossing at the intersection, and I can't remember the name of the street, but it's right in front of the school, where the parking lot was reconfigured several years back. The driveway used to be right in front of that intersection, which now shifted. But my understanding is that there is some concern with the crossing. The next project is the alley reconstruction, which will reconstruct 3 of the alleyways in town. Along with the reconstruction, this will provide drainage improvements similar to what we did on Freeman Alley. So it will be a brand new alleyway with pavement and proper drainage.
Proper drainage, does that mean that some of the slopes, some of those alleys are actually going to have just the valley, or they're going to have pipes underneath?
Both. So
Both.
in order to have drainage, so and the grades, I don't have them on top of or here to provide any illustration, but because it's so flat, most likely we'll probably have a valley gutter in the middle, which essentially will then go to one of the catch inlets.
Okay, thank you.
So do you want to go through, Councilmember Resendez, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that's a lot. I was going to ask about the timeline as well. It's definitely a concern of mine. Lad Lane, how much does it cost? How much did it cost for us to do it initially?
Don't quote me on it, but I believe the first time we did it was in the neighborhood of $850,000.
$850,000 of these hardworking people's money. How much is it costing us? How much is it costing us to redo it, sir?
In order to redo it, the estimate is $625,000.
$625,000 of your money. I had a conversation with the city manager, and it's my understanding we do not have a safe route to school master plan in the city of Hollister. Is that true?
That is correct. We did recently receive, I have not been able to bring it back because we don't have the documents, but we did receive a grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation that we will bring back when we have contract documents. for the tune of about $1.3 million. It'll help provide the study work for the Safe Route to School program.
Wonderful. And I would suggest that we work with Council of Governments. I think Veronica Lazama specializes in that over at the county level. And then the, let's see, land lane, bike buffer, safe routes, speed tables. I forgot where I was going with this. I forgot where I was going with that. I lost my train of thought. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Burns, anything else?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things, I think, for the city manager as well. This is a project not, or a request for a proposal or a authorization on a project not to exceed $500,000. And so my question would be, I see once again, we're using, or we're proposing to use Kimberly Horn, man, that's hard, as the vendor in this case. Is there any reason not to put this out to bid? It feels to me like we're kind of writing a blank check for not to exceed. It's one of those deals where I would like to see more competitive process where others would have an opportunity. And given the fact that we're talking as proposed, unless council directs otherwise, we're talking 6-8 months out anyway. To me, I think I'm just not sure we're getting our value for the money, and it just feels like we're just putting it out there. And so I'd like to know what the thoughts are on that.
Sure. Staff are currently working to prepare RFPs for on-call engineering services. So that will go out. I would say that some of these projects, because they have already gone through the process and we're just updating them, like I'm looking at the citywide slurry seal at 16,000. The Lad Lane slurry seal. Let's see, the alley project was already, partially designed. So they've already done quite a bit of work on many of these already. So it's just tuning them up and taking them to where they're bid ready. So that would start that process over. And that's work you've already funded, as well as if we're trying to get the projects out in a time as quick as possible. Us going out to bid and going through a whole RFP process would add time constraints to the project.
Given the bundling of the projects, I understand what you've said, but if the council wanted to pull some off to move them forward quicker, my sense is we have that opportunity as well. And for me, would it be helpful to have a city engineer employed before? Again, just recognizing we're currently without a city engineer, and from my perspective, that's kind of a critical role. And I just feel like up to $500,000 is a lot of money for something we've already invested a lot of time and energy in, and it doesn't feel while I see it being time sensitive for the school areas, I have to question how spending this potentially other $500,000 is going to get us any further down the road any quicker, as opposed to putting it out for bid. And so those are just my thoughts and my comments. And so I'm not trying to squeeze you.
That's okay. I mean,
I just understand the rationale.
It's ultimately the will of the council. I would not represent that the work would get done by the end of, the summer in the season, because the work has to be done in the season.
Right.
So,
I get you on that. Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you,
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
it came back to me. Quick question, I promise.
Okay.
Thank you. In regards to in front of the school, do we have a traffic study completed already in front of Lad Lane
In front of Lad Lane? No.
to rationalize any mediation, any?
You're talking about the
Traffic calming
crosswalk on
measures.
Memorial, or?
Yes,
Okay, so the crosswalk on Memorial, yes, there's a
Perfect.
traffic study.
perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
I don't know if this is a time to when I can bring up, because I was asking also for the crosswalk on 4th Street.
Yeah, we need to
Yeah.
stick just with this. You can
Okay,
bring it
yeah.
up later.
All right, I'll follow the rules.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, I'm glad to see the alleys are getting done. It's a start. It's not to finish it. I don't expect us to finish 3 alleys and be done. I think it's, especially with the rainy season coming up, I'd like to see that if some of the alleys that are extremely pivoted or canyoned, if we can get something to scrape through there, because in the meantime, when it rains, it goes in our garages. So it's like, it's not cool. So if we could do something for that, I would really appreciate it. But for everything else, I'd like to see the school done as soon as possible. Especially if there's a safety hazard, we should be out there. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
City Manager, can you tell us where the funds are coming from?
Yeah, so the funds would come from a combination of grant funding and then our Measure G funds and our Transportation Development Account funds, and that would be brought forward with the recommendation to award a contract.
Thank you. I think that's important to know because those are earmarked for these particular projects and in particular, like the grant to help us move forward. So I'm not, I'm in favor of moving forward with the project. However, I would like to, as previously discussed, do an RFP for Kimberly Horn in the future. I know these projects are a priority for the city and for our residents. I don't want to contribute to having additional delays because we need to get them done. And I know the alleys were important to many of our residents. If we're expecting a rainy season, they're going to be flooded again. And so we also need preventative measures for that.
Thanks. I just echo the sentiments about, I would like to see things going out beyond Kimberly Horn, but I understand the necessity right now. But I would like to ask you about, as far as hiring the new engineer, how are we doing with that process? What's the timeline for, has it gone out yet? Will it go out soon?
It's currently posted right now.
It is
Yeah,
posted.
we're accepting applications.
Okay. And when is it closing or like what's our timeline?
We'll have a first review at the end of not this week, but the following week.
Okay. Because I guess my biggest concern is I would like to have an engineer that's kind of reviewing quality and whoever's doing the work. And it just seems, hopefully we can get someone on board before these projects take place. So I think that's the only questions I have. Do we want to take public comment now? Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Mayor Casey, our first public speaker is Sean Dempsey.
Casey, council members. I am here to talk about the freestanding water in Winds Alley. I have renamed it as, I call it Lock Winds. You got the rains, you got a flooded alley, and I'm asking for one simple job to be done. Get a trencher, run it from the sewer all the way to West Street. That will take 90% of the water. It will flow. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments. Oh, sorry. We have one more. Carol Lenore.
Good evening. I just want to thank Council Member Perez. And I know it takes all of you, but I want to thank Jim for leading that effort. It's been a long overdue for the folks that live in our alleyways, and they pay taxes just like everybody else. And I'm really happy to see them getting some improvement on their roadway, much needed, because I saw the flooding there. It was not good. And then also Councilwoman or Council Member Morales, thank you for asking that question regarding the funding, because I wasn't sure that it was all grant funding and the Measure W. So I wanted to thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Mayor, if I may add before you have your discussion.
Sure.
One, yeah, we're not proposing any general fund on this project. And then secondly, Christian made a good point to me during comment that I forgot to mention that for the slurry seal project that we do have the grant funding for that project, we have to award the bid by April 2024, or we would lose the funding. So that is a condition of the grant.
Thank you. for the clarification. All right, do we have any further comments on or discussion? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. So let's clarify something here. To say something is earmarked means it specifically has to be used for these projects. That is not a correct statement. The monies is earmarked. Measure G is a tax that you guys voted to pay for to fix our roads. Because of the wasteful spending from my colleagues, 1, 2, maybe 3 of the roads on that list are not going to get taken care of now. So let's clarify that. That is a true statement. Aside from that, I don't think it's impossible to pull out the one crossroad. It's already got a traffic study. It's just seems like it's just a matter of striping and put it out to bid by itself. I don't think it's an unreasonable request. If it does seem like it's going to be hiked up so much, then go ahead and put it back in. I know that we have the police patrolling that area every morning. I see them when I went to work on my way to school. But I don't think it's a completely unreasonable request just to bring out that one project and get that crosswalk there for our kiddos. There was a tragedy that happened there a number of years ago, unfortunately. And anything we can do to help prevent that from happening again, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, anything further?
No, Mayor, I think I've covered it. I would call or ask for a roll call vote when it comes time to vote, please. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I'm good.
Okay, can I get a motion on this item, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm sorry, roll call.
No.
Councilmember Perez,
Aye.
Councilmember Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
No.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Burns opposing. Thank you.
We're going to move on to item.
Mayor, it's Mary over here.
Sorry.
So, that's okay. That's okay. So before we move on, I do want to make a statement for the record regarding the public speaker that was cut off. So I do want to stress that that speaker was cut off because the speech was irrelevant, not because of the viewpoint or content. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So our next item will be G1. Consider amendments to the council code of conduct ordinance and provide further direction to city staff. City attorney?
I'll be giving your staff report. Yeah, it just it seems like
We're going to cover that later. Sorry.
that's all
No
right.
Confusion about F2, whether we were doing that. I think we're going to come back to that. So.
Okay, all right. Well, good evening, Mayor Casey and City Council. I'll be giving your staff report tonight. The purpose of this item is for the City Council to consider amendments to the city's City Council Code of Conduct. Chapter 2.04 of the city's municipal code outlines the City Council's Code of Conduct. And one of the things that it does is it prescribes appropriate conduct for city council members at city council meetings and outside of council meetings, and also prescribes penalties for failing to adhere to that appropriate conduct. The city council recently expressed an interest in modifying the council code of conduct to impose harsher penalties on city council members who did not adhere to the code of conduct. They formed an ad hoc committee, which was comprised of the mayor and vice mayor, to draft those amendments to the code of conduct. Currently, as the code is written, a council member who intentionally or repeatedly does not follow proper conduct may be reprimanded, formally censured. They may lose seniority or committee assignments, or they may lose other privileges afforded by the city council. The draft council code of conduct amendments that you'll be considering tonight and giving direction on have been added additional possible sanctions, and those are loss of ability to be appointed vice mayor, loss of travel funds, loss of discretionary funds, and then also escalating financial penalties. The draft code of conduct includes a process to ensure that a council member who is assessed financial penalties is afforded due process. However, we have left the financial penalty amounts blank for the city council should you choose to move forward with those to determine yourselves. With that, I'll take any questions.
Councilmember Resendez, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm assuming that you've read the code of conduct.
Yes.
If, let's say, I felt that someone violated the code of conduct, for example, if the mayor called me a name on social media that was unbecoming, would that constitute as a violation of the code of conduct?
So what I will say is the city council enforces the code of conduct against themselves. So I wouldn't be the one to determine whether or not that was a
Based on what
violation.
you read, are we supposed to be calling people names and putting it on our social media platform?
I mean, likely not. The focus of what I did and what we drafted was related to conduct within the meeting. So I have to admit, I'm not 100% familiar with those items that are outside of the conduct in a meeting.
And if I wanted to, let's say, hold her accountable for that, then what would I have to do and what would this council have to do that?
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here. So you'd have to follow what's been set out in your code of conduct, and it is a self-enforcing document, as we've pointed out. And so I believe, I don't have it up, but I believe that the offending behavior would be, the mayor would be made aware of it, and then the mayor would bring forth the process for holding people accountable. It's very similar. It's exactly what we've done in the past with respect to council members up here and code
So
violations.
would I have to get the other council members or the mayor to agree with me to put it on the agenda?
Can I
Go ahead.
add, because I'm familiar. If it involves me, then you would bring it up at council and you would get consensus from the council.
Okay, so
That's
I
correct.
couldn't just say like, hey, I think that she violated the code of conduct. That's what I'm trying to get at. I cannot bring that without the support of at least two of my colleagues up here to have that agendized. Is that not correct?
Well, to agendize it, yeah, but you can bring the offending conduct forward.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. But we couldn't enforce it without having at least two.
Right.
other
Yes. And that's how it's been done in the past is
Yep.
you've gotten the other council members that give consensus for what type of reprimand is going to be given.
Okay, perfect. As far as the financial part of this, where this council decided that if a council member was breaking the code of conduct, they're going to penalize them personally, financially. That's what we're talking about tonight.
That's what's been drafted.
Is that legal?
So I'm also going to jump in here. So we've given council an analysis of the risk and options, and that's attorney-client privilege. So I'm not going to talk about it any further than to say that every member of council has received the risks associated with these revisions as well as the options.
Do you know of any other city that does that?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay. It's because it's illegal. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So in reviewing the due process in this proposal or proposal for consideration, it talks about how the council member that is accused of violating has certainly a right of appeal. Can you speak briefly to that, please?
Yeah, I'll just go through the steps.
Okay, thank you.
That way everybody's aware. So essentially, what would happen is the mayor provides notice to the offending council member that their actions may constitute a willful disruption of the council meeting and that action may lead to sanctions. An imposition of a financial penalty would require a 4/5 majority vote of the city council. So that's one aspect of the due process. Council members assessed a financial penalty are entitled to appeal the penalty by requesting an impartial hearing before a neutral third-party hearing officer. During that hearing, the council member who was assessed a financial penalty shall be given the opportunity to testify and present evidence concerning the actions being penalized. After considering all of the oral and written evidence submitted at the hearing officer shall issue a written decision to uphold or cancel the penalty and shall list the reasons for that decision. And then the decision of the hearing officer shall be final.
Thank you. But even with the hearing officer's decision being final, it's my understanding that they can still yet again appeal that to the Superior Court. Is that correct?
Yeah, they can try.
Okay. And so one of the questions in the past, when the council's taken action against different individuals for bad behavior, feels like it's been the past practice for the alleged violator to recuse themselves from a vote, but yet I'm intimately familiar with this. And I did not see where that's a requirement. Is that a requirement moving forward?
That's not a requirement in your code of conduct that they recuse themselves.
Right, but yet our council members have chosen to, so I applaud them for being willing to. And so, but I also heard you say there's a super majority that would be required to move forward with enforcing the code and the violations. 4 out of the 5 council members, is that correct?
Right.
Thank you. So, Mayor, that's the only questions I have. I do want to make some comments when we're all done with questions and public comments have occurred. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Press. Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Yes. Thank you, Jennifer. You know, we actually had a public speaker at our last city council meeting come and provide us a packet. And it referenced 2.04015.12. And you know, after reviewing that, that was embedded in the code of conduct. Would that be removed from this as we're updating?
And which section is that?
It was embedded in terms of the type of behavior, and this has to do with being able to meet with individuals. So the city council cannot meet with individuals to hear their interests. So would that be removed from our code of conduct?
We didn't modify that section. So all of the sections that are in the draft amendments are in your packet tonight, and that was not one of the sections.
That's one that I would be interested in.
We can discuss it. We can discuss it. We can deliberate on it after and talk about any other things within that code section. Do we have public comment on this?
Yes, Mayor, we do. Our first speaker is Sam Ramos, to be followed by John Robles.
Samuel Ramos, ya me conocen, ya saben quién soy. And so I'm an elder, man. I'm one of the oldest in the audience, and I've known Roland. And you know, all I have to say is, you know, things have been going good in terms of conduct and all that. You know, why come up with all this fining and all this other stuff? You know, if we're going good. And so I support Roland. And I'm very proud of Roland because he's gotten involved with the constituency, y la chicanada, you know, and to have like Dia de los Muertos and this kind of cultural activities is really, it really hits, you know, our community. And I think we're pretty much the majority, you know, in terms of culture. I'm not talking about other things, you know, and Roland has bothered to do that, you know, to bring that on, the cultural aspect of what's important to us. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is John Robles, followed by Shelley Geisler.
Good evening again. My name is John. I live in 95023. I want to frame my commentary with the following and discuss Mr. Resendez's situation. I come from a law enforcement family. I come from a family of first responders, including firefighters and paramedics. In those, captains, sergeants, and lieutenants. I come from a family who has represented all 4 branches of the military. I'm a 3rd-generation American. I was a member of one of the largest unions in U.S. history. You may also notice that I'm Latino. My family is incredibly diverse. In fact, that's an understatement. I also happen to have a tremendous disdain for corruption as a result of my upbringing. I have publicly stated on record that any move to censure, bully Mr. Resendez would serve as a validation of a perverse agenda to silence a voice of nearly 1/3 of Hollister. I want to expand on this. You are clearly singling him out. I have a few questions. Can you explain to the public, Mayor, why you are considering personally fining Mr. Resendez? You understand that that could be legally challenged. Your ad hoc committee, which I don't understand that, seems to be handcrafted just to exact some sort of vengeance upon Mr. Resendez. Can you explain to the people of Hollister why you want to silence a representative for a large portion of the Latino population? Can you offer any tangible rationale as to why you have not afforded rightful opportunity for Mr. Resendez to serve as vice mayor? That's a rotational thing. Why did you banish him to the corner? A vote to censure Mr. Resendez is a slap in the collective face of the Latino population. How do you think that's going to go for you next November? For you, Mayor, or you, or you? Come on, let's get serious here. Knock this ridiculous stuff off. Move on. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Shelley Geisler, followed by Fallon Gregg.
My name is Shelley Geisler. I live in Hollister. I'm here to support Roland Resendez. I feel that he really represents his district. He goes door to door. The people know who he is. I have yet to see my district person. And I think he tells the truth. He listens to his people. And he seems to be the only no vote all the time for a reason. I mean, we have to slow things down. I respect him, and I think he's doing a great job.
The next public speaker is Fallon Gregg, followed by Bella Rosales.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Casey. My name's Fallon Gregg, and I'm a longtime resident in San Benito County in Hollister. And I'm here to stand in support of Roland, who I have great admiration and respect for. He's done a wonderful job representing his community, and he's easy to talk to. He gives you the facts. He tells the truth, and I just can't really understand why you're so afraid of him, that you do all this punishing, because the more you punish him, the more it makes his voice stronger, and it makes him a stronger representative, and you just look foolish yourselves. So again, I support you, Roland. Thank you so much for being a representative, not in my district, but in the district that you do represent. You are doing a wonderful job for your community. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bella Rosales, followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Hi, City Council. My name is Bea Rosales. First, I want to say I'm extremely concerned about the fact that no city has ever established something like this before, how we just heard earlier. Why is it that it's happening here, and why now? It can't be a coincidence that these changes are being made to the Code of Conduct right after you repeatedly try to censure Roland Resendez. Second, one of the amendments being proposed to the Code of Conduct is taking away discretionary funds. So earlier, someone mentioned the discretionary funds that council members have and how they can be used to support a community. For example, discretionary funds can be used to support things like the Dia de los Muertos event that we had recently. If you take those discretionary funds away from a council member, you'd be punishing the entire district, which is completely unfair. I don't think this is right, so please reconsider. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez, to be followed by Andy Shaw-Corin.
Good evening, City Council. Just kind of build off that comment. The discretionary funds, that is something that I'm really concerned about. So we've talked about last City Council that historically, cities, this was an at-large city where anybody could run for city council. You know, obviously we have districts for a reason. That is a largely Hispanic Latino population. As well as Rick Perez, as well as Dolores Morales. I believe your district is largely Hispanic Latino. So what we're doing is essentially, if we do take his discretionary funds, okay, if you guys want to do that, all right. But with that being said, you are essentially taking money from a federally recognized social justice area. Like I said, this is a federally, well, either way. Okay, fine, do that, but set up an ad hoc committee then. You know, that those discretionary funds need to stay in that district because you're setting the precedence that, okay, well, you know what? Tim Burns, Roland Resendez, Mia, or whoever, Dolores Morales, Rick Perez, your district could be next. That's what's kind of concerning about the discretionary funds because, you know, there is, like I said, a historical racial underpinning to this, you know, with that community being historically disinvested in. So that really needs to be acknowledged. And, you know, I am confident, you know, with a majority Hispanic Latino board that you guys will be cognizant of that. Councilman Rick Perez, you know, we've talked before and I think you have done great things for the Hispanic Latino community. Same thing with you, Dolores Morales. I hope that, you know, I know you guys, thank you for making eye contact, Councilmember Rick Perez. I appreciate it. Dolores Morales, I don't know why, but like I said, this is about the Hispanic Latino community at the end of the day. So, and Councilmember Tim Burns and Councilmember Mia, or my bad, Mayor Mia, I hope that, you know, be an ally in that. So I just want to make sure that we are acknowledging the historical racial undertones in this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, followed by Mary Shaw-Corin.
Yes, good evening. I was a teacher at Soledad Prison, as I mentioned, for 20 years. I've been a union representative, a steward. I helped negotiate the contract for all the teachers and all the state agencies across the state and helped govern the biggest local in the United States, which was SEIU Local 1000, ran for president, as a matter of fact, of SEIU Local 1000. I've been a school board member at the Aromas Anzar School Board. And in all these bodies, we understood that there were profound differences of opinions about where these organizations were going. And those differences were fought out in elections. That's where we had our differences. We certainly debated them and it got very heated and we even called each other names, I can tell you, in these meetings. There was a lot of name calling. All you have to do is know that that actually is part of democracy. We're not supposed to be so thin-skinned that we can't handle that kind of thing. Have you ever watched the British Parliament? Got on there and watched what those people say to each other, where we got our original ideas of how we govern. So this idea that somehow you're going to silence those who oppose you or silence those who frankly point out that they think you are wrong, you are immoral, or you are stupid by using the hammer of punishment, punishing them financially or punishing their community. I think it's just ridiculous. I think it won't hold up in court. I certainly, if you do pass this, I'll certainly use the contacts I have to reach people I know in the American Civil Liberties Union I would ask that everybody in this community join a lawsuit against this council to sue you for essentially inhibiting the right of an elected representative to represent his constituency. And I think he is representing his constituency. His constituency may see things very differently than some of your other constituencies. And that's the way, and if he doesn't, then I guess he'll probably lose an election, you know, if they think he isn't representing them. And that's where the battle should lie. But this idea of punishing people, I think it's ridiculous, and I think you need to grow up.
The next public speaker is Mary Shawthorne, followed by Bridget Thorpe.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As I listened to the description of the process for determining whether someone has violated the code of conduct, I think it's subject to abuse. I mean, it is very possible, even though it requires 4/5, those 4 people could decide to, quote, bully someone. I don't think that you're immune from that. The other thing I wanted to point out is that I find this very hypocritical. I pointed out this before, but I think it's really appropriate to point out right now that Mayor Mia Casey, when you were a citizen standing here at this podium, and you felt that, I'm not sure exactly all the people, the mayor at the time, Ignacio Velasquez, had violated your freedom of speech. You had contacted the First Amendment Coalition, a nonprofit that defended you. And you also went to the DA. This is what I read in the Bonito link. And you claim that your free speech was violated. I feel that to a great extent, Councilman Resendez is really exercising his free speech. And I think that even if you disagree with him, you need to respect that. Just as you demanded that former Mayor Velasquez respect your free speech rights, which was legitimate, and you got the First Amendment Coalition to defend your rights. I think that at this point, maybe the First Amendment Coalition should be defending Councilman Resendez's right to speak on behalf of his constituents, who are primarily Latino. And I think that, as someone said, there are undertones of racism here. I think it's pretty blatant to me. I don't think it's undertone. I think it's very racist what you're doing. And I think that you will hear a lot of repercussions from the Latino community if you continue down this path. As other people have already pointed out, no other city is doing this for probably a good reason. Why are you doing this? It's pretty outlandish. You're wasting a lot of valuable time of your citizens here. You could be doing other productive things, addressing the problem with infrastructure, the problem with overdevelopment. I think there's much better use of your time. And I really suggest that you abandon this effort to do what I consider cruel and unusual punishment that no other city is doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Bridget Thorpe, to be followed by Maureen Nelson.
I'm Bridget Bowman Thorpe. I'm a resident of Hollister. I'm here in support of Roland Resendez. I'm very proud of him for standing up for his community, for his district. I think it's extraordinary, especially after seeing this treatment here of this council. It's quite appalling. Especially after the wastewater expansion that affected his district. It's just stunning how the disregard of the people here of this affected by this wastewater treatment expansion. And so I think what's happening here is just wrong in every way. And again, I want to say thank you, Roland, for standing up for your district and for your people who are affected by all this. And also say we need a moratorium on developments, no more developments, and no expansion on the sphere of influence. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Maureen Nelson, to be followed by Renee Bias.
Good evening again, and thank you. So as we speak and as we present our thoughts, we expect to be treated with respect, dignity, and attention. I don't see that up here. I see smirks, I see grimaces, I see hands. Please, you ask for our respect. We ask for your respect. We are here as citizens of this community to present to you, to let you hear us. This is our job, and it is your job to hear us and to show us that respect in us coming before you. So thank you for that. I'm here to support Roland. We talk about discretionary funds and you want to remove his discretionary funds. Well, what are the discretionary funds used for? What have the others on this panel used their discretionary funds for? I don't know. I'm just asking, just questioning. Roland used his discretionary funds to support the Latino community. They did the De los Muertos Festival. They are going to do the Los Pasados Festival. These are very dear and engaging festivities for that community. It brings them together. It brings them pride. It brings them community. It's very important. And you want to take away those funds that he's providing to the community to bring the community out, to make them aware of their neighbors, their friends, maybe people they don't even know, because we all rely upon each other within our community to protect us, to help us, and to let them know that we are there for them if they need help also. So it seems a little childish to be doing that. Then you talk about punishments, you talk about fines. There's nothing to fine. This is such unknown territory. It hasn't been breached by other communities. How do you begin to set fines? Are you going to set fines that are going to be standard for everybody? Or are you going to have a sliding scale? So if it's Roland, he might be at the upper end because he's so popular with all of us here. And if it's me up there, I might be at the lower end because maybe it's a good day for me. I don't know. If you're going to set standards, they need to be standards. They need to be for everybody. They need to be just. And they also need to be respectful and understanding, is he doing what he was elected to do, to serve his community, to represent his community? Now, there's ways of presenting ourselves. I know that I'm Italian and Irish. I get a little feisty. I get it. My husband's a Swede. He's very calm. We're very opposite. So sometimes I just need to learn to present myself a little differently. But I do deserve the respect, the honor, and the time to be heard. And so does Roland. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Renee Baez, followed by Nate Morris.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Casey, council members, and staff. I want to first thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Renee Baez. Roland, I am all for free speech. I'm all for voicing your opinion. But also believe in a code of conduct and a proper way of voicing your opinion and holding yourself to a certain standard. And so I am in support of staff recommendation and city council with those adjustments. But I do respect your voice, but there is a proper and a respectful way of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Nate Morris, to be followed by Donnie B.
Hi, my name is Nate Morris. I'm a Hollister resident in Roland's district. You know, Roland, he does a good job. He goes door to door and comes through our neighborhood. But I do believe in the code of conduct, Roland. And I think you need to hold yourself to a higher standard as you're here handling the city's business. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Donnie B, followed by David Beanie.
It's interesting that the vast majority of the speakers tonight have correctly read it as an attack on Roland Resendez, even though the nothing has been discussed specifically saying this is targeting Roland Resendez. We all know what it's about. Okay, so this is just another target to attack Roland Resendez. And the thing is, you're overplaying your hand. It's really, you guys must not be very good card players, because if you have one hand, you don't want to overplay it because you lose. Because that's the point. That's why there's a sign here that says Casey loves developers, because when I came in September for the first meeting, that's exactly how I found out, because of how aggressively attacking you were on Mr. Resendez for no reason, that there was something going on. And so that's exactly how that backlash started. And it's not just me, it's everyone knows it and can see it. Yes, of course, it's illegal to try to find someone from their own money for them just speaking politically on a board that they are elected to. Of course, that's illegal. And I guess last I want to end with is words of advice. And that is play some cards, learn how not to overplay your hand. Because if you have the advantage, you don't want to just overshoot your advantage and make it, well, or you could look at it this way. You're extremely transparent. And the more that you attack, the more that you clamp down, the more backlash and clear transparency is available to us. So you should be more discreet. You should be more, we all know it's an attack against Mr. Resendez because all of the, it's always been 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. So anyway, I guess the other last thing I want to say is, aside from being more discreet, I think I just lost it, but I don't remember what I was going to say. Anyway, Mr. Resendez, keep fighting. Just trying to remember if I can remember what I was going to say, but I'm not trying to waste your time, but it is obvious what you are doing. I guess that's all I can say. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The next public speaker is David Beanie, followed by Jose Rivera.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Casey, Vice Mayor Morales, and members of the council. My name is David Beanie, and I'm here representing the members of the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. Many of our 35,000 members live and work here in Hollister. We are your friends and neighbors. I'm here to tell you that our members want this city council to have an environment where good public servants volunteering their time can govern the city without fear of being called a liar from the dais, subjected to abusive conduct, accusations, or other bullying. This is a public venue. A meeting of the city council should be a place where people work to build consensus, not grandstand and foster disagreements in an effort to make themselves out a hero. City council should be a place where people can reasonably disagree without accusations, without name calling, without petty behavior. Adopting a code of conduct or a robust code of conduct will be a clear signal that divisive politics do not belong here. Adopting a code of conduct will be laying out a set of guidelines for those people who just can't seem to behave appropriately in public. Adopting a code of conduct shouldn't be necessary. However, it clearly is. Members of my organization that live and work in Hollister, and every Hollister resident, deserve a city council in which all council members behave respectfully even when they disagree. I urge this council to adopt the amended code of conduct and to enforce it so that we can focus on the business of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Jose Rivera, followed by Steve Belong.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jose Rivera. I represent over 90 members that live here in Hollister. Thank you to this new city council. They can actually have the first time a job here. And I supported the code of conduct. And it's very shameful to hear that you hide behind Latinos, try to represent us with this poor behavior. So I would recommend do not use our name, because that's a shame for myself to hear that we have somebody representing us with a low quality and respect to the rest of the people here. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Steve Belong, followed by R. Pica.
Good evening, esteemed mayor, city council members. I don't see this as an attack. I see this as a code of conduct that's going to bring professionalism and accountability to our elected officials. I see this as a way of transparency, and I'm all in support of the amended code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is R. Pika, followed by Jasmine Rosales.
Hello, Hollister City Council and denizens of Hollister, the small town turned big city overnight. My name again is Mr. Pache. Yeah. I'm here to support Roland. And I'd just like to say that I'd like to remind us all that, you know, censorship and fines, I mean, these are repugnant in a democracy. I know words matter and we should use decorum and comportment. Sometimes you got to shake things up a little bit, though, you know, it needs to happen every once in a while, you know, get people off their butts, get them off the couches, get them in here, right? We don't always see this many people in here. Secondly, it is important to get us all in here, but to find Roland, excuse me, Mr. Resendez, is akin to not paying down the principal only to increase the size of the wastewater treatment facility, saddling ratepayers with paying for the growth effectively vis-a-vis higher rates. How is that so? Well, we support Roland, whether we're Chicano, we're Latino, or whatever I am. I don't even know what I am at this point. I've got so much stuff going on genetically. But we're going to have to pay these fines, right? Through some sort of community activated community funding, GoFundMe. We're going to have to pay the fines, right? Like, we're not going to let Roland pay the fines. So please save us all the effort. Let's just keep communicating. I know things get a little bit crazy here, you know, because we're so passionate. We all care about what happens here. So please save us the trouble of doing the GoFundMe, paying the fines. Let's think about what I said earlier, though, right? It's important that you hear from your constituents, right? There are people that paid for campaigns. They're over there, way over there. And then there are the constituents, right? The people that really matter, the people that are going to live here when the developers are gone. We're the ones you're going to see at the grocery store. We're going to see Tim and Mia and Dolores and Rick and Roland and Carlos and David and Mary. We're going to see you all at the grocery store. Think about those people. Host an event, meet your people, talk to them, see what they think and what they have to say, and think happy thoughts. It's the time for miracles. It's Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Mr. Pache. The next public speaker is Jasmine Rosales, followed by Carly Robles.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. So hello, my name is Jasmine Castillo Rosales, and I'm a steering committee member of Hollister Guardians. Today, I'd like to speak up about the unjust decision to censure and now punish Roland for speaking up for his district. As citizens, we're taught that we have the freedom of speech. However, the actions of City Council regarding Councilman Resendez's censure are telling us otherwise. By censuring and fining Roland for fighting for his district, it shows us that the needs of our community do not matter to you. Not only are you considering fining him, but you are also considering taking away his discretionary funds that have been bringing our community together through arts and cultural events. We won't have cultural celebrations like the Dia de los Muertos event that took place at Veterans Hall on November 5th. Hollister Guardians was given the opportunity to table at the event, and we saw just how important these events are for our community. Don't take away our voice and the events that allow us to celebrate our community. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, followed by Carol Lenore.
Good evening. I want to thank and defend Roland. He's an amazing city council member. He sticks his neck out there to tell the whole truth. Unfortunately for me and Dolores, it seems the truth is too much to handle. I guess it hurts a lot. So the only thing they can do is punish him by basically taking away his free speech. But that's not the worst part now. Now the majority council wants to fine him and take away his discretionary fund. I think this is an absolute injustice, not just to him, but for all of Hollister. He had an amazing success when he put on a celebration for Day of the Dead. Hundreds of people from all over Hollister participated in that event and had a great time. He has had great ideas and he carries them out with success. If you take away his discretionary fund, you will be hurting all of Hollister. He won't be able to do amazing things like that anymore. I don't see any of you doing something like that where the community gets together to have a good time and learn about different cultures. What have the rest of you done with your discretionary fund? I don't know. Have you even done anything with it for your constituents? I've been to enough city council meetings to see how this is most likely going to play out. You will do all you can to silence Roland. You will probably fine him, strip him of his discretionary fund, and belittle him. But the truth is out there. I mean, it's really out there. I mean, everyone knows. Now, thanks to that great truth from mailer the whole county got. So you can take action against Roland tonight, but it won't take away the truth. Me and Dolores were put into office by developers, took money from them, and now cater to them. Thank you, Roland, for standing up to your bullies. Thank you for putting the people of Hollister first. Thank you for not taking money from developers. And thank you for being genuine, honest, and putting your constituents first always. I wanted to see if I got this right or not. So Dolores and Mia are the committee to decide what punishment Roland gets, even though they're saying that Roland is bullying them. That sounds very injustice to me. That doesn't seem right. And you talk about travel expenses, taking away his travel expenses. Mia and Dolores, you met your travel expenses after 3 months in office, and you decided to double them. So you have double your travel expenses and you want to take away his. That doesn't seem very fair either. And as someone stated before, someone said that Roland doesn't need to be made out to be a hero. He doesn't need to be made out to be a hero because he is a hero. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carol Lenore.
Yes, good evening. Real quick, I just wanted to say that one thing is for sure, the community has been calling out for more professional behavior at our meetings. That's everybody in the community. They want it to stop. So this is 2 sets of councils now that we've been struggling. It's been going on 6 years, too long. This measure here, this resolution is meant for all council members, not just geared to one council member. So this might benefit in the future. It doesn't mean it's just directed towards one council member. But really, you know, if you don't want to lose your discretionary funds, then follow the rules of the Code of Ethics. We've adopted them. Everybody agrees with them. But if you violate them, there has to be consequences. I put my trust in the council to do what's right and be fair, because I always want that, but the struggle's been going on too long and something has to be done because the community simply demands a more professional behavior at the meetings. And that goes for the public too. Thank you.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
All right, let's do some final deliberation. Councilmember Resendez.
Wow, that was a lot. Thank you so much for every one of you that came out here tonight to take part in your local governing process. It's super important. I've been a council member. I'm the oldest sitting council member here, the longest sitting council member here. I've never seen this many volunteers come to 8, 9 meetings back to back to back to back to speak so passionately on a number of issues. So thank you for coming. And also I want to welcome my friends from the building and construction trades to come out here tonight as well. I've never seen you guys here and I'm so happy that you decided to come out here and support Councilmember Morales tonight and myself and the entire governing process. So truth be told, there's a lot. I think that the public, when they come up here and they speak, they say it best, right? Enough is enough. Just because you don't like the way someone speaks, just because they don't speak or look like you or act like you, it doesn't mean that you can silence their voice. In fact, you should do the exact opposite of that and take some time to sit down and hear them out and hear out the concerns of the people that he is advocating for on their behalf. We're here today because this whole thing has been weaponized. And like one of the public speakers said, it's been played too hard. This is overreach. This is complete overreach. It is illegal, and it's only being done for one reason. It's a bias process. This is not a good policy. It's been abused, and it will continue to be abused for a number of reasons. Some of the comments that I've heard in the past, I think are very insulting to the public when they come out here, when they say you've been given misinformation. I'm in a doctorate degree program. Some of these people that I know of have master's degrees. And when you say that you're being provided misinformation, it's an insult to these people, to myself, that they are not. That's a nice way of saying you're not smart enough to know the truth. We're going to tell you the truth. After months of coming here, enough is enough of this nonsense. It's an insult to the public. And when you say it's just that group of town or Roland's constituents, that is not a true statement. These people are busy. They're working hard. They're not paid to come here. And yet they come here every night and they're working very, very hard to get the word out to the public. So please take the advice of your constituents and listen to them, because when it comes down to it, you're put in a leadership position now. The campaign's been over. When you're here and you're doing this type of governing, that's your legacy that you'll leave behind and you'll be remembered for. You're not acting in the service of the public at this point. Okay, so we've got lots of work to do. We've got roads to fix. We've got houses to stop building. If you don't like it, like they said, you have to have thick skin. Get out of politics, because I guarantee you that's what's going to come, and even more so moving forward, if you do not stop abusing the position you were put in by the people who elected you into office. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
I'm sorry, Mary, did you call on me?
Yes.
Thank you. Wow, where to begin? So I've been on council, wrapping up my third year. And one of the things I pressed the council before I got elected to council was to implement a code of conduct based on previous council's poor behavior. And it didn't move forward at that point, but after I came on council, we were able to essentially take the city of Belmont code of conduct and transform it into the city of Hollister code of conduct. And I will say during that period of time, Councilmember Resendez voted for it on all versions. And he is, I understand it, signed a document saying he would comply with it. But yet, before I got on council, Councilmember Resendez was censured one time. And since I've been on council, he's been reprimanded and censured a second time. So why do this? Well, apparently what we've got is broke, isn't working, and we need to make it more consequential when people violate it consistently. So let me ask the city manager if you'd please explain to people what the discretionary fund program is and how it is authorized, please.
Yes, so your council passed a policy back in June as really part of the budget process that allocated $50,000 for each council member and the mayor to provide discretionary funding to do projects that essentially aren't a gift of public funds. And so there's a list of eligible projects, but at the end of the day, you know, typical things that cities would do, not a direct benefit to someone. And so what happens is council can make a request and I will put that on the agenda, or sometimes it gets asked out at the end of the meeting. for an item to be placed on the agenda. That item then comes back with the proposal that has been made by the particular council member, and then it goes before you for a vote. If it's passed, then staff take that item and work to implement it like they would any other council item that's approved.
Thank you. So just for clarification, although I'm allocated $50,000, I don't have unilateral discretion to spend it without it qualifying and then meeting at least a simple majority of the council members. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, City Manager, for clarifying that. I think some just assumed automatically that you say it happens, but there's always a check and a balance, as I believe. And so this sounds like it's the Councilmember Resendez ordinance, and maybe we nickname it that, but the reality is it's got nothing to do completely with Councilmember Resendez. It has to do with all of us. And so if any of us were to violate it, we could all be potentially at risk for the consequences of it. And so, City Attorney, I've heard people say repetitively now that this is illegal. And yet I don't know that any of them actually hold a law degree. And so I presume if it was illegal, your guidance would tell us it's illegal and we should stop. Is that a fair assessment or comment?
That's a fair assessment and comment. And again, we've given a risk analysis to council. It's
Thank you.
attorney-client privileged.
Right. So my sense is there may be a risk, but there's certainly nothing that would say it's against the law to move forward and adopt this if it's the will of the council.
I know of no law that says that.
Thank you for clarifying that again. Somebody's opinion, but not necessarily factually accurate. So I think that this code would apply to everybody equally, and there are consequences. And if you want to risk the exposure to whatever the consequence is, at least you're being informed and you have the opportunity to stop your bad behavior. For Councilmember Resendez, I often align with him, but it's not what he says often. Unfortunately, it's how he says it. And I believe he loses credibility the more he repeats himself and he tries to stir up the emotion rather than have a factual pattern. It's been my experience that when people argue emotion, it's because they lack factual data to support their position and they're trying to cloud the issue. And so there's clearly a pattern here with one council member that goes on for more than one council, more than two, actually at least three councils that I'm aware of. And so I'm going to absolutely support this moving forward. I would like to suggest a few things, Mayor. I can either do it now or if you want to wrap it up on comments.
Why don't we go through the comments and then you're welcome to.
Thank you, Mayor.
Come back to it. You're done. Okay. Councilmember
Thank you.
Perez.
You see, where do I start? Just because you say something and you say that it's the truth doesn't mean it's the truth. So every time you keep repeating yourself that this is the truth, it's like, this is a lie. You talk about respect. Remember our first closed session? I'm not going to talk about what happened, but do you remember, Tim?
Quite clearly, thank you.
Yeah. So you know what? That speaks for itself. This has been a support for Roland. You guys aren't even talking about the ordinance itself. You're talking more about supporting Roland. You know what? This is for all of us. I get it too. You know what? Yeah. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
No, don't
If you need to talk,
please.
go ahead. You interrupt me all the time because you do
Please
this all the
don't
time.
direct the comments.
Just because he's.
Please don't
Okay.
interact with the.
Yeah.
comments.
But then can you ask them not to interact with us? See, that's the problem.
Okay.
Yeah. So and you know what? Look at his history. Oh my God. It's like twice, once before, once with us and a reprimand. And because he said he's going to turn this into a circus. Ta-da! We have a circus. And he's going to keep doing it because he said so. He's deliberately doing this. What else are we supposed to do to bring order to our meetings? What are we left with? We've tried everything else. Yeah. So I support this and moving forward.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you for all the comments. We know it's going to be a long meeting. So we tried to enforce the former code of conduct that he and former mayor, along with other council members, drafted. The unethical, bad behavior happened with Marty, with Carol Lenore, with Honor Spencer, who I took over as a special election. The behavior has only heightened. We had meetings where the public was chanting that he was orchestrating. We cannot hold city council business in this way. We have city business to conduct. It impairs our ability, the rest of the district's ability to move issues forward on behalf of our residents. We have behavior where people are bullied, followed, harassed, threatened, and people cannot function this way. Roland has provided many avenues where he could have corrected the behavior and chose not to. He called the developers or special interest, are the people that are in front of us here today, which are union members, working family members. That's who he's talking about when he's saying that, council members were funded by developers. He's talking about union members. That's who he's talking about. He's talking about you. There are several Bonito Link articles that talk about his behavior with Marty, with Carol, with Honor. There's Bonito Link articles where he's gotten into a physical altercation in front of Wells Fargo Bank. You can do the research yourself. You don't have to, listen to us. Do the research yourself. It's all documented. We are at a point where we've been told by this council member that he will disrupt all of our meetings. He will continue to bring, whether it's, Don Dump on San Benito, or whether it's pork, the people that orchestrated Q&R for no development. These are coordinated events, and those are the people that are supporting him today. On a lot of the issues that are faced with our city council, they do a lot of fear mongering and propaganda, like the flyer, like the expansion on the sewer, which is not what happened. Go back and listen to the city council meeting. Our community cannot be continuously torn by groups who are orchestrating communication to stop city business. In order for us to conduct business, we need to have a code of ethics that is enforceable. If you do not want to be held accountable, then do your job like any one of us would when we go to work. If you don't show up for work, then there's consequences. If you kill someone, there's consequences. There's consequences to everything we do in life. If you don't want the consequences, then don't engage in inappropriate behavior.
Thank you. It wasn't my, I didn't want to have to work on revising the code of ethics and conduct. It wasn't my idea of a good time. But we've had repeated disruptions bad enough to interrupt our city business and not allow us to continue meetings. And this is not a one-time thing. It's been going on for a while, as folks have mentioned. But the trouble for me is that I have, heard from Councilmember Resendez, who has said, I don't care what you do. I don't care if you censure me. I don't care if you remove me from committees. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. And it makes it difficult when someone tells you, I'm not going to respect the code of conduct. I'm not going to respect the council. I will call you names. I will make false statements about you. What are you supposed to do if they're not going to adhere to the, to the code? So it's kind of forced the hand to have to do some more severe sanctions. That's the only thing we can do if none of the sanctions in place matter to him. I also want to make sure that we do not forget discussing, Vice Mayor brought up the section 2.04.015, the representation of private interests. I do want to give direction on that, and I just don't want us to forget that in everything else that we may want to look at rescinding that. But I do have one other statement, because on 3 separate occasions, someone has mentioned, when I spoke and challenged the former mayor regarding freedom of speech. And there's a very different situation there. I was a member of the public. I was trying to talk. He told me I couldn't speak. That is censorship. That is silencing someone. That's not really what's happened here. And censuring someone is just us saying we do not agree with the behavior. We are kind of distancing ourselves from it. That's what a censure is. It's not censorship. And I don't know what else to say about it, except that we don't have a path forward if there's going to continue to be disruption at the meetings where we can't get to the business of the city. And for me, that's the most important thing. So I definitely support this. So Councilmember Burns, you wanted to say.
Madam Mayor, if we're going to give Councilmember Burns another opportunity to speak, I'd like to address some of these things that were said as well.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve with amendments.
Okay.
Attorney.
So hold on just 1 second. This is for direction to city staff regarding further amendments. This actually has to come back as a noticed hearing because it's going to be an ordinance amendment. So really what we need is consensus from council. And if you're going to proceed with the fine, we need the amount that you want in there so that we can bring back an ordinance and notice it correctly.
Before that, City Attorney, can I ask you a question? A lot of mistruths were spoken about me. One of the speakers said that they were going to try to belittle me. I'd like the opportunity to clear the air about some misinformation that was given about me. My understanding was that we were going to have another opportunity to speak because that's what the mayor had said. And now Councilmember Burns, trying to silence me, is saying no. I would like to speak, and I think everybody should get another bite at the apple, so to speak. That's what was agreed upon.
So under Rosenberg's rules of order, the mayor controls the format of the meeting. So it's going to be up to the mayor.
I appreciate everyone wanting to have further discussion. My concern is I don't want the back and forth. We've listened to a lot of comments already. And everyone's entitled to their comments. I don't think that we need to do back and forth. You're not telling the truth. You're telling the truth.
Well,
I don't see
I've
that
got
as that.
factual evidence to back up
I don't think we should continue. We're already
some of the lies
almost
that
at
were
9
told.
o'clock. And all we're doing at this point is
Okay.
giving direction. There'll be another hearing and, at that point, we can have further discussion. I think we need to address the fines and what we want to do with that. Is that what you were asking for?
Correct. Or any other modifications to the proposed amendments.
Well, definitely, with regard to the representation of private interests,
I'd like to speak on that.
that's fine. So my thought on that, and we can each speak to that if we like, is that it's in conflict with the Brown Act. I mean, the Brown Act states that an individual can have contact with a legislative body member and any other person is allowed. It's considered an exception, and it recognizes the right that you can confer with constituents, advocates, consultants, news reporters, local agencies, staff, or colleague. I mean, that's the Brown Act. So I don't think this section is valid, and I do think it ought to be rescinded. So that's my thought on that. Councilmember Resendez, did you want to speak to that section?
Sure. That's one thing that I can speak to. Thank you. So the reason that was put in there was to prevent city council members having private conversations behind closed doors to lobbyists and developers. Because if you're going to have a conversation with a lobbyist or a developer, that should be done in a public forum such as this. It should not be done behind closed doors. In fact, the law states that if you do have a conversation with a lobbyist or a developer, you have to disclose that at a public forum. Nobody has ever done that here, on the exception to maybe Councilmember Burns in the 3 years that we've been together. There is a problem with people giving these people campaign funds, having conversations about it, and breaking the law. It's not going to stop them from doing this. They're still going to do it, but at least we have a policy in place to prevent these illegalities from occurring. It should be done in a public forum. If you want to talk to developers and you want to talk to lobbyists, we have no, I think the policy says you can speak to constituents and you can even speak to a developer that has a project in your district. Is that not correct? Then why do we want to scrap it altogether when the mayor has the entire district so she can have these conversations, but she needs to disclose them in a public forum? Why do we want to talk to other developers out of other districts? It's not right. And that's why that was put in there. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to speak to that, but I want to confirm it's okay for me to voice my opinion on fines and things like that at this point to fine tune.
Why don't we do this first and then we've got to go to the fines so we can talk about
Okay.
that next.
So I'm going to continue to be a man of my word, I believe, and I voted for that part of the ordinance to stay intact. And it's worked for me. I do get contacted by people periodically, but only in my district. And I refer them to the city manager and the council at large to bring projects forward. And I do recall early in my council career, we would do a special meeting occasionally, and by occasionally, I think once or twice on a Saturday, where we would have the different prospective developers and their projects come in to a council to speak solely in a special meeting format on that. And for me, that works quite fine. And I'm 100% supportive of leaving the ordinance as it currently exists in that regard. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Press.
I don't know if I'm correct. Maybe you can help me, remind me, Tim. We only had one of those meetings, or was it two?
One or two.
Yeah, two tops. Okay, yeah, it's an idea that fell to the wayside again. You know, that created its own life, as you said, to use your terms. The I lost my point. The wind blew. Go ahead. I'm good.
Vice Mayor.
I think I would be fine if it were only developers, but special interest includes and lobbyists can include anyone like the Sierra Club, or it could include unions, or it could include anyone who you think is not appropriate. So I do not want to give up my right to talk to, to organizations that need to provide information on that directly impacts their livelihood. So if you want to say only developers outside of our jurisdiction, fine. But I want to be able to talk to union members or organizations that really need to talk about their, whatever they need, because we are here to represent people. And even though you call them special interest or lobbyists, they are residents and working families that uphold, our community. So I do not want to be prohibited from talking to people that work and live in my district because of who they work for.
I think that's a fair compromise, Councilmember Morales, 100%. Developers and lobbyists for developers. I agree with you. Thank you.
What I was going to say is what I remembered was that, you know what? Why are you guys so scared of developers? What's up with that? It's like, what, are you scared that they're going to change your mind? Seriously? If you're not strong enough, maybe we shouldn't be in politics if we're going to let a developer sway us for $250.
Mayor?
But
Okay.
So
we're heading a little off topic, right?
well, I don't think so.
No, you're good.
But and I'm sure we got a strong city attorney that will caution me kindly, please. And
get your numbers.
And so I would absolutely support Vice Mayor Morales's compromise on that for developers. I think we can live with that. I would also like to respond to Councilmember Perez's comment. No, I'm not afraid, but I absolutely think the best place for those conversations are in the public. And I would like to see us get back to what we originally did. And I'm willing to commit one Saturday a month, whatever it takes, to bring them on, because I think when you hear them in their totality, not just one project, but sometimes one piggybacks on another, or you get a better end result. And I'm willing to do it. I'm a big boy. And I'm more than able to hold my own. But I want to do it in the public forum. And so nobody will ever accuse me of taking anybody's money. And I don't want to have to deal with the accusation. I don't believe any of it's true. But at the end of the day, I'm willing to have these difficult conversations in front of a community and move it forward. So I would support Vice Mayor Morales's direction on this with the covenant that we do these more often, because Councilmember.
30 seconds,
You're
30 seconds.
No, I'm going,
Oh, wait,
no, you have to. wait.
No, 30-second comment, Madam Mayor,
So-
30-second
excuse me,
comment.
what I was saying is, oh, shoot.
Can we, let's let Councilmember Resendez do his.
Thank
30
you.
second
Can I be
comment,
done
and then-
first?
I'm
I
sorry.
know, it's got
Councilmember.
finished. That's what I'm saying.
Man.
Councilmember Burns,
Yeah,
please
so
finish.
no, I just want to bring back what we agreed to do at the beginning and do this monthly, quarterly, twice a year, whatever it is.
So
And
does present staff even know about that?
we turned over most of them, so I bet maybe our IT guy does, but anyway, because he was responsible for a lot of the work.
So
So,
Paul knows everything.
all right, Mayor, I'm gonna be
Stop.
quiet until
Go
I
ahead.
come back
All
to
right.
make some other requests. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez.
Just as a reminder, and we should probably remind all of the commissioners have to abide by this code of ethics as well. That means no conversations with developers or lobbyists for developers if you're on the planning commission, unless they're in your district. Thank you.
So I'd like to just add, I actually like the conversation. I think changing the language, and I would leave that to the city attorneys to figure it out, but I think we have consensus for that, I don't like the limitations
Neither do I.
that, talking about private interest and what does that mean? If we want to specify developers, I'm fine with that, but I do want to see those meetings. In our last council meeting, it became very obvious the benefit to council members being able to talk directly to a developer and say,
Yeah.
hey, could you maybe up that affordable housing? Councilmember Burns and Perez got 16 units as opposed to 8 units because they were willing to have that discussion, but we need to have those discussions. And I think it's impossible. We've had developers come in and give a 3-minute speech, and how can you even understand or be able to have those conversations? So I would support that, and having those, if it's a Saturday morning or whatever, meeting to actually be able to have good conversation and understand what a developer is doing and tell them what we want, so.
So
that's a
I
little
think that's
aside.
slightly separate from the ordinance.
is.
So the direction I heard though, or the consensus was that for section 2.04015, you just want to limit outside conversations outside of your districts to develop or to exclude developers and lobbyists for developers.
Correct.
Okay.
Are we going to take a roll call?
It's not a
Or,
vote, and
okay.
we have one more piece. We have to discuss the amounts for the fines. Does anyone want to have comment?
I'm
Councilmember
happy to
Burns.
lead. And
The code
so,
enforcement.
in addition to the fines, I'd like to see one of the alternatives, and the first alternative would be to turn the offending council member's microphone off, and maybe that will be a hint or a clue. I would like to see that that any future changes of the ordinance requires a supermajority, a 4/5 vote,
That's good.
period. I would like that in the event a council member does get fined, I would like to be really clearly defined that they're not entitled to city representation from legal, to ensure that they truly know that they're venturing out on their own. And I would like to suggest that we implement, consistent with the government code for general law municipalities, fines consistent with $100 for the first fine, $200 for the second, and $500 for the third and every subsequent during a 1-year period, beginning from the date of the first offense. And so that would be my recommendation to council. Thank you, Mayor.
Could I just, sorry, I didn't, the 4/5 vote, you wanted that to apply to all council code of conduct infractions or
Yes.
just the
Yes.
fines?
Oh, I'm sorry. I interrupted you.
The fines.
No, I think you answered my question.
Okay,
So-
thanks.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Wow. We're gonna get a legal opinion on this, are we not? Are you gonna weigh on if this is even constitutional? I'm hearing,
We will weigh in on this.
Yeah, so that'll
Not
be
in
at the next
public,
meeting.
But we will, and I'm not gonna weigh in on in public, but I'll give council a risk analysis regarding turning off a council member's microphone.
yeah. Thank you. One more question. What does it mean to chill a council member's speech? What does that mean? I've never heard that before.
That has to do with the First Amendment.
Oh, yeah, illegal, folks.
Councilmember Chris,
So it's
we're talking about the fines as our,
246. That's
Okay.
better than 5, 10, 15. That's why I go.
so you're saying 2, 4, 6, you're saying 1,
I'll raise you 100.
2, and 5, and Vice Mayor. 2, 4, 6. I don't really have.
I
an opinion
really
about it.
don't even know if it's going to do any good, but we got to try something.
All right, if we could keep the audience comments down, please. I don't really have an opinion as far as the fines, so, but we have to have a consensus, so. No, we're not making a motion. We're gonna give directions.
Madam
But
Mayor,
we don't
there,
have a consensus yet. We need a consensus. on the
246 what? That's a valid question.
Are you-
I'm confused.
200, 400, and 600, and yours was 100, 250, and 5?
No, 100, 200 for the second violation,
Okay.
500 for the third and subsequent during the remainder of the year, which I would tie to be consistent with the US or the state government code.
I would follow your direction on that. So we kind of, you're okay with going with that?
I'm fine modifying that. I'd like to just remove the turning off the mic for now. I don't even know if we can even implement that. And I support not having the entitled to a city representative. So I'm fine with that.
Mayor, one other thought.
Yes.
I actually, I would like, as it talks about discretionary funds, I believe that offending council members should suffer consequences, but I don't believe their district should. And the way the process happens now, the council member doesn't get to solely make that decision. They get to bring the conversation forward. But I would like to ensure in the future ordinance that the council district still has the opportunity to receive the funds. They just have to proceed through a different council member to bring that forward.
Yes.
It was mentioned in ad hoc committee or something like that, but I think it would just be something where any member of the committee or the community could just bring it to any of us.
So, I mean, that could happen now. I mean, any community member could.
Oh, he
approach
could.
any
It
council
absolutely could,
members.
but in
It's
this
not-
case, the council
it's not
member
tied to a
offending.
district.
Yeah, no, but the where it's tied to the district is because each of us gets $50,000 to spend to improve our district.
Mhm.
And in some instances, when I had money left over, I chose to invest it in other districts.
Gotcha.
And so, no, it's a citywide process that requires at least 3 of us to approve it. Having said that, though, in most instances, constituents will come to the council member that represents them. And I think the clear message moving forward needs to be, that's really not off the table. It's more of how the process happens, because I don't want to penalize the constituents throughout the city. And frankly, maybe if you wanted to even make it more direct, as mayor, you have constituents, I can't say that word, at large. And so that could also be part of the process to bring it to the mayor. And we
I
know
see
that
what
the
you're
mayor
saying.
flips every
Are you guys?
couple of years potentially.
Vice Mayor, did you have a comment about that?
So they have a lot of different ways. They can bring it to another council member, as many residents have come on public comment and asked the city council to consider something, and we've oftentimes put that on the agenda. And then they can always go through the mayor. So they have 3 different ways in terms of accessing resources, and I think that's more than enough.
I'm fine with that as long as it's a clear message, because based on the conversation tonight, was anything but clear from public speakers, when in fact, I think this council has a will to do well throughout the city, not to penalize the residents of our community. Thank you.
I would agree with that. I think that even though I know Councilmember Resendez has used discretionary funds, it's been for a citywide, not just necessarily his district. And I think that several of us have done that as well. So I'm okay with that. I think so. So did we cover everything on that? Did you give
Mayor,
me-
Fines, you still don't have consensus on the fines.
on the fines?
Mhm.
I thought we did.
On the
where-
amount, did you switch back to the?
I think we switched back to follow Councilmember Burns's recommendation on the fines.
Do you mind if we read back each of the items
Yes,
just for the
please.
clarity? So I heard consensus on forfeits, right? Heard the kill switch on a microphone that went away. That would be, we would have to invest anyway to even get to that. I heard stepping away from let me get clarity, the city representation on an offense. Councilmember Burns had asked for there to be no representation from city funded legal. I thought I heard it. Okay, so consensus. 100, 200, 500 and each and $500 for each subsequent offense from the year from the previous offense.
100 on the first offense, 200 on the second, and 500 for every offense thereafter for the remainder, or not, it's not on a calendar year, it's driven by the first offense. So if I am offended today and I got $100 fine, I offended tomorrow and I got 200, and I offend the day after and I get 500. So it would be for 362 days past that I would then be at risk of the $500 fine.
Okay. And we have consensus for that. And then finally, discretionary funds intact, but because of the process, the recommendation for a council member that has their funds removed, the other council members or the mayor could make a request out of that particular fund because we do budget per district. So I need to be clear with that request.
So you're not taking the funds from his district or her district. It's just, it would be there, but they could make the request generally if someone were to lose.
Well, I would need direction on that because when we bring the item, we say which account it is coming from.
So
We could easily still make the request that it come out of my account, even if I'm censured and I've had all my privileges revoked. It's money that is earmarked for my council district in that example. And so the mayor or the other council members could easily say, because of this money still needs to come out of that discretionary fund.
And then the council member that is under this action, are they able to make a recommendation?
No, not according to me.
That's what I want to see clarity on.
no.
Right.
Okay.
So I did have one other question about what was proposed.
And we have, just to confirm, I just see head nods. We have consensus on that? Okay, thank you.
Right. I did, in reading the draft, I didn't see anything that spoke to how long this process was invoked for. And so I think we need to really figure out, are my privileges suspended for a month, 6 months, 3 years? And to really figure that piece out as well, because I don't know that has to be indefinite, but maybe for a year to be consistent with the fine system would be my recommendation.
Or it would be until we get new people elected and overturn this policy.
Okay, out of
right?
order. It's not.
It's
All
a
right.
valid
So
question.
do we have consensus on that? Yes, we do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if the policy was to be overturned, that would be a decision of council. So did we get consensus on a time? 1 year, thank you.
But then I think we're good. We're consensus for all those things. So we're all, you know, we've got majority consensus.
Madam Mayor,
All right.
I think we need a
Give it-
break.
Okay, I was about to say,
Yeah.
thank you for, it's about 9:15. We need to take a recess, so it'll be about 5 minutes. Interest of time, we're going to resume our meeting. So if you could all sit down again, please. Okay. So I think we're going to continue with our item G2, which is an informational report on fiscal year 2023-24, quarter one, budget monitoring. Staff report. You look confused, David. Are we off?
Yes, I was looking, we had the F1 was the contract amendment for the Kimley Horn roadway. And then F2 was the ordinance for procurement policy. And then G1 was the amendments for code of conduct. So
Right.
We have not had F2
We have not done F2.
because that was not continued from the previous meeting. That was actually being reintroduced.
okay, great.
So we'll have to come back to that.
No problem.
So are you ready then with?
I certainly am.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much, David Marioni, City Manager. As we went through the budget process in the summer, we did talk about bringing quarterly updates to the council as part of the ongoing process. There was direction given to bring a quarterly and a mid-year, and so this is the first quarterly that we're bringing under this process. And so what we're doing today, giving you that update and then providing possible direction to staff. So first, I'd like to mention that we did publish after, once the council adopts the budget, we then take that, we take everything that's passed, we draft a budget book. And so I have a copy of that budget book here. We also have a copy for reference here at City Hall in our finance department. And then we do have a couple copies at the county library for folks to review there for the public. It is posted online as well. Under our administrative services page, and then under the transparency tab, we do have a link to that budget as well. So for the fiscal year 23-24, that is a July 1 through June 30th, 24 date. So the first quarter that we'll be discussing today is July, August, and September, and we usually refer to that as Q1. And so the way that the policies work, it requires staff to provide the quarterly budget monitoring report. First quarter was going to be November 6th. I apologize for not updating this slide. This was going to be at the last meeting. And then the second quarter report, which we would call the mid-year update, that'll come at the February 5th meeting. So we wanted to give just a little bit of background on the budgeting process. As we discussed at budget, this would be part of the process, some education for the public as well when we walk through this. So what we like to say is that budget monitoring is both an art and a science. We care equally about the what and the why. And so the what is how actual revenues and expenditures are trending against the adopted budget. And that's our year to date. So you'll see YTD throughout usually your budgets. And then the departments are analyzing the line items within the budget. And so we have had a quarterly review with each of the departments, their fiscal staff and their department heads. And that's something that we're doing each quarter with each of the departments and the finance staff. And then the why, the story behind the year-to-date actuals. So that's where we go through and we talk about variances and understanding why, and if we need to make amendments along the way. So just a quick example of that for the sake of time, the employees example. So if the city's budgeted $1 million for salary and benefits of 10 employees, how do we analyze the budget after 25% of the year has passed? So that's where we're going to look and say, okay, and we have 3 different examples. Do we have concerns if 250,000 are spent? No. 200,000? No. Or 300,000? Yes, we're trending above. Now, obviously, if we're trending much higher and we have the budgeted amount of positions, then that's something we would be concerned if we were trending too high. But that's something that we're going to look at each time. Now, the 2 trucks example that we wanted to put in here is if we had $100,000 for 2 trucks, call it 50,000 a piece, how do we analyze at the 25% mark of the year? So in all 3 examples, we could not be concerned, right? Because we may have only budgeted for that truck in example 3, or those 2 trucks, we bought them, we're done. That's fine, right? So just because a line item may be fully expended in 1 quarter isn't necessarily anything to raise alarm. If it were your salary line, that's something to really raise alarm. So it's all about the timing and how they trend with the annual budget. So now we'll talk about first quarter citywide summaries. So with the financial audits, our finance team has built a strong team in the finance department, and they are going through just about finished with the most outdated audit and are working currently on the 21-22 audit. Those are going simultaneously. And then the GAN limit, we did bring that forward as to be adopted at the budget hearings. So staff's conducting an analysis and we'll present it during the Q2 budget update. That's where we showed it at the budget hearing that we were, very close in the last few years on the actual limit, and that's aligned with Prop 13 and the spending that cities and counties are allowed to do. I would like to mention that capital projects actually, if they have a 10-year lifespan or greater, actually get pulled from that and don't count against your GAN limit. So we're feeling comfortable there, but we are going to give a full analysis as we come forward at the Q2. There's also calculations that we're in the process of reviewing and going through because of our service that we provide at the county level. We're actually providing services through the fire contract to the entire county. And so that does have an impact on the population factor in the GAN limit. We've heard multiple times, and we've been asked about our fee study. So we are working on that. Our goal is to be done in April. Those fees will be used as we build out the next fiscal year budget. That is the 24-25 budget. That's how we understand, based on the services we provide or the impact fees that we charge, how we would build our budget based on the economy and what we think we're going to bring in. So if we think it's going to be the same year and our fees went up by 1%, then we would take that into account, depending on what the fees are. For fiscal policy updates and training, we are looking at policies that we will be bringing forward. We have citywide procurement policy. That is something we're discussing tonight. CalCard policy updates, as well as travel and reimbursement policy updates. So as the direction we had received before was to go through and look at all of our fiscal policies, and that's something that we are doing throughout this process. A couple things that staff are looking at is exploring the use of a Section 115 trust. And so with that, that's how you can fund your long-term debt obligations, your unfunded pension liability, and your OPEB, which is your other post-employment benefits, typically your retiree health. And so those are items that are required to be funded, and we actually do actuarials on them each year. And so having a 115 trust, which is an IRS approved method, allows you to, through the budget process, actually put dollars aside that can go into that trust that can grow at a higher rate than your LAIF, which is your state program for your investments, but they are earmarked only for those particular functions. And so you can lean on those funds in different ways. You can do it to build up and build that reserve. And then when times are tough, those are opportunities that you can make a withdrawal and pay down those costs at the same time of not having to use your benefit line item in that particular year. So it's a good prudent way of planning for the future. and in growing those dollars at a more aggressive yet safe rate, and having a parachute when times are tough. It actually helps with your actuarials too. If you have a 115 trust, they actually look at your discount rate and give you a better discount rate, which lowers your overall exposure and actually is a financial benefit to the city. So that is something that we're exploring. In my last employment, we did roll a program out like this for both pension and OPEB. Currently working with our financial advisors to evaluate financial position and debt capacity. We've heard lots of comments about the sewer and the debts and those types of things. So getting a good handle on that and working with them, that's where we can look and look at the schedules and make sure that we're making the most beneficial financial recommendations to the city at budget time. Evaluating council requests, so downtown district sidewalks and street cleaning. So I've been in conversations with the Hollister Downtown Association to provide some options where they would work in concert with our team. And so they're in the process of getting a proposal back to us. So depending on where that goes, that's something I would probably bring back at a future date to work on, getting working together with them to, help us get all the litter and everything, work with the street sweeping team, go in concert with them and go on a more aggressive schedule. The downtown is swept every day as part of the route, but we do get, items that get on the sidewalk or, in corners or behind cars or maybe in a corner where a parklet is. So really working on try to improve that process. Litter and graffiti abatement team. So I have been working with our public works director and with the outfitting of one of his trucks, as well as the recent hiring of filling some of his vacancies. He is comfortable that we will be able to implement that without any future budget requests. Of course, we will try that and report back on that progress throughout the budget process. And then also looking at developing an RFP for state and federal lobbying services to help with the assistance of securing grant funding. And so that is something that we will be looking at in an effort to help increase the financial position of the city. Typically what we would have is as we apply for grants, you're usually passing the baton over to your state lobbyist or your federal lobbyist to work with those agencies that you're applying for funding for. The other piece too is getting updates on the legislative side, as we do currently with our city attorney, but also looking at not only helping to influence legislation and to look at a legislative platform for the council, but also to there's times where laws may be being worked on that although we don't have a opportunity to take a position to kill it, there's oftentimes taking a position to lessen the blow. And I know that we've had a lot of state changes along the way and federal changes. So that's always a good idea to have that. I have always worked with, especially on the grant side, having that 1-2 punch where they're working with you as you're applying for the grant and then really helping to shepherd it along the way in Sacramento typically.
About that, I thought we did ask for a lobbyist, a state and federal lobbyist. Am I not correct in that? Does anybody remember up here? Councilmember Burns? I think we did a while ago. So it might have just been Perez, Burns, and myself. Maybe just double check on that.
Okay, that'd be great.
I could have sworn that we did that.
Okay. And then we do on our council list, we do have a request for information from Councilmember Burns had asked for the status of filling the building official and the building inspector. We did fill the building official role, so we have a city building official now, and we're looking to swap. We'll bring that forward. It's not something you can do outside of budget to swap the building inspector for a senior budget inspector. It's a small change in dollar amount, but what it does is it allows them to do both residential and commercial inspections. So currently the way it's written, our building inspector, if we ran to fill it, would not be able to inspect commercial property. So our general fund revenue highlights. So overall, I wanted to just give an overall update. What we have is the table on the left is last fiscal year and the Q1 revenues received versus the adopted budget, and then this year's adopted budget versus revenues received. And so this is one of the items where we mentioned, you know, the art and the science. And so although we wanted to make a note that although Q1 is 25% of the year, Q1 revenues do not historically track proportionately. Notably, those Q1 actuals where only 11% of the revenues received in Q1. So we're scheduled to receive several $1 million in property tax revenues that are collected by the county, then transferred to the city. And so far, those have not hit our accounts, and that's standard based on the timing of property tax. So Q1 is always going to be a very light quarter, just based on the timing, and then when you're recognizing the revenue. So overall, we are trending at just shy of $8 million on general fund revenue. So here we have it broken down by the categories that are within our budget, which are taxes, other charges for service, intergovernmental, license and permits, franchise, fines and forfeitures, and then use of assets. So again, we're at about 19% of revenue received. We did have a question at the last meeting about cannabis revenues coming in. So this year, our budget is at $880,000. We've received just over $250,000 this year in our revenues. And so the revenues in the previous fiscal years, last year was $637,000. The year prior was $983,000. And then the year before that was $973,000. So general fund revenue highlights, sales tax. So our year-to-date actuals are trending on budget. So we do have a consultant that we use for all of our sales tax tracking and TOT tracking and auditing. They're projecting a flat economy for sales tax in 23-24, and staff would agree with that. We are taking a very conservative approach. There's always mixed signals of whether there's going to be a recession or not. Your financial staff will always take a conservative approach when planning. We have to plan for the long term. We're a forever business, I like to say, so we're going to always keep that in mind when we are budgeting. For transient occupancy tax, your TOT, that's actually trending above budget. But as the council knows, we did bring a new hotel online that's participating in our TOT program. And so those revenues are just now starting to hit because of the timing of the quarter.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. Were we not looking at increasing the TOT as well? I thought that was a request that we wanted to put on the ballot.
So that item will be coming forward. Jennifer, is it the 4th?
No, that item was going to come forward based on our conversations with Best and Krieger. They said to bring forward the ballot measure in the spring of the year. So April, May was their recommendation, and it would be on the ballot for November 2024.
Very well, thanks.
And that was going from 8% to 12%. So for general fund expenditures, we are trending at 21%. For personnel, we are at 21%. Services and supplies, we're at 30%. Contractual at 12%, and then our capital costs are at 22%. So,
Councilman Burns, you have
yes,
a question.
please.
Thank you. City manager, do these numbers also reflect overtime? I know in the past, there's been this concern about the fire department specifically exceeding their budget allocation for overtime. And so how does the overtime factor into these numbers?
So the overtime would factor in on all salaries related to staff that are funded by the general fund, which the fire department is. You do have some departments that may be, your airport staff, your enterprise fund staff, your water, your utilities. And so depending on what their splits are, they may be time studying against the overall city budget. But as for fire, which is a general fund department, that would be included with this.
So what I'm hearing you say is you have no concerns at this time about overtime expenditures?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
So overall, and this is something I want to point out. So this is the all departments across all funds. And so that's where we had our $98.8 million budget with $28 million in actuals. And here's something I wanted to point out is that in our non-departmental, which is the fifth item from the bottom, you'll notice we're budgeted at 17 million and we have an actual of 15 million. Okay, so what that is basically a transfer in, and I have a note down on the bottom where we transferred 13.8 from Fund 216, which is a COG fund, into Measure G, because we want to make sure that those funds are, although they're both for transportation, there's nothing wrong with having additional funds that make each of those pots clearer. So what you would see on the other side would be a revenue on the other side, right? Of the fund of the Measure G side receiving the dollars. So although it shows as an expense, that's just because you're doing a transfer. So it's it's a plus and a minus on one side. So when I pull that dollar amount out, we're actually at 14% overall for the year. Yes.
What was the amount that we got from specifically from COG or Measure G?
So what we did is we went back in and could identify 13.8 million of Measure G that was in the COG fund that we moved and transferred over. So with that, that concludes the Q1 check-in. I would say overall, we're trending right where we had planned with budget. We continue to monitor it. Staff have been working diligently with all of the departments and will continue to do so and continue to report back.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Burns, I take it you have a question.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So, from a percentage standpoint, how many or what percentage of positions allocated are vacant?
So we're in the process of calculating that out. I would say roughly, if I had to estimate without looking at it right now, we're at about 15 to 18%.
And thanks. And so as you move forward to calculate that, would you please let us know how that ranks within the region? My sense is that feels big, but my guess is that's probably consistent with other jurisdictions. And the question in relation to budget is, often I know vacant positions lead to salary savings until the position's filled. And I did not see you speak about that. Do we know how much money we have saved by not filling these positions? Because we certainly know there are consequences to the vacant positions.
Yeah, I don't have that number in front of me for the presentation, but it is, it's considerable each quarter.
Right.
We have made some strides to fill positions.
No,
so
absolutely.
it'll start to hit. But.
Yeah, I mean, we know the PD just added 4 new officers. Congratulations, Chief. Congratulations, City. And we just heard you talk about a building official that this council's been pushing for years now. So congratulations on that. But what is done with the cost savings from the vacant positions? How does that factor in? Where's that number in here?
So what that will do is what we would do at this point, it's a little early, but it would go into your projected fund balance savings for the end of the year. So what you're doing is you're looking at your fund balance, which think of it as a reserve. Some cities have a defined reserve plus fund balance savings. So think of, you start the year, we have X amount in fund balance, and then anything that we don't spend along the year, at the end of the year, that would go into your fund balance. That's a number we use when we are budgeting for the next year. So when we brought the budget forward in June, it had roughly $2 million of fund balance to balance that budget, which is pretty typical. So.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the budget? Can we get public comment? Is there any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay. Any further discussion or are we ready to move on? Councilmember Resendez.
Do we have a copy of that slideshow presentation?
Yeah, we can get a copy.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other discussion?
Not discussion. I just want to thank staff for all their diligent work.
Yeah, and the finance department has done a great job, as have the departments. We've been really digging in, and especially with so many of us being new, they've been very patient with our questions and learning their budgets and learning their timing and learning, you know, the cadence of their spending. So I just like to thank everybody involved.
Thank you for that. All right, next item 3, an update on 2024 Hollister Motorcycle Rally.
Okay, so thank you. I don't have a formal presentation. I just wanted to do a check-in. We had received a request from, I believe, Councilmember Burns to ask for a report out. I can give an update and then pass it to the chief to provide an update as well. So we have been working diligently. We have met with the rally promoter a few times, have chatted with that individual. The way the contract works is technically there's a year left on the term. It does, in consulting with the city attorney and the promoter, would probably want to revise that agreement. It's a little unclear on some timing and costs. It's very specific for part, and then there's some areas where we would like some clarification, as does the promoter. We have worked with our insurance company. We're all part of Ambasia, which is a joint powers group that provides our insurance. So they, I believe it was mentioned last year that, they're not interested in us covering workers' comp other than paying a fully burdened rate for the officers that would be providing a security to the event, which is, I think, is fair. What we're looking at is, we'd pay that full burden rate, and with an administrative rate of 10%, which is a de minimis rate that you typically would reimburse the agency that is providing the help. We are also looking to finalize the agreement with the other agencies that we have, so we can put a package together. We've got a flyer whipped up with all of the commitments and the times and everything, and then the agreement that those agencies would need to sign, which would outline everything. We do have a few agencies that are interested so far. Chief will talk about that. We have had a handful of no's. We did have a meeting with the sheriff's office. So our elected sheriff is supportive of the event and is on board and is working to connect with different sheriff offices throughout California as well. And so has been helpful, as well as offering to provide support, from their agency locally as well. So I'd like to pass it over to the chief to provide just a quick update on his side.
Yes, thank you. I've reached out, I've attended a couple of meetings and events where I've reached out to other local police departments. I've spoken with representatives from Merced, Monterey, Santa Cruz, Watsonville, Marina, Seaside, Soledad, and Kingsburg was an agency that usually helped us every time we had a rally. And the consensus is most of them are advising that they're understaffed at this time and they wouldn't be able to provide any assistance, especially on a holiday weekend, that they need their staff there. There are a few who advised they would, the most I got from them was maybe one or two, persons from there. So we did have a productive meeting with the sheriff where he advised he was going to reach out to the different sheriffs in the state, and he was going to provide some information for us as far as how much the sheriffs in our state could help us out for that. But other than that, I think Monica's completing the flyer, if it's not complete already. And the goal is to send that out to all the police departments in the state again, and see if there's any interest. And we need to, one of the things I did want to mention, that of the agencies that have helped us in the past, when I mentioned that we were no longer provide the workman's comp coverage of their officer, they told me that was a concern. And years and years ago, we added that for that reason because we weren't getting enough people. So we haven't told them about the 10% admin cost. That's a new thing. So that'll be in the flyer. And we're hoping that we can get some interest before I think the rally promoter gave us a date that he needs to know by. And I think that we can get the flyer out and maybe come back, get some information within a few weeks.
All right, do we have questions from Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. Thank you for that report. So let's look at the original agreement. What was the commitment on our part and on the part of the Mr. Burke? I don't even know what to call him.
Yeah,
the organizer.
Yeah,
Randy
with Road Shows Inc.
Mhm.
So it's basically it'll continue for 5 years through 2024.
Okay.
Was the term. And if I look essentially, and this is where we want to look at like financial arrangements, they're specific to only the 2020 year. So that's something where we were a little confused at how we could do that. So, and he had the same questions. And so in 2020, basically, the promoter shall be responsible for the payment of all municipal services fees to the city of Hollister in the amount of $130,000 with 3 payment points in May, June, and July of $45,000, $45,000, and $40,000.
Okay, we made that commitment in 2020, I would assume.
Yeah, well, 2019 for the 2020 round.
2019 for 2020. And since we made that commitment, how many rallies have we had?
I wasn't on the, I wasn't the city manager, but I'm not aware that there was a sponsored one. I know we had folks in town, but under this contract, I don't believe we've had it.
Okay, so none.
Yeah.
After the pandemic, so after the pandemic subsided and we thought it was safe to start having public events, do you remember what year that was or not?
I would assume it was 2022.
2022. And what was the rationale? What was the reason that we didn't have a rally in 2022?
Chief, I'm going to look to you for that question. It's before my time with the city.
Yes, I think it's the same reason we have now, that we have agencies who are not willing to assist us anymore.
Okay. And before that, before the agreement with Mr. Burke, this recent agreement, do you remember? I know you weren't the chief at that time, but
No, I don't remember the exact reason for that before that.
okay. I do remember, I think one of them was the same reason. And then before that, it was because of the workman's comp issue. When we're talking about other agencies, I'm assuming you're talking about CDC?
We're talking about police departments in the state of California.
The one that's not willing to come out here anymore. Is that California Department of Corrections?
No, that's the corrections department. I'm talking about police departments.
And
police
have we
officers.
contacted the California Department of Corrections to see if they can come out here?
They have been willing to come out here. There's new people there, so it's part of the reaching out to them, but they are not police officers. They're correctional officers.
But they've done the rally before.
Yes, we have done the rallies before, and there's been, yes, they have done the rally before, as well as probation departments.
Okay. So that would be my suggestion. If it's a matter of staffing, then we need to advocate very, very hard to ensure that we get staff there and that we hold this longstanding tradition for the people of Hollister and stopping it, so to speak. I feel like every year it's the same thing and we even put it on the ballot, and every year is going to hurt us even more. This is who we are as a community. Our constituents are asking for it. It's been put on the ballot, yet we can't get the support of the council to direct staff to hold the event every single year since before the pandemic. And I've always been a fierce advocate for having the rally, and I'm going to ask the same thing. I will say thank you for bringing it back early enough to have the conversation, but I am very, very much going to be a pessimistic about whether or not we're going to have the rally again, because it fails each and every single time when we get to that point. But I do appreciate you bringing it now But I don't think it's going to happen. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I won't be quite as pessimistic, but one of the questions that I've raised consistently would be, and I've heard how this is a great way for the community to promote itself, and it brings great financial returns to the community. I've heard a lot of speculation about that. I have never seen real numbers. And one of the things I've been asking for, and maybe it can't happen unless this rally happens, but I would like to know how many hundreds, thousands, millions of dollars are generated regionally and right here from this event. And I believe that we had conversations with economic development, and I was told that either they or the chamber could actually do this. I mean, this is science. It's, you know, science and math. It's not rocket science. And it would be helpful to know the cost versus the reward. And while I want to align with Councilmember Resendez, I'm never going to question the public safety experts on whether or not they believe we have adequate staffing. They'll never be able to guarantee for us that they can provide a safe rally, but I'm going to err on the side of caution and the subject matter experts because it's way beyond my skill set and knowledge. And so thank you for bringing this forward as I requested. I do want to be out in front of this. If it's gonna go, we want to promote it, and if it's not going to go, we want to silence it earlier than typically. And this is the earliest I can remember it really gaining some good momentum. And Chief, thank you for what you've done so far. I know that it's easy for us to sit up here and ask for it. There's a whole different conversation to try and go out and see what the interests are. And so thank you for your efforts as well. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
I want to thank the police chief for putting out such an effort, and all of staff. I personally, unless we have sufficient security, will not vote yes for this, because more than important than a rally is your life. And you know what, in Gilroy, when that happened, if they wouldn't have had enough police officers response to what happened, how many more people would have been injured or died?
Vice Mayor.
Just I think once the flyer is completed, if I can get a copy of it, I'm happy to facilitate conversations with law enforcement agencies.
Thank you. We should have the whole package that's actually able to be sent, not only the flyer, but with the documents that would be required as well.
I also wanted to finish up with that. I'm not against the biker rally, the independence rally, whatever you want to call it. I like it. It's good. But safety is more important than anything.
I agree with most everybody up here. I really do want to say thank you to Chief and to City Manager. I do think getting in front of this, and this is the most proactive I've seen, and you know, planning ahead. You know, we're usually behind the gun, and now I feel like we're at least planning ahead. For me, the unfortunate thing is, and this is always going to be an issue when you have something on the 4th of July, police officers are very busy, as are fire departments and others. So that's one of the hard things about getting staff. So I appreciate all the efforts, and looking forward to getting that flyer out. I mean, if we can do it safely, I'm in support of it, but if we can't, I can't support it. So that's just my take. Sorry, Councilmember Resendez, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering what are the next steps, and can we get data as to, like, real data as to how many agencies we've reached out to in the past and now, and but like, I don't want this to fall off, so to speak. When can we have it back, and when can we have that data to track?
Could probably bring it back in at the beginning of the next year.
Perfect.
Yeah, and staff have been working on it. I mean, Mary and I have had meetings with the insurance company and with the promoter, and are working on that. So, and Chief has been doing a great job working on his side. So we heard you, and we've been moving on it. So we appreciate it.
Also, thank you, Sheriff Taylor.
Yes, please. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, well, I think we've deliberated already, unless anyone has anything else to add. And I did want to get the consensus of council since we're after 10 o'clock now. Are we willing to continue? Yes? Okay. All right. Moving on. Okay, give me a minute to figure out where we're at. I think that was all the advanced items. So now we're going to go back to the consent agenda. Hopefully we don't have to do this again. So do any members of the council have any brief questions or comments regarding the consent agenda? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull and have a staff presentation on item A8. A8, please.
Okay, anything else?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I believe we were gonna ask for the minutes to be corrected for the last council meeting, Councilmember Burns.
That's true.
So the correction is city clerk on the item of affordable housing being brought up from 5 to 10. I seconded, but then I voted against it. And it states that I voted for it.
So that would be under F1, page 9 of 17.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make that change.
Okay, so can I get then, oh, I'm sorry, do we have public comment on the consent agenda?
There are no public comments for any of the consent agenda items.
Then can I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of item A8?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, let's move to item A8, which is resolution 2023-234. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the city manager to sign an agreement with Pinnacle Training Systems for worksite wellness services for police and fire department staff. City manager.
Yes, thank you. So you may recall this item was on our last agenda. This is an item that I had requested to be pulled. I wanted to make the recommendation to also include the fire department in the services that this group provides. I'm going to now pass it over to Chief Reynoso to talk about the services that are rendered under this contract that will be made available to our public safety staff. Chief.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This agreement is with Pinnacle Training Systems. It's a company that we've contracted with before. This is before COVID. They provide a variety of health screening and services designed for wellness. They provide height and weight screening, body composition testing, blood pressure screening, cardiovascular risk panels, EKG monitoring. They do actually stress EKG at the police department. We've done it on the treadmill. And what they do is they give everyone a baseline of where they're at, and then they have follow-up. They guide each person with an exercise regimen condition custom for that individual. They're available for other types of health issues and counseling. And one of the things that we did this before, and it was supposed to be follow-up, but then COVID happened. And we wanted to do this again. A lot of the staff thought this was a very positive thing. This company does this throughout the state with other police departments, and they've had a really good record. And they've had instances where people go through this and realize that there's something direly wrong with them, and they've gone to the doctor and got something ahead of time. This is a way to find out if something is happening that they're not even aware of. And as City Manager Maroney mentioned, he asked why can't the fire department participate in this, and there's absolutely no reason why they cannot. Pinnacles does this for fire departments as well. So the only change in this from the prior when we pulled it is adding for the fire department too to participate in this.
Do we have questions, Councilman Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So Chief, does this, I've heard police and I've heard fire. Does this include, as part of police, does it include your clerical team? Does it include your CSOs, your animal control folks?
Yes.
Pretty much everybody at the PD?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I support this 100% plus, but what I'm wondering is, why don't we do this from the top down to give the city manager down to our newest full-time employee the opportunity to do this? It just makes too much sense in my mind not to, and it's voluntary.
You're correct.
And so I want to support it. I want to make a motion for it with the council consideration citywide, as long as the provider is willing to provide it if we're willing to pay for it.
Yeah, we could certainly look at it. It's on a per person basis, so we
Right.
can evaluate it as we roll it out and see if it's working for the folks in those departments. And then look to explore it in the short future.
Well, and if I may add, we added this item for our budget under wellness. So we did budget for this item. I'm not sure if the other departments have budgeted for it, but I'm sure the company is willing to do the entire city if asked to.
Well, I'm sure there are people in wastewater treatment that are stressed, and public works for sure, because we squeeze them regularly, and so, yeah, I think citywide would be my recommendation, city manager, mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Resendez, you have your hand up.
Can we get I'm just making a joke. Sorry.
Okay. Any other questions or? No? All right, do we have public comment on this item?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
All right, so, yes, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to his idea. I just think that we have to talk numbers. So my recommendation would be to continue it to a date certain and have it come back with some real numbers. But we should probably adopt this and then give direction to bring it back to consider it for staff would probably be the most
Yeah,
appropriate thing.
I wasn't clear, but that's basically what I was.
Okay, thanks.
So
Are
then,
you making a motion?
I think they're just looking for direction. I'm so lost, sorry.
So it's a motion to
All right.
approve the contract, and then we can have additional direction to explore
I
it
am
on a
making a
citywide.
motion.
okay, motion to approve. Do I have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on. Okay, we're gonna move to a public hearing. This is resolution number 2023-235, a resolution of the City Council of Hollister denying an appeal filed by Natmar LP and upholding the decision of the Planning Commission's denial of vesting tentative map and density bonus for a single-family residential development, which includes two options. Option A is vesting tentative map and a density bonus for 22-lot single-family residential subdivision with 1 lot reserved for a future childcare facility, and option B is a vesting tentative map and density bonus for a 22-lot single-family subdivision located at Cienega Road and Promise Way. Staff report.
Good evening. The item before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny a residential project within the city. The project was proposed to be located at Cienega Road and Promise Way on a site that's a little bit over 2 acres. It's currently surrounded by some single family, some residential, and as you can kind of see from the map above you, the city limit line does kind of skirt around the property. To give you a little bit of background, but there is much more in your staff report. The applicant did apply for this application in July of 2022. And then, as staff always does when an application is received, is that we route it to all the departments within the city. So fire, police, engineering, building, so that we can get comments on the proposal. Once that comment period was over, staff then sent an incomplete letter to the applicant. It included some information that needed to be prepared and presented, as well as noting some design comments on the project. There was a second incomplete letter sent after a submittal in September. And then on June 8th, the staff then transmitted some comments from the fire marshal depicting the non-compliance of the project with the fire code. Based on that, once the project was deemed complete on June 8th, the Subdivision Map Act then requires the city to move forward with the project. We made a CEQA determination on August 4th, in which we determined that CEQA would be required for this type of project because there were concerns due to life safety. And then we also offered the applicant the opportunity to request an extension of the project or review of the project in case they wanted to make some design changes to their project. A request was not received to continue the project. The applicant did contact Recology again, asking them to reconsider their decision on the project, which I'll go over in a little bit more detail. And on August 15th, after the applicant requested a second review of the project, Recology actually sent a memo to the city saying that they would not serve the project at all. Again, on August 30th, another letter was sent by staff listing all the areas of concern of the project, letting them know again that they could request an extension. Another follow-up letter was sent, and then based on that, we had to move the project forward to comply with the requirements of the Subdivision Map Act. And the Planning Commission then denied the project on September 14th. The Planning Commission meeting was noticed and held in accordance with the Brown Act. Staff did prepare a staff report which analyzed all the items or components of the project. An email was sent to the applicant, or it was sent from the applicant to the Planning Commission prior to the meeting. Staff discussed the project. The fire marshal also spoke and made a presentation at the project. The Planning Commission opened the public hearing, allowed for public comments, and then ultimately decided to deny the project. Following that, the applicant then did file the appeal. So that's why the matter is before you tonight. The staff report goes over kind of point by point the appeals, but I thought it would be easier in this case if we just kind of went over the components of the project where staff had concerns and where the Planning Commission agreed with us. One area of concern was the density bonus. The applicant did apply for a density bonus, and he was proposing 1 unit restricted to very low income. Because of that, he did qualify for density bonus, and he was asking for a waiver of development standards, and they were setbacks and lot coverage. He also actually requested a density bonus to increase the number of units on the site, and that was in compliance with the law. Based on comments received several times from staff, the applicant decided to submit 2 options for staff to review, option A and option B. Option A was their preferred option. So option B is this option before you. It's 22 single family lots, and it actually does comply with the density bonus law. The map, however, does not. So that is why that density bonus could not be approved. You can't approve the density bonus without the map because you have to have a project to go with. As far as option A goes, all the way to the right of the screen where you can see that parcel, in option B, some of the lot sizes get larger. The parcel all the way to the right, that kind of standalone parcel became a larger single family lot. And in this is their preferred option. And on that smaller lot all the way to the side is for a childcare facility. In multiple letters, staff notified the applicant that our zoning ordinance requires a site and architectural review when there is a density bonus for a childcare facility. And there are several reasons for that. The applicant was requesting the city to pay annexation fees for the entire subdivision. So that is a fund that the city would have to pay to the county. And the density bonus laws are also very specific on the type of density bonus that can be granted for childcare facilities. One is you can have a density bonus greater or equal to the size of the actual facility, or you can request a incentive such as the financial incentive that contributes significantly to the economic feasibility of the construction of the facility. What staff told the applicant is that not only does our code require it, but we need the plans to, first of all, make sure that a facility could be built on the site that meets the requirements of our code for parking, loading, landscaping, and that so that the city council could determine that the fee that they were requesting would be warranted based on the type of facility that they're providing. The second item of concern with the project was garbage services. During the first review of the project, Recology determined that they would not be able to provide service into the development. So that would mean that everyone had to place their cans from the interior portion onto Cienega Road. Since the beginning of this project, staff has identified that that was a significant concern. There's a number of reasons why. One is that there is the potential for 66 to 198 trash cans for this development. That is a lot of cans on Cienega Road. it would require everyone to perfectly place their cans on Cienega with a perfect distance between each can to not impact the surrounding neighborhood. And even then, it is very tight and unlikely to fit. But there's the potential that cans are now in front of someone else's property, or they go across the street, or someone's walking across the street. And so staff identified that as a significant concern. The police department also raised concerns about enforcing a 24-hour no parking zone on Cienega, because we would have to require no parking during the period for can placement and can pickup. And what happens if someone doesn't move their car? And what happens if someone doesn't take in their trash can later? It's also quite a distance for the elderly. If you live on one of those further back roads and you're taking 3 trash cans down to Cienega Road and trying to secure a spot. So staff from the beginning identified concerns. That being said, Recology, when reviewing the project, did give staff a letter saying they will not serve the project. So that then becomes another impact because our code requires that you have garbage pickup. And so at this point, I don't have any. But again, as mentioned in the staff report, we provided this explanation to the Planning Commission in case in the future Recology changed their mind and decided they wanted to serve it. We still wanted to let it be known that there are concerns from several departments with putting cans on Cienega. As far as life safety goes, and this was the biggest concern that staff had, the fire marshal determined that the project does not comply with the fire code, and that's section 503.2.5. The fire code requires that apparatus roads, which are longer than 150 feet, do not end in a dead end. They have to end in an approved turnaround. And that there's another section within the fire code that shows what an approved turnaround looks like. There are 2 roads within the development that are longer than 150 feet. So, and they end in a dead end. So they do not comply with the fire code. The fire marshal has explained this to the applicant several times and even drove around the city with him to discuss what other projects have done to comply with the code. This is what a required turnaround is supposed to be if the road is longer than 150 feet. And the fire code makes no exception. The fire code has no exceptions where you could park halfway down the road, a portion of the road, and extend a fire hose. It is simply, if the road is longer than 150 feet, you have to provide the required turnaround. Again, 2 roads are longer than the 150 feet as required, as stated in the fire code. And then one other thing I did want to point out is that there has been some discussion that there are projects within the city that don't have the turnaround. The fire marshal has reviewed all the projects and has determined that they comply with the fire code. I went and checked all the final maps mentioned. They do comply with the fire code. One example was the KB project, and I know this is very hard to see because they're tiny lots, but the KB roads that come in, the drive accesses, they are less than 130 feet from the main street all the way to the tip where you have the 2 lots. So for example, 79 and 80, that's 130 feet to those roads, which would comply with the fire code, but they also have a turnaround, which allows a fire truck to come in, make a left, back up, and go straight out of the site if they wanted to. With regards to CEQA, staff conducted an initial review, and based on concerns raised from several departments, we determined that an infill exemption, this project no longer qualified for an infill exemption, and that if the project were to move forward, environmental review would have to be done. However, because staff was recommending denial of a project, it's actually exempt from further review and being denied. And that's because it's unfair to have an applicant spend an incredible amount of money to do a study where staff is recommending denial of the project. In conclusion, the project is inconsistent with the general plan and the municipal code. The proposed layout does not allow the city to provide adequate emergency responses, including emergency fire services. The plan for garbage collection on Cienega has the potential to result in unsafe circulation on the street if it ever went forward. But again, Recology has determined that they will not serve the project So non-service of the project is inconsistent with the municipal code. The proposed project does not meet the requirements of the fire code. And the city is concerned that it will, or staff is concerned that it will increase risk to life and property based on the design of that layout. There are 4 recommendations for you. One is you could adopt a resolution denying the appeal. 2 is you could determine that the project could be approved as proposed and direct staff to conduct environmental review and bring the matter back for consideration. 3, you could remand the project back to the Planning Commission for further discussion, or you could continue this hearing and direct staff to provide additional information or clarification. Staff is recommending that you deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the project. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them, and our fire marshal is also here as well.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. How many units did you say it was?
22,
22, one affordable?
one affordable.
Okay. And I'm assuming that you gave all of this information to the applicant in a timely manner before coming this far to mitigate some of these concerns?
The Permit Streamlining Act is a little strange in that we don't have to give design comments until a project is deemed complete. But we try to, and in this case, the comment about the site and architectural review for the childcare facility and why has been a comment since the beginning. The comment about we are concerned with trash on Cienega has been a comment from the beginning. The fire code came a little bit later, but the problem is that the project was incomplete in the beginning, and it was very incomplete. There's a letter that you can see where there's a number of items that needed to be included within their project. And that's why really we're not required to make a decision until something's complete, because you don't have the full picture.
And was there ever any effort on the behalf of the developer to try to mitigate some of these concerns or submit different plans?
No.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't. Great report. Thank you.
Councilmember.
I have nothing.
Yes, ma'am. No questions. Good report. Thank you. Do we have public comment?
So you would open the public hearing, Mayor?
Oh, I'm
Casey.
sorry. I will now open the public hearing. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, first speaker is Alex Siwak, followed by Christine Breen.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I sent you an 18-page response to the staff report. The staff report was not given to me. I had to find it on the internet. That was posted, I think, on Thursday or Friday. Our project has no mitigable CEQA impacts. Look at the first schematic I sent in. The thick black line is the marker at 100 feet into the project. By fire code and Recology's guidelines, their trucks can drive to that marker. And if they do not go past it, the road will not need a turnaround for either agency. From that marker, the fire department needs only a 131 feet length of hose to reach the furthest corners of the lots 5 and 10, the deepest lots in the project. That is less than the 150 feet of maximum hose reach required by law, by code. If the homeowners of lots 5 and 10 just wheel their carts 16 feet towards Cienega Road, Recology will not need to travel past their 150-foot limit, which is in their published guidelines. And by doing that, the Recology can provide front door service to all the homeowners, just like they provide in the project next door. I think it was called Saddlebrook, and as they do for KB Homes. When staff tries to sell that there's a hammerhead at the end of the KB Homes project, the cluster homes, I dare them to take a 40-long-foot fire truck and do a 3-point turn in the 2 arms of the hammerhead that are 38 feet long. They'll either destroy the truck or destroy the homes there. So that's just pure fantasy. By simply adding a condition of approval that a sign be installed at the 150 feet marker, the perceived life issues are mitigated. This condition, we could have agreed to almost 2 years ago. The second schematic is of the southern portion we propose to reserve for a future childcare facility. On September 26th last year, Ms. Kelly admitted those site and architectural fees and conditional use permits were not required if we didn't want an incentive or concession.
Sorry,
and
your
are
time's up.
prohibited by statute.
Thank you.
So
The next-
staff,
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Christine Breen, to be followed by Tom Connors.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Unfortunately, this project has been plagued by due process violations. In July of this year, you were advised that the project was deemed complete. What actually happened was that the city sent the applicant a letter stating the application was incomplete. And then when the city was advised that they had sent the letter too late and that the application was actually complete by operation of law, the city determined that it would be subject to further CEQA study. The application came before the Planning Commission on September 14th. Without my client ever receiving the written staff reports that are required to be provided at least 3 days before the hearing. This is a violation of the government code and the municipal code. We're here tonight on the appeal, again, without my client ever having received written staff reports at least 3 days prior to the hearing. Again, in violation of the government code and the municipal code. These missteps raise fundamental due process concerns and undermine the integrity of the local planning process. And this is not an isolated incident. Community members, including the applicant, whether represented by legal counsel or not, need to be treated fairly and consistently with the law. And thus far, that hasn't been the applicant's experience. So based on the foregoing, I would urge the council to support governance over gamesmanship and grant this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Tom Connors.
Good evening. I'm Tom Connors, and I live at 477 South Street in Hollister. It's a historic Hawkinsville home that many in our community refer to as the Birdcage House. In that nice building, we operate licensed daycare, preschool and daycare, known as Birdhouse Preschool and Daycare. Our mission there is to prepare our students to enter kindergarten in public, private, or charter schools. And we do a good job of it. We've been at maximum capacity for a large in-home, which is only 14 students, since our inception over 3 years ago. The reason I'm here tonight is to show support for Mr. Steinwach's project, in that he is making space for a child care facility. And we are in this area in desperate need of childcare. To give you some examples, as a large in-home, we have 14 students. We receive multiple calls each week from families seeking childcare, multiple calls. Since we're at capacity, the only solution we can give them is to put them on a wait list. We have 14 students. Currently, our wait list, we have over 90 families seeking care. In order to fulfill our wait list only, we'd have to build 6 daycare facilities the size of ours, in addition to ours. Now, currently, there's only 18 care providers in Hollister. Excluding Birdhouse, there are only 6 actual private preschools, licensed preschools. The rest are just daycare, small operations. This kind of shows you the disparity between what services are here and what people need. So did some growth projections, and these are estimates, so don't jump all over me. But new available new homes that's not under contract in Hollister is about 100 units. Projects currently approved and are being in process, being built, it's another 700 units, estimate even more. Okay. It's hard for me to get the data out of the city, but regardless. And then we understand as if the much larger projects driven by our RHNA are required. If we have to adhere to that, we may have to have 4,000 additional units within 7 years. Okay, if realized, this would increase our demand exponentially. Okay, and given the pricing for new homes, both parents are going to have to work, means more daycare. Recently in a planning commission meeting, someone, a participant, I'm not sure who, said, well, you always need daycare. Well, there are always waves at the beach, but there are occasionally tsunamis.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
All right. I will now close the public hearing. All right, do we have questions, starting with Councilmember Resendez?
I believe we're moving on to comments. We already asked questions.
Did we ask questions?
comments.
Sorry.
That's
Comments.
okay.
So
Thank
getting
you,
there.
Madam Mayor. I do have one quick question. These are single family homes, I'm gonna presume, all single family? Okay. So I don't like the project, I'll be honest with you, because of that fact. I prefer a mixed, multifamily, more affordable, but it's not for me to decide what you bring here. So I'm looking at this objectively. But I do appreciate the fact that it's an infill project as well. Okay, so I'll give you that. I do think that there's a lot of problems that were brought up by the staff as far as the fire hose. It's a little too close for me as far as the footage goes to say one way or the other, and I'm not going to leave that to me. I'm going to side with what the staff said. You've already got a denial from Recology that they're not going to provide garbage there. So I don't know how you're going to mitigate those two issues, but I would suggest that you do look at mitigating those two issues. I do think that I was wondering if he can come back with a different design, if that's one of the things that we can. And if he doesn't, let's say we deny the project now, is he going to be losing monies to where we might want to have him come back and see if he can mitigate some of those concerns that were brought up by staff?
So if he wanted to come back and reapply, at this point, he'd have to pay a new application fee, but he can't come back in with the same project. It has to be completely different. So there's a requirement for 2 years. It can't be the same project before the city. So if it came in the same thing, that's not allowed.
Okay, and yeah, so again, I don't necessarily like the project. I don't want to restate everything I said. Thank you guys for coming. I do appreciate the comments as far as the childcare. I think it's a very real problem here. There are lots of childcares that are here and they're unionized, by the way. So I hope that you would consider that if your facility does get approved. But at this time, I think I'm going to have to go with staff recommendation, Mr. Sypak. My apologies.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the comments we heard during public comment was something to the extent that this project's been plagued by due process violations. And so my question to staff, preferably the city attorney, because last time I checked, she's one of 3 people that I'm aware of in the room that have law degrees. Is there any validity to that comment based on your review? Because that's a pretty aggressive statement, I would say. And I'd like to know, because if it is, I'm going to decide one way. If it's not, I'm going to decide another way for my 2 cents.
What I heard was, so the public commenter mentioned that there had been, that the applicant heard about this hearing or saw the staff report 72 hours in advance. And in my mind, that was because it was published as required by the Brown Act. There is no additional requirement that the applicant receive a copy of the staff report. So that's the due process allegation that I heard in the public comment.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your comments.
And we did send an email letting him know when it was available, as we do to all of our people, as including tonight. Planning sent an email letting him know where the staff report could be downloaded.
Thank you. I'm gonna move to support staff's recommendation. I've not heard anything that would be consistent with conflicting. You know, we've got the subject matter experts on behalf of the city with our fire marshal and with our planning staff and with our city attorney team. I'm going to support the staff recommendation number 1. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
I support the staff's recommendation. I just think that in addition to that, I think if it goes back to planning commission, I think that they might be able to hammer some of these things out. I'd like to see it go back.
So is that a
That's-
different
that was an
option than
option, wasn't
just
it?
denial, right? Can you go over the options one more time, just really quickly so we can consider them?
Or maybe put it up. That might be easier.
While they do that, the packet was published Wednesday evening.
So the first option is denial of the project, upholding the planning commission's decision. The second one would be if you determine we could approve it, we would then perform CEQA and bring it back. The third one is to remand it back to the planning commission. That is an option if the applicant is willing to change the design or meet some of these concerns. That is an option available. Or if you wanted us to do something, that's your fourth option.
So you-
I just love the idea of the infill, like Roland was saying, but it just doesn't seem like it's lining up with our plans. So I'd like to see it go back.
So you're looking at option 3 to send it back to the planning commission if.
Correct.
Okay. And Vice Mayor, what's your thoughts?
Well, I can appreciate the need for childcare. And I don't know that we have a lot of other options, but if there are so many violations, then if the developer's interested in going back and changing their plans to address the issues that were brought forth, but I haven't heard that from them. So I don't know if that's even an option. I see our staff saying no.
I won't speak for the applicant's willingness to make revisions to their plans. That would be the applicant, and if the council's directing, the applicant is here, but I wouldn't speak for them.
Can we hear from the applicant? Because
Is that all right? If I'd like to, I mean, I'm kind of the same mind. I'd hate to see a couple of years of wasted time and then the project is dead. I'd rather give an opportunity if you're willing to please come down. We're talking about you. We're wondering if you're willing to go back to the planning commission and look at redesign, because there are safety issues that we would support the planning commission if you're not willing to look at the project or revise it. What's your thoughts?
I'm certainly willing to look at it. And I tried to have the planning commission open to public hearing. We had the same recital that took maybe 30 or 40 minutes at that. And I was allowed 3 minutes to answer back without receiving a copy of the staff report. And the government code requires that the staff report be served on the applicant 3 days before the hearing. How can you go into a hearing and not know what the staff report is? How are you going to answer the allegations they're making? So I welcome going back to the planning commission and discussing the project.
Okay, so our question specifically is, are you willing to go back and discuss redesigning the project? Because what we're seeing here with regard to the fire issue and the trash issue, if you're wanting to go back just to discuss the current plan, then I don't think we would support that. But if you're willing to go back to the planning commission to look at the project and maybe do some redesign so that you can do the accommodation for fire safety and you can make accommodation for the trash issue so that ecology can serve. That's I guess what we're asking is, are you willing to do that?
Sure.
Or
this project, if you put a barricade at that 150-foot mark, there'd be no issue. Because it satisfies the fire code and it satisfies the recology. The recology's guidelines on page 2 say they have that after 150 feet, you need to put the turnaround. But to 150 feet, you're in compliance with their guidelines and the fire code. So if there's so putting up a sign, putting up any.
Well, I think they've already given the design you submitted. They've already weighed in. And so I don't want to send you back to planning commission if there's just going to be a continued argument, but we are meeting it. I don't think this council is willing to do that. If you're willing to look at something to redesign the project to accommodate what fire has said and what Recology has said, then I think we might be willing to approve item 3 and send you back to planning commission. But I don't want it to just be this circular thing where we're arguing about 150 feet versus, that wouldn't be useful time for you or for the planning department or commission.
Sure, I'll certainly.
I mean, I just don't want you
look
to,
at
your project to be
redesigning it.
dead if
Yeah.
you're willing to work with them, but I don't want to have just back and forth. So, you know what I'm saying? So is that your?
I'd only ask for one addition for that, is that at some point, we actually sit across the table with the planning staff and work this out, over a half an hour or an hour conversation, instead of these back and forward emails and incomplete letters, and you submit this and we don't like that, resubmit it and so on. And that's why I asked in my cover letter to you that maybe the city manager might get involved, or one of the council members. State law requires in any of these situations that before you go running off and filing lawsuits, you actually think about mediation.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Can I finish? I'm going to finish my statement
Okay,
first.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
So I would like to see you go back to the planning commission, and I thought our policy and our kind of how we do business is that we sit down with the people making the plans to go over and not just have emails, to actually sit down. So our planning staff sit down with the people that are making the plans to minimize a lot of these issues. Is that not our policy?
Not on every single project. The amount of time to sit and to design across the table, I do not think that you
Not design, but maybe when we're talking about when there's appeals, like when it comes to situations like this.
I don't want to speak for staff, and I'll ask them if they disagree with me, but I think they feel like they have brought this up multiple times. Our fire chief or our fire marshal has driven through town with them, and they have, what I'm being informed is they've tried to work it out. I think what you're hearing tonight is the solution is if only people that buy their homes further back wheel their garbage cans 16 feet forward, and our fire trucks only go in so far. In the heat of the moment of a fire response, they're going to know to stop right here so they can get out. I think those are the conversations. I think the fire department went that extra step and drove with him, and we're here today.
Drove with the applicant or drove with the planning staff?
Correct. And we have our fire marshal here if you'd
Okay.
like to hear
I
from him.
didn't really hear from you.
Madam
Sorry.
Mayor.
Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Breen, are you willing to sit down, and are you hearing our concerns? And are you willing to sit down and mediate this with the staff if we give you an hour of the time? Because I think the applicant brings up a good point. It's pointless unless we sit down and we hash it out, and you're hearing the concerns of the council and of the staff. So are you willing to commit to an hour of your time to help mediate some of the concerns that are being brought up?
Yeah, and just a reminder, it would be direction to the city manager because it's his staff to give direction then to his staff regarding whether or not he wants his staff to sit
So,
down with them.
That's my first thing. Second thing, if he does go back to the planning commission, does he then get to appeal again, or can we give direction? If he goes back to the planning commission, the planning commission denies it, that's it. But I think legally he has a right to appeal again, right?
Yeah, I think I would have to check, but my instinct is he would probably have the right to appeal again,
Okay.
but I could check on it.
One more thing, sorry. What was the vote from the planning commission? Was it a 5-0?
4-0, one wasn't present.
Got it. Thank you.
Would we hear from the fire chief, please?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Charlie Bedolla. I am your fire marshal. So, yeah, when this project came up, then we did talk about it. There is fire hose reach, then there is turnaround reach. You can see it throughout the presentation that you did receive from myself. I did personally take them out there. I did show them exactly what exactly it is that we need to do to satisfy the fire code. I took him to Allendale, showed him exactly what needs to be done right there. He agreed. Nothing was accomplished or nothing came out from that conversation. Went up to KB Homes. I personally went out and measured them, and we do meet all the fire codes well within it. Goes up to 140 feet. We could back straight out of that. 151 feet, we need a turnaround. I did go out to Saddlebrook. We measured out those, and you can see those measurements that I did throughout those also. So I did work with them. I did spend a whole afternoon with them, advise him about it, and said he understood and was going to move forward with it, and just submitted the same thing. So nothing. Sorry, I seem like I wasted my afternoon.
I appreciate your
Yeah.
input. Do we have questions for the chief? Yes.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your time then and now. And so during the staff's presentation, it seemed to me that it was pretty clear that there's no room to deviate from the fire code. There's no alternative. And I just want to be clear on that. You can't necessarily allow somebody to push their traffic or their garbage can 16 feet or further. There's no deviation in the fire code, right?
Well, it's not about the trash cans, it's about the turnaround for the fire engine. And if you look at
Right.
KB Homes, their streets are wider. Theirs are 26 feet. And then it goes in there because we get into the we identify how wide a street is with a fire hydrant, the widths, and it's all about consistency though, too. So we're holding everybody to the same standard. So the places that were questioned in doubt, we went and evaluated them, and they are consistent. They are well within under 150 feet. So not only is it consistent in the city of Hollister, we went and got this code adopted. I mean, it's the same thing in Monterey County. We went and got it done in San Juan Bautista, and then we have it in San Mateo County. So it's consistent. We need consistency for validity. So it is consistent throughout this county, most of Santa Cruz, and then Monterey. So I am holding everybody to the same standard, because the minute I vary off of it or show a variance on it, then I'm just shooting myself in the foot for being inconsistent. And then I'm not showing any validity in who I am and what I am and what we represent. So
Thank
I
you,
just keep
Chief.
it and hold it right to the code.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further on this? The city manager, as far as, I mean, I understand that, time is precious, and what's your sense as far as I know that when you can't sit down across from somebody and have a discussion, it's harder. Email doesn't work, especially if you're not an email savvy person. And so I'd like to see some communication, but I want to,
If I could address that.
Sure.
At the applicant's insistence, and this is something we do not do, we invited him to our DRC. So we had all the city
Your
departments.
DRC, sorry.
Our development review committee. That's
Okay,
our
thank
committee
you.
that's the city's committee that reviews all the projects. And once a month, we meet and discuss current projects that have been submitted. And it's typically just the city where we get together so we can work out the project on our own, because sometimes I might have a question for the fire department, or an engineer might have a question for me, or I might have a question for an engineer. It's not appropriate to work that out in front of a developer since there's a little uncertainty involved. But at his insistence, he was invited to that meeting, and he came, and comments were presented and discussed with him. The statement about the letters, planning is required by law. It's not an exception. Within 30 days, you have to get a letter from planning. It is a requirement. It's not something that we're trying to do to be onerous, but within 30 days, I have to tell you what is missing from your application and what you need to give us for you to be complete. And as I mentioned before, although not required, we try to give design comments along the way. So for example, I just had a recent project. They wanted to do the same thing with the trash can in the street, and we're gonna have to enforce a 24-hour parking. And I said, that is not something we're supportive of. They redesigned their whole project to avoid that scenario. He's been offered, any meeting he's requested, we are always more than willing to meet. Because this was so difficult, we did offer to work over email because he kept sending pieces of information and was getting confusing. One of the ways in which we were trying to help him was, why don't you submit some things over email? We'll give you a quick review. That way you're not wasting your time. That's where the emails came from. We were trying to be helpful.
I appreciate that. So you did sit down with them on more than one occasion?
He's with the DRC. Any meeting he requested, I can't remember how many meetings he's had off the top of my head, but for sure the one
Thank you.
DRC, for sure the fire marshal.
I appreciate that.
And then Recology is a separate entity, so.
What is the role of the council? Do we, any other further
Madam
discussion?
Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, what's your motion?
I move that we go with the planning commission's recommendation, deny the appeal. That's my motion.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
That's motion carries 5-0. All right, we're gonna move on then to item 2. Resolution number 2023-236, a resolution of City Council of the City of Hollister approving a conditional cannabis use permit development agreement 2023-01 for L+L LLC to operate a cannabis cultivation facility at 1785 San Felipe Road. Staff report, please.
And thank you. We have Maria Mendez, our Cannabis Affairs Manager, who will be providing status on this, or the staff report for this
Thank
item.
you.
Good evening. Thank you. The applicant tonight is requesting approval of a cannabis use permit and development agreement, and it will be to operate a cannabis cultivation facility that is located at 1785 San Felipe Road, which is in the light industrial zoning district. The proposed project entails an establishment of an existing commercial facility to include approximately 7,000 square feet of indoor cultivation that will include processing and drying areas. The applicant is proposing to have approximately 6 to 12 employees. The hours of operation will be between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. The city of Hollister requires a cannabis facility to be located at least 600 feet from any school and a minimum of 150-foot required distance from a conforming residential facility, religious institution, or a licensed rehabilitation facility. The proposed business site tonight is not located within 600 feet of any school, residential facility, religious institution, or rehabilitation facility. If approved tonight, the approval will allow the applicant to commence operations contingent upon all conditions of approval being met, and they're all listed in the resolution. With that, tonight, the staff is recommending that the city council hold a public hearing and adopt the resolution approving the cannabis use permit and development agreement for L+L. I'm available to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions from council? Any questions?
Yeah, when is it, when are you planning to take this to ALUC?
To where, I'm sorry?
ALUC?
Oh, after, if it gets approved tonight, the applicant will get the application to submit to ALA.
Is it usual that we have facilities like this, you know, like that have to be reviewed by the airport?
Yes.
That seems a little.
Due to the proximity, it's very close to the airport. Mhm.
Mostly facilities that are not developed, but still they require that all of them go through them anyway.
Do we ever deny applications?
Yeah, there's been applications denied.
How long is this a continuation of another, or addition to another cannabis operation going on here? Or is this?
At this location?
Yeah.
So they hold a manufacturing license already. It's not operating yet, but it will be in addition to that at the same building. Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Any questions, Councilmember Resendez? No. Then I'm gonna open the public hearing on this item. City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
I will now close the public hearing for this item. Now, let's have some further discussion and deliberation. Councilmember Resendez, anything?
No, I support it 100%. We just saw a budget tonight that's showing that it's very profitable for our city. And I think this council and past councils have been very supportive of the cannabis industry. Thank you and congratulations if this passes tonight.
Councilmember Burns,
No comments. Thank you, Mayor.
any other comments?
Thank you for all the work you put into this and that's it. I'm asleep.
Anything, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm not in support of just. I think there needs to be a little bit further analysis in terms of how does this impacts our community if they already have a license, how much revenue, which I know it looks favorable right now, but also what other ripple effects it has in the community. So I'm not in support.
Okay, I don't have anything further to add. Is there a motion on this item?
Move to adopt, Madam Mayor.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. All right, moving on to item 3. Ordinance number 1242, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hollister amending the City of Hollister Municipal Code Section 2.04.180, manner of addressing city council time limit of Chapter 2.04 City Council and Section 2.08.090 removal of office, Chapter 2.08 City Manager of Title II Administration and Personnel. Whew. May we have the staff report, please?
Mayor, the city manager's office is recommending that we pull this item. What I would like to do is bring this back as 2 separate items. Both of these are cleanup items that are reflecting the current practice, but I'd like to bring them back separately as 2 separate items so they could be voted on separately.
Okay. Thank you. Then we're gonna pull this item. Do we have to take public comment or anything? We're just, if we're gonna bring it back, there'll be public
Because
comment
it's
at
coming
that
back,
time.
you can do public comment at that
Okay,
time.
thank you.
But we can ask for public comment. Is that not correct?
I think we're not going.
There's
to.
nothing stopping you from doing it.
Well, 11:05 is stopping us, I think. So I think we're gonna move on. We still have a number of items, so I would like to move on to item F2 and
We need a motion to withdraw it, or you're going to just pull it?
I'm pulling at the
Oh,
staff level.
sorry.
He brought
Okay,
it,
my
so it's fine.
apologies.
So this is ordinance 1241, an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Article 2, purchasing Chapter 3.06, procedures for supplies of Title 3, revenue and finance of the Hollister Municipal Code. Staff report, please.
Yes, good evening again. You saw this update to the purchasing ordinance at the last council meeting on November 6th. And since that time, the city attorney has re-reviewed and reanalyzed the ordinance and made some adjustments. So it's returning to you for another first reading or a reintroduction. I did want to just specifically point out those things that were changed. And it's all in the best value procurement section, which is at the end of the ordinance in your packet. So state law requires that best value procurement be used only for particular types of projects. And those are design build projects and only for projects that will cost in excess of $1 million. So those are the changes that were made to the best value procurement section. In addition, the Public Contracts Code puts forth a process for procuring those types of projects. And so we've added some language within that section that discusses how that process works. In addition, I know that council directed staff to require a project labor agreement or community workforce agreement for projects in excess of $250,000. And so that was added to section 3.06290, formal bid selection, and then you'll see item D. That's where that was added or essentially moved. So with that, are there any questions?
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm still very confused about this. I'll be honest with you. So you're gonna have to walk me through it.
Sure.
at the last council meeting, I pointed out that this is not usually limited to $250,000. Typically, cities adopt this policy at over $1 million. So what's changed in that aspect? Are we gonna have it at 1 million? Or are we still gonna keep it at 250,000?
So they're two different things. So what you discussed with respect to the $250,000 is for the community workforce agreement and project labor agreement. That's going to be, if this is adopted, required for all public works projects that will cost in excess of $250,000. That's what that is.
Got it.
And those projects are awarded based on the lowest bid.
Okay.
The best value procurement allows a city to consider other factors than the lowest bid, and those factors are listed in the ordinance. But that's only permitted according to the Public Contracts Code for design build projects, which are projects where you're procuring both the designer and the contractor in the same request for proposal.
Where does the $1 million come into play with that?
That's also a statutory number. So the Public Contracts Code says, so you can use best value procurement, which would allow you to consider factors other than price for design build projects of over $1 million. All other public works projects that aren't design build and are less than $1 million, you can still require the project labor agreement or community workforce agreement.
Okay. What are some, just briefly speaking out there, what are some pros and what are some cons of adopting this policy? I know, I hate to put you on the spot, but let's say, what are some positives and what are some not so positives as far as adopting this policy as presented tonight?
You know what I will say, I don't think I can adequately speak to that, and
Sure.
largely because it comes down to, you know, your individual community, what would be the impact of adopting any of these policies in Hollister, and that's not information that I
How
can
would this
provide.
impact the small business owner that's not a union?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burns, do you have any questions?
No.
Councilmember Perez, any questions?
Nope.
Vice Mayor, do you have questions?
Yes, I heard you say that the 250 threshold is mandatory, not optional, but that's going to be our standard, correct?
So it will be mandatory based on your direction. So if this is adopted, that's not a number that comes from anywhere other than council direction.
Okay, and then just for the design build, you're saying that we have that threshold at $1 million? How
Mhm.
come it's not 250 as well?
Because the design build, the best value procurement is established by the Public Contracts Code,
Mhm.
and it establishes that $1 million threshold. So the city council doesn't have the authority to do anything less than what the government or what the Public Contracts Code says.
And then just to clarify, because I think the California League of Cities published a document on design build, which
Mhm.
included skilled and trained lane force, which is apprenticeship programs, local hire. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with that particular document. Those aspects are all included in the community workforce agreement. And so, you know, by virtue of that one being $250,000, those will also be included in the best value procurement. So if that makes sense, by virtue of it being $250,000, of course, any project of $1 million or more is also going to include that.
The 250.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that it is mandatory.
Yeah, it will be if you adopt this
Great,
code.
got it. Thank you.
I have no questions. Can we go to public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, the first public speaker is Renee Baez, to be followed by Nate Morris.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Casey, City Council members and staff. I want to first thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Renee Baez, and I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union, but I'm also a resident of Hollister. And I'd like to ask my carpenters to please rise. I'd like to speak on behalf of approximately 37,000 members, in which hundreds live right here in San Benito County. I would like to address the proposed community workforce agreement, and while we are not opposed to the draft, We want to highlight that our union, a significant voice in the construction industry, has not been involved in the current proposal. We have 22 affiliated local unions in Northern California, representing 11 apprenticeable crafts, which contribute significantly to all construction projects. Our union actively participates in the largest labor management apprenticeship program in the state, with over 5,000 apprentices in Northern California and a strong presence right here in Hollister. Additionally, we are committed and have been providing opportunities for underserved groups such as women, minorities, and veterans to enter the construction industry. So considering these factors, we are concerned that the proposed agreement may not achieve the true labor harmony without our union's participation. So we kindly request the city to acknowledge our absence and also urge the city to include the NorCal Carpenters Union in finalizing this agreement. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Nate Morris, to be followed by David Beanie.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Nate Morris. I'm a member of the IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 332. I've been a Hollister resident for over 10 years. I support this procurement policy because it references community workforce agreements. Since public work dollars are limited, this policy will protect the investment of tax dollars. CWAs will also allow more Hollister residents to work in the city in which they live, freeing up traffic on our congested highways. CWAs also create more apprenticeship opportunities, allowing our next generation the opportunity to learn skilled trades. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is David Beanie, to be followed by Dan Bonsfield.
Good evening, Mayor Casey, Vice Mayor Morales, and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to address you again. Once again, I'm David Beanie, and I represent the 35,000 men and women in the unionized construction industry for this region. I'm here before you on this item to express the support of the Building Trades Council and all of our affiliated unions for your choice to update your procurement policy. As the city has developed and grown, so have procurement methods and practices evolved. So has the sentiment that public dollars be spent in such a way as to maximize the benefit to the public. I see you here doing this work for the residents and the workers of Hollister, and I appreciate you. I'm proud that this community that many of our members call home is represented by council members who care about protecting citizens from exploitive work practices. I'm proud to stand before a city council that is taking steps to see that public construction dollars, which are our tax dollars, are spent with responsible contractors who will provide on time and on budget quality construction, and that city projects are more likely to be built with this local area residents. Many others are here with me tonight, and many others I asked to go home early to their families to express the same sentiment and to support the staff recommendation. I'm going to ask that we keep our speakers to a minimum. I know it's late and everybody wants to go home. Just want to express my appreciation for you once again. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Dan Bonsfield, to be followed by Jose Rivera. Okay, the next public speaker is Jose Rivera, to be followed by Steve Belong.
Good evening, everybody. So speaking of your question saying for small businesses, it's an opportunity for everybody because you're not secluding anybody. The only thing is you obligate these companies to employ a skilled trade labor, to employ local hire so they can train the next generation. I represent over 92 members that live in this city, and not even one can work in this area. Why? Because all the public works goes out to low road contractors, non-union shops, and it's very sad to see them. They will try to attend this meeting. They were late, they were stuck in traffic. going to work 4 a.m., coming back home 7 p.m. It's outrageous. So what we're looking is for your help in this matter to support PLA and an agreement that will benefit the local people that live here and can have a decent wages. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Steve Belong, to be followed by Daniel Gutierrez.
Good evening, esteemed mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Steve Belong, and I'm one of a few thousand people that call Hollister their homes, and that is a construction tradesperson. I'm grateful to see this item brought before you tonight because you have the opportunity to make a change to benefit the residents. Most of us have to commute to the greater Bay Area or the greater Monterey area, and that just adds more traffic to and congestion to 25 and 156. I ask of you tonight to allow us to work where we live and to allow us to utilize our skills to build Hollister by supporting staff's recommendation and improve this procurement policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Daniel Gutierrez, followed by Nolan Castro.
Okay.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Casey Vandehuvel.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Those two names that you just heard are actually apprentices that live here locally. And I had to actually say, you know what, guys, go ahead, go get some sleep because they have to drive 2.5 hours up to the Bay Area. That's covered by project labor agreements and community workforce agreements. So as I go, I stand before you today as a proud representative of the hard men and women of the local sheet metal local 104. Our union is dedicated to apprentices and skilled and trained workforce, plays a critical role in shaping the construction landscape of our city. I'm here to emphasize the importance of endorsing this procurement update for the benefit of the members and the entire Hollister community. Retirement benefits are not just a perk, but they are a promise to make our workers and ensure that the promise is upheld by providing a secure and dignified retirement to our members, including apprentices who are the future and backbone of the workforce. Training is the lifeblood of skilled and trained workforce. Through this updated procurement policy, our members receive the training needed to excel in their craft. Contributing to the growth and prosperity of Hollister, it's an investment in our collective future, ensuring that we remain at the forefront of our industry and advancements. Family health care is not just a benefit, but is a fundamental right. This updated procurement policy recognizes the importance of this and extends comprehensive health care coverage to our membership and their family, promoting the well-being of our entire community. Opportunities to work in the community we call home are invaluable, not only providing jobs, but also fostering a sense of pride and connection of our members. When our workforce is invested in local projects, the benefits ripples through the community, creating a win-win situation for everyone involved. Lastly, endorsing this updated procurement process is a powerful stance against wage theft and misclassification of workforce. It demonstrates a commitment for fair wages, ethical employment practices, setting high standards for construction industry in Hollister. In closing, I urge the city council to stand with the hard-working men and women of this community. Endorse this updated procurement process, and not just about construction projects, it's about securing the future of our workforce, our families, and the prosperity of Hollister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Alyssa Malloy, followed by Javier Casillas. Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Javier Casillas.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Javier Casillas. Thank you for your time. I want to speak in favor of the procurement policy. Everybody said everything really well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut to the chase. I moved here 5 years ago. I'm business manager for the IBW Electrical Workers Union 332. I represent 3,500 members. 400 active and retirees live here along with myself. I came here because I want my kids to have a better quality of life. They both go, well, one is college bound, the other one's a freshman. And the reason why I bring it up, what Hollister High School does is it has two paths, as most of you know. One puts you on the path to go to college, and one puts you on the path towards the trades. That's awesome. I love it. The thing with the trades path is that they do a great job of preparing these young men and women. I see them in our interviews in Santa Clara County. We have to take the necessary steps to move forward to increase the apprenticeship usage here in San Benito. What you're doing now and what you're considering will help with that long term. That's the most important thing to remember. We need to figure out how to create sustainable jobs for the young men and women so they're not battling 25 like their parents are. So they're not contributing to the congestion. So they have an economic future here. And this will help. I guarantee it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public speakers for this item.
Okay, so let's bring this back to council then. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam
Discussion.
Mayor. And thank you all for coming out here tonight and staying so late. I know it's late. I have family members that have gone through the apprentice program or are currently going through the apprentice program over at Foothill College. I have family members that get up every single morning and hit that highway. So I know your struggle and I empathize. That's no way to live. And we should do better, but we need to demand that from these guys up here. Since I've lived in Hollister, the commute from here to San Jose has more than doubled at this point, what I'm hearing. I'm very fortunate to work here. I don't make a ton of money. I am a union member, but I do have some concerns about this procurement policy. Number one, anytime, I'll make this very clear, anybody gives money to any of us or creates a political action committee to fund our campaign, I highly question with a critical eye, what are our intentions behind that money? And that's been the case with a couple of the council members up here tonight. I'm concerned about what those obligations are as far as the non-union small contractor that lives and works here in Hollister. I think that this can stifle opportunity for some of you that potentially want to go out and start your business and you're not in a position to be unionized. Do we support unions? 100 million billion %. But not everybody is going to get there overnight. And my concern is, what is this going to do to the little guy? We already require them to pay prevailing wage. So it's not a question of wage. I know that it's not a perfect system, and I know people play funny games with the money when it comes to prevailing wage. I've heard lots of stories, but I invite you to reach out to me, each and every one of you. I've heard from one person who moved here to advocate on your behalf. Thank you, Mr. Baez, for calling me, but please call me, have conversations with me, explain it to me, educate me. And I promise you that I will stand with you, not just on this issue, but many, many more. As for tonight, I cannot support this policy as written. Thank you again for coming out here tonight.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, two questions. One, are we locked into the 250,000 for CWAs and PLAs? And my second question is a question, I'm not sure whether I need to recuse myself or not. My son belongs to one of the unions that somebody's spoken about. And so if I need to recuse myself, please tell me, and I'm more than prepared to do so.
Right. So I'll answer the second question first. That's going to be personal to you. My motto is when in doubt, sit it out. So again, that's personal to you. You can only rely on a written opinion from the FPPC as to conflicts.
Thank you.
And to the 250,000, when you say locked in, do you mean once the ordinance is adopted, or is that locked in as to the draft?
Locked in as to the draft and with concern about whether or not maybe there'd be a benefit to lowering that 250 to a lower number.
I see. So, well, the council has the discretion to change that number.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it for me, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez.
As a small business person that works in kind of that field, and talking to other construction workers, no one's even worried about any of this. This union is for big projects. They don't do small. We're not worried about any work, losing any work or nothing here. That's why I support you guys.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I would be in support of lowering if that's your wish, Councilmember Burns. I do want to say that having this ordinance and having the language also allows us to have other funding opportunities. I just forwarded a grant opportunity to our city manager, which allows $1.5 million to work with schools. And that is from high schools to colleges, just to look at apprenticeship programs. So not only are we, I think as a community member stated, we need to look at it from an economic development, and the state and the federal government have a lot of money to allow communities such as ours to be able to explore and expand and create an infrastructure to support our workforce.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to say thank you so much to all of you for coming in and for staying. I know it's late and sometimes we get a little long in our meetings, so I appreciate that. I just want to say two things. One is that I worked at Foothill College for a number of years, and they have probably some of the most fabulous apprenticeship programs out there. And I have met many students whose lives have been changed by apprenticeship. So I really strongly approve and support that. And also listening to some of the folks who've had to go out of the county to work, I really want to find ways to keep you all here so you don't have to do that. And so that's, for me, that's a big reason to support this. So thank you. So if we don't have further discussion, can we get a motion? Motion and support, is that you're moving to support? Okay. And is there
Yeah,
a second?
and there's no public hearing for this item, but just
sorry.
to have a clear record, is it a motion to reintroduce ordinance number 1241? No, all we're asking is council to reintroduce this. And so I just want to make sure we have a clear record,
So-
Councilmember Perez.
Is it a motion to reintroduce the item then, Councilmember Perez? We didn't really decide on that. Do we have a consensus to lower it, or is there an amendment to the motion? You're amending it to what?
If you're talking about lowering from the 250 that it was lowered to from the presentation before, I would ask the city attorney, does that require reintroduction? So we do this again.
Most likely.
No, just, yeah. Reinstate.
So you're making a motion to reintroduce it and keep it at the 250. Okay, is there a second on that?
I should have turned on my mic.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to recuse myself on, err on the side of caution. Thank you, City Attorney.
I'm a nay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So motion passes 3-1-0, I think. Is that how it breaks out? Okay.
Wait, you just called me a zero? Oh, no, you didn't.
Oh, I love it. All right, so moving on. I think as item 4, municipalities legislative update. Can we get a staff report on that? Oh, my. Sorry. Long night. Sorry about that. Right. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor Casey. Council members, I will make this quick in the interest of time. So we'll start off with new legislation specific to local governments. First off, we have Assembly Bill 1637, which mandates that no later than January 1st of 2029, local agencies that maintain a website for use by the public will be required to ensure that the website utilizes a .gov or .ca.gov domain. Currently, the city is already doing this, so there's no need to implement this change. However,
I would like to add for the PD side, on their email, they are still on the legacy of the .ca.us ... So that is something that Paul is aware of, and we're working on that. We do have
More
time.
than aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just some legacy cleanup items. So it does impact us.
leave it to the police department.
It's not a major change.
Right, and so that change as well will affect all of the emails for staff members as well. Moving on to Assembly Bill 557, discussing open meetings and teleconferencing. This Assembly Bill is going to remove the sunset date regarding AB 361, which was the teleconferencing and open meeting requirements that prevailed during COVID. What it does is it's going to allow those same teleconferencing rules to apply whenever there's a declaration of an emergency by the governor. It's also extending the time period to make findings to continue to meet by those teleconference rules. It's extending it from 30 days to 45 days. And it's also extending the sunset date for the provisions that allow council members or board members to appear remotely under the just cause or emergency circumstances from January 1, 2024 to January 1st, 2026. Under AB 1638, this is commencing in January 1st of 2025. In the event of an emergency, any city providing emergency response services that serves a population where 5% or more of the people have limited English proficiency, categorized as less than very well by the American Community Survey, must provide that information related to the emergency in English and in all language spoken jointly by the 5% or more of the population with limited English proficiency. An emergency response service is police, fire, and emergency medical services. And an emergency is any situation that calls for immediate action to respond to a threat of serious harm or mass casualties, including conditions of natural disaster or conditions posing extreme peril to the safety of persons and property within the city's jurisdictional limits. So the city will need to make any necessary changes to its policies and procedures regarding these emergency notifications to ensure that such are made in the necessary and applicable languages. This assembly bill will also require municipalities to conduct a survey to ensure that all of the appropriate languages are being identified and that those services are being broadcast in those languages that are applicable. Next, we'll move to labor and employment updates under Senate Bill 553, discussing occupational safety and workplace violence prevention. Beginning January 1st of 2025, this law will authorize collective bargaining representatives to seek a temporary restraining order and an order after hearing on behalf of an employee. Employers are required under this bill to provide an employee the opportunity to decline to be named in the temporary restraining order, but cannot prohibit an employer or collective bargaining representative from seeking temporary restraining orders for other employees. So workplace violence in this context means unlawful violence or a credible threat of violence from any individual that can reasonably be construed to be carried out at the workplace. Along with the ability for a bargaining unit to seek a TRO. Training is also required for municipalities after implementation of a workplace violence prevention plan, and training is thereafter required annually. There are also records that will need to be kept as a part of the workplace violence prevention plan. These are records that relate to workplace violence, identification, evaluation, and corrections. There's also a need for municipalities to maintain violent incident logs, and records of investigations will need to be maintained for 5 years. So in order to ensure that all of these records are being retained for the appropriate amount of time, the city should likely or will need to ensure that these are being addressed within the records retention policy.
Student.
So under Senate Bill 616, it's adjusting the amount of paid sick days that are allowed to those employees who are not represented by a bargaining unit. Even if represented by a bargaining unit, if they don't meet these minimums, then then the city will have to provide an increase in the minimum amount of paid sick leave. So it's increasing the amount of paid sick leave from 3 days or 24 hours to 40 hours or 5 days of paid sick leave. Alternatively, cities can use alternative accrual methods. And in any case, they will need to provide employees with no less than 24 hours of accrued sick leave by their 120th calendar day of employment, or 40 hours of accrued sick leave by their 200th calendar day of employment. So if employers do use this accrual method, then they can allow for up to 40 hours to be carried over from each calendar year. Typically, this will apply to your part-time employees, and again, those employees who are not represented by a bargaining unit. So essentially, the city would need to ensure that their current policies and procedures are in place to ensure that any unrepresented or part-time employees are able to receive these benefits. Under Senate Bill 700, it's the law will make it unlawful for employers to request information from an applicant for employment relating to the applicant's prior use of cannabis. Information about a person's prior cannabis use obtained from a person's criminal history would also be exempt under this law. Employees that are exempt from these changes are employees in the building and construction trades. Applicants are employees hired for positions that require a federal government background or security clearance under the United States Department of Defense, and employees working in positions where federal funding or federal grants require an employer to maintain a drug-free workplace. Senate Bill 848 introduces employment leave for reproductive loss under FEHA. So under the Fair Employment and Housing Act, it is unlawful for an employer to refuse to grant a request by an employee to take up to 5 days bereavement leave upon the death of a family member. This bill additionally makes it unlawful to refuse to grant a request by an eligible employee to take up to 5 days of reproductive loss leave following a reproductive loss event. The new law also prohibits retaliation against an individual for exercising the right to that leave. So unlike bereavement leave, an employer cannot require verification for use of bereavement or reproductive loss leave. Reproductive loss event means the day of, or for a multiple day event, the final day of a failed adoption, failed surrogacy, miscarriage, stillbirth, or an unsuccessful assisted reproduction. So again, the city will need to ensure that staff and supervisors are aware of the provisions and the limitations placed, particularly upon the employer verification. The fact that employer verification cannot be required for use of the leave. Under surplus land, Senate Bill 747 and Senate Bill 229 operate together. So what Senate Bill 747 does is it's going to change some of the definitions regarding surplus land. It's going to change the definition of agency use, and it's also going to look at the disposal of surplus property to include leases of surplus property entered after January 1, 2024 for a term longer than 15 years. Under Senate Bill 229, the law applies, essentially it's going to require that anytime there's a notification that's received by a city of a violation from HCD, that the local agency would have to hold an open and public meeting to review and consider the substance of the violation. So the law prohibits ratification or approvals of the proposed disposal of surplus land until a public meeting is held. And it will not apply if agencies cease to dispose of the surplus land after they receive notice from HCD. Under AB 821, current law requires cities and counties to adopt a comprehensive long-term general plan for the physical development of the county or city and of land outside its boundaries. Zoning ordinances must be consistent with the general plan, and any resident or property owner may bring an action in Superior Court to enforce compliance. Current law also requires the zoning ordinance to be amended so that it is consistent with the general plan. This new law authorizes a resident or property owner to bring an action in Superior Court to enforce compliance within 90 days of failure of a local agency to amend a zoning ordinance within a reasonable time of the zoning ordinance becoming inconsistent with the general plan. So AB 829 is intended to address inconsistencies between the general plan and the zoning ordinances, and it'll allow development projects to proceed without being deemed inconsistent with the zoning ordinance if, despite the zoning inconsistencies, there's substantial evidence that the project will meet the objective general plan standards. Under AB 1308, current law will authorizes a body, city, county to adopt ordinance to regulate the use of public buildings, structures, and land as between industries, business, residences, open space, and other purposes. This law will prohibit a public agency from increasing the minimum parking requirements that apply to a single-family residence as to conditions of approval of a project to remodel, renovate, or add a single-family residence. Assembly Bill 1218 applying to development projects, demolition of residential dwelling units. So under the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, cities and municipalities, government entities were prohibited from approving any housing development projects that would require the demolition of occupied or vacant protected units unless the following conditions were met: that the project replaced all protected units, included a minimum amount of residential units, allowed existing occupants to occupy their units until 6 months before the start of construction, and provided relocation benefits to the existing occupants of any protected units that are of lower income households. So this law will expand the prohibitions of demolition of residential dwelling units to prohibit the county or city from approving any development project that requires demolition of occupied or vacant protected units, or that is located on a site where protected units were demolished in the previous 5 years, unless the above conditions are met. So it's extending it to a prohibition that goes back 5 years as well. Under Senate Bill 676, looking at local ordinance and regulations regarding drought tolerant landscaping. Currently, cities, counties, and charter cities are prohibited from enacting ordinance or regulations that prohibit installation of drought tolerant landscaping, synthetic grass, or artificial turf on residential property. This law will specifically or specifies that drought tolerant landscaping does not include the installation of synthetic grass or artificial turf. I believe that the reasoning behind that was because of some of the health concerns that they're starting to find that are connected with the construction of that synthetic turf. Ooh, blew through it.
Yeah, questions? Councilmember Zenez, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the teleremote, it just seemed like there was a lot of what ifs. It's a bit complex, and I don't want to like bog your time down right now with answering those. Can you just send us a like a summary in plain English language, what we're allowed to do now and what's going to change? Because I'm just having a hard time keeping up with that. I would ask that. The benefits, is it just for the city or is it throughout the state of California?
For which benefits? Oh, the
The
sick time?
sick time.
Yeah, so that's going to be for, I believe, employers, anyone who employs more than a certain amount of
Like
employees throughout the
250
state.
or something. Okay, thanks. Bill 821, that's concerning to me, I would say. Do you know who introduced that, Bill? I don't expect you to know it, but if you did, I just didn't have a chance to look it up. And then what's the date again that that's going to be implemented?
And 821 was,
General plan.
oh, okay. Yeah, so all of
Requirements.
these, unless specified differently, will take effect on January 1, 2024.
1/1/2024. And I can
Assembly
Google
member Grayson.
Grayson. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you. This is amazing. We are so much wiser because of the work that you do. We hear it in advance. This is really unfortunate that it had to roll out at almost midnight. Thank you for keeping us on the PM side, because this could go on and on, I'm sure. And so really, my only question is for the city manager. Some of these things, they don't feel quite time sensitive yet, but what are our next steps for those that are gonna be required of us in the relatively near future?
Yeah, so we take these and we work with the departments to get rolling on them. I mean, January 1, 2025 sounds like a long time. It's 13 months. So those ones we'll be working on early in the next calendar year.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing.
Councilmember Chris.
Yeah. I also am impressed with the year advance warning and all this stuff. I am just, again, I think I say this at every meeting. I'm just so pleased with all of staff. Thank you for your work.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
I wish we had more time. I know it's getting late, but I had questions on the workplace violence prevention, Senate Bill 553. Do we have a record retention policy?
For HR matters? Or
Like-
just overall?
Overall, normally like agencies have a 2-year.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Jennifer speak to it.
So the state requires that documents be kept, is the general rule around 2 years, no less than 2 years. There are some exceptions to that. The city does not have a citywide retention schedule. That's something that I've actually been working on with Rob. Agenda management system got in the way a little bit, but it's something that we're working on and also working with the other departments on because we are in dire need of one.
Okay, so I'm assuming that will come back soon. And so one of the things that's always kind of like in question is whether city council, whether they're considered employees and whether like chambers and it's considered workplace and what's considered workplace. I know that every jurisdiction is very different in how they interpret, depending on who's initiating what. What is our definition?
We'd have to look at that and bring it back. I do know that 99% of the time, council members are not considered employees. So we'll look specifically at this one. But in general, your code of conduct there shouldn't be any violence anywhere. So, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, as far as employees, yeah.
This talks about a restraining order. So let's say if somebody here conducts themselves in a way that warrants a restraining order, then I want to know how the Senate bill would play into that, because I mean, it happens with HR, it happens with a lot of, restraining orders, especially with social media. There's employees that threaten violence, like I'm going to come to work and shoot everybody. And that's on social media. There's always been this gray area with restraining orders. And so those are kind of the things that when we're talking about workplace violence, there's a lot of examples of how a lot of these situations are kind of a little fuzzy. And who was the senator that proposed the bill? So yeah, if you can come back at some point and just clarify that, that would be very helpful.
Okay, great report. I have nothing to add. They've kind of covered everything, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Senate Bill
Oh.
553 was Senator Cortese out of San Jose.
Okay, I do need to ask if there's any public comment.
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, moving on. Oh boy, a report on 2 items related to the 2040 general plan update following the September 11th study session, North Gateway Commercial General Plan Land Use Designation and Agricultural Preservation Program. Staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Rob had the pleasure of being on the PM side. I will try, but this item is, as mentioned, a report related to 2 items that came up at the September 11th study session that the council held discussing the general plan. We discussed the inclusionary housing ordinance, et cetera. And these were 2 follow-up items that we did not receive direction on from the council. So the first item is related to the North Gateway Industrial Zone, and I don't have a presentation, but I did send Jennifer a map of our land use designation just so we can all orient ourselves. There were maps as well in your staff report. Tonight, the council's being asked to consider 3 potential directions for North Gateway uses, the land uses in that designation. The first was a request by staff at the September 11th study session. As the council is aware, we are in the process of revising and updating our housing element for the 6th cycle. And one of the requests made by staff was to explore adding residential uses into the North Gateway. Jen, if we could just scroll down on this map, I think this is probably a good zoom level. The blue, so everyone's oriented, that's the airport at the north side of town. We're scrolling down. If you see kind of the pink area in the center of the screen, this is our North Gateway. And that is the designation we're talking about, where the mouse kind of, if you see the green line kind of swooping around, that's the Highway 25 bypass. And then the main vertical line is our San Felipe Road that turns into San Benito. And then that very dark center area, again, just to orient, is a downtown. So that dark brown kind of color is the downtown mixed use. So we're north of the downtown, headed out towards the airport, following San Felipe Road mainly and Highway 25. This is our North Gateway designation. So at that study session, staff requested that we be able to explore the possibility, if we needed additional sites, that this North Gateway commercial area be considered for potential housing as well in order to meet our RHNA. Now, staff is working with Kimley Horn on the housing element, and at our initial analyses as we're looking at candidate sites, it is looking like we're going to need more sites that are zoned for residential in order to meet the city's RHNA. We are planning to have a deeper dive into that, but it is relevant to the general plan in order to keep the documents consistent. So council gave the direction that we could explore that, and coming back to you tonight after several months of reviewing sites, that's looking like something that is going to be necessary to meet RHNA. So we are talking about whether residential could be a potential use expansion of the land use in the North Gateway. However, the second item is to expand the list of allowed uses in North Gateway, which again is a purely commercial designation at this time. There was a request by a member of the public to allow industrial uses in this area. Now, some of the uses that were suggested by the requester, like office spaces or creative spaces, research and development on a small scale, laboratories, those things are currently allowed. So that's something that you might see now, or you might see in the future current development proposal that could come in today. But some of the requests were also kind of large format industrial zoning or industrial kind of uses like e-commerce, distribution, large scale logistics and manufacturing. Those types of things was a request by the public commenter on the general plan. So the Planning Commission did also receive this comment when their review of the general plan. And when they made their recommendations to the council that were considered at the September 11th study session. And it was their recommendation and is also staff's recommendation not to go into deep dive depth specifics in the general plan about land uses. The Planning Commission and staff felt that land use specifics are best considered in a zoning ordinance as opposed to the general plan. However, it is the general plan's purpose to define a vision and kind of an idea of what these designations that you create in the general plan are for. So if the council did want to consider both residential and or industrial as an alternative to this area, that would be something to discuss in the visioning document that is the general plan. So staff does have some concerns with adding or changing this to an industrial area. Part of this is because during the development of the general plan, it was found that commercial is in significant need in the city of Hollister. So the North Gateway, the only other commercial zone that we have is our general commercial zone, which you can see some here that's in the kind of darker pink. There's just a few sites. And then on Gateway Drive, and then we have kind of where Target is also general commercial, the new Hollister Farm subdivision. There we go in the center of town there. That's a Sunny Slope and 25 that we're looking at. Hollister Farms is commercial, but as you can see, there's not a lot of vacant land in our general commercial. So North Gateway is one of the only remaining vacant areas that we have in the city that allows commercial uses. And if you see the gray area to the north of North Gateway, that's our industrial designation. And our general plan background found that there's a significant, that gray area, Jen. There's a significant excess of industrial land that's vacant for development in the city of Hollister currently, and an excess of what was needed in the projections of the general plan through 2040. So North Gateway is not a need for industrial uses, and there is no additional need for vacant industrial lands, but there is a significant commercial retail leakage that was found to Gilroy, Santa Clara County that the city is receiving. Also, as discussed and mentioned, because we're potentially looking at this as an area where we might need to consider residential or mixed use to meet the city's RENA. Industrial is generally incompatible with residential growth, and the city has seen a lot of industrial development proposals. We're still seeing those things. And if we started to develop out this area with industrial, that may make residential or commercial kind of unviable, even if they're all three permitted uses in the zone. I think that kind of is the gist. It's really, we are thinking that there's not, as you know, the general plan's upzoning mixed use areas, upzoning even our low density to kind of increase the minimums. And so with all of that, we're still seeing a necessary need for some additional areas. And staff feels that this might be a good area. It's a gateway into the city where a mixed use could be compatible. There's some existing residential as you move into the south, or existing commercial, excuse me, as you move into the south towards the downtown. And so it's both a gateway area where you might have some compatible walkability and visual interest, but also it's connected to the downtown. And so we think that this is a viable area for a mixed use component. So the staff's recommendation is to allow a mix of uses in the site. So it would remain a commercial mixed use area for the general plan, and that would allow the general plan update to incorporate that in, as well as keep moving forward the housing element policies and keep those documents consistent as they're being drafted. And I will mention that in the staff report as well, the requester also requested to redesignate their two specifically owned properties to industrial if the council didn't want to redesignate or allow industrial uses as their request across the whole North Gateway designation. And as mentioned in the staff report, these are both fully surrounded by other North Gateway designated properties, and that would be what's considered spot zoning. So you could not redesignate just the two individual parcels. You'd have to redesignate some other portion of lands in between to connect them to existing industrial or to create an industrial designated area. And because of the reasons mentioned, there's no need for additional industrial area. So that wouldn't be our recommendation to change a significant portion of this North Gateway to industrial to accommodate that request. Madam Mayor, would you like me to discuss both items? Or do we want to pause?
This is sort of complex, so I think we should discuss this first and then go on to the ag.
Perfect.
So are you?
So
ready?
I'll leave North Gateway there for a discussion.
Questions?
Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez.
So we reorient myself. The red and green line where they dead end, that's 25.
Yes, so 25 is there, yes, and then it comes down and that's kind of where it's being realigned. And there's a vertical road running north-south, that's San Felipe. So let me.
Where's
do I
the
have a-
jail?
The jail is, see that blue?
Yeah.
That's the jail.
Okay. What is all the gray currently zoned as?
So all of the gray is currently designated as industrial, and I'll just make a clarification that this is the general plan, so it does extend beyond the city limits, which aren't on our current general plan map. We've talked about that before. But so the green line you're looking at is our sphere, the internal line, the color is your general plan. So while all of this land is designated industrial, if it were to come into the city with no general plan amendment, it would be industrial. It's not all in the city limits.
So
It's
the
not all
county
stone.
controls what they zone it as.
Yes, but a significant portion of it is in the city limits. But I just want to clarify that that whole gray area is
So
not
it's industrial,
necessarily in
which
the
means
city limits.
warehouses.
Warehousing,
Yeah.
distribution, we also allow research. Your technology parkway uses are in industrial.
And then
so
North Gateway, just so we're clear, is commercial.
it is a commercial zone.
What's allowed in the commercial zone?
So in the North Gateway, the kind of goals of the general plan and zoning for that was kind of large format retail,
Mhm.
shopping centers. Also the auto sales that we currently have where Greenwood is, that's all North Gateway. So that's something that's currently allowed.
If we were to develop as is, would that generate more revenue and more jobs for the citizens of Hollister? As it's currently zoned?
I mean, I would say yes, objectively commercial that gives revenue, but I will say that the city hasn't seen much development. Like I've mentioned in my staff report, the only developments that have occurred in recent times that I'm aware of are the Starbucks on San Felipe and then the Taco Bell remodel.
So stores, jobs, tax revenue. But now we're looking at scrapping that to potentially put more homes there.
I would not recommend removing commercial as an allowed option.
You're looking for more of a mixed use.
That is staff's recommendation, is to modify this designation to be a mixed use zone. To both keep commercial on an area where we have a significant portion of vacant land or currently county land that could be annexed into the city, but also to allow a mix of uses.
Do we have any current projects in the pipeline that are proposing anything in that area that you know of?
North Gateway? Let me just, Jen, can I have you
I'm-
scroll? I'm a very like map oriented person.
I remember there was some stores there that were being proposed over by.
No, we don't have anything currently proposed. We did have a pre-application for, if the council is familiar, Jose Villa's
Yes.
site, which is in the Chapel Road Master Plan bypass area. If you see the little blue circle just to the south, it's the pink parcel to the north of that. However, all we've had is a pre-app for a portion, and other
Little,
than that, no proposal.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I keep forgetting to thank you guys. You guys did a great
No
job
worries.
on that. Thank you, Ms. Eva.
Councilmember Burns, questions?
I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez? Vice Mayor? No. Just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So the commercial area and you're proposing mixed use, which involves residential?
Correct, yes.
Would that then be a requirement that you have to have residential, or you can still propose a commercial project without the mixed use?
So what I would recommend, and what is similar in our other mixed use areas in the draft general plan, is a stronger requirement for a commercial component. So we're looking at a requirement for commercial, but 100% commercial would be allowed.
Okay, so you'd allow, okay. So I think that's all the questions. So do we need to do public comment for this piece, or?
Was there another half to your presentation before we took There is another half to my presentation, and I forgot to mention, but David Early is online if we have questions for him as well. Yes, so that's the North Gateway. So we're looking for direction on if we want to allow another use type or change the use in North Gateway. The second item was related to the agricultural preservation program. So this, just as a very brief reminder for the council and anyone who is still awake at this hour and listening, is a program that came about from policy recommendations in the general plan, but it is a separate policy that would be adopted into the zoning ordinance ultimately. And it would require that any lands that are proposed for development within the city limits of Hollister that are currently used for agriculture would purchase by either a fee or a direct dedication, a conservation easement on some other lands. As currently drafted, it's a 2-to-1 ratio, but we've been directed to change that to 1-to-1. So for every, let's say there was a 10-acre parcel that wanted to develop, they would then make available for purchase in some sort of a way 10 acres of agricultural land that is of the same quality somewhere within the planning area of the general plan. And what was brought up by a member of the public at the September 11th meeting was a request for changing the boundary of where those lands could be purchased, or the easements could be purchased as it relates to the policy. So as currently drafted, the policy proposes the boundary of the 2040 draft general plan planning area. So when you're looking at those maps, it's the biggest line on the maps, but it does keep those conservation easements relatively close to Hollister, because part of what we heard through the drafting of the general plan was a strong desire to keep the agricultural character of the community despite the urban development in the city's core. So the requester suggested that the council consider expanding that boundary to take in the whole of San Benito County. So the change would be that someone could propose development within City of Hollister city limits, and then they could have that easement purchased somewhere, anywhere in the county. Staff would not recommend expanding the boundary to the whole county. But the city council could consider another boundary line if they wanted to expand beyond the planning area. But our recommendation is to keep it at the planning area or relatively close to, so that that agricultural benefit, the preservation of the character remains. Now, the land that's developed would have to be in the city limits, so it's in the sphere, it's close by. The program doesn't take away designation of lands that are agricultural currently and have a different designation in our general plan. It's just a boundary for where easements would come from a property owner who's willing to preserve the agriculture on their property. So I'll pause there and just answer any questions, but the boundary of the program is what's at question tonight.
Councilmember Resendez, any questions?
Thank you. It sounds like you answered them, but it's getting late, so I'm going to ask again. Currently, what's our current policy? Do we have one?
We do not.
Okay. What is it proposed in the old general plan that was done?
So the draft general plan?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so the draft general plan proposes a 2-to-1 ratio. So again, going back, let's say we had a 10-acre proposal for development, they would find an easement for 20 acres. The direction from September 11th was to change that to a 1-to-1 ratio. So staff is working on that change.
Got it.
So it'll be 10 acres of development, 10 acres of preservation would be proposed.
Okay. So we're lowering the requirement to preserve our agricultural land.
That was the
That
direction
from
council,
this
yes.
council. And then third, you're recommending that we keep it within the planning area, the preservation, not expand the scope all the way out through the entire county.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Burns, questions?
No, thanks though. Very helpful.
No, Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Yes, so if we do stay within what you're recommending, what's the percentage of land currently that could be? So I'm looking at the math and I'm looking between now and 2040, if the math adds up. And if we have that ability to do that, and if we don't, then we're gonna need to look at it. Looking at expanding the boundaries. So it's math. What's the math on this?
So I don't have the exact math, but I'll try to answer potentially your question in a different way. The city limits currently, I could probably count on maybe one hand, maybe two hands, the number of active agricultural parcels in the city limits that this would be immediately applicable to. So you'd likely be looking at parcels that you were looking to annex into the city. So that's a relatively long process, and we'd be looking at, environmental and all those types of things. So it's really going to be a one-on-one kind of application of this policy as the city grows and expands. And the general plan planning area, which isn't on this map because this is our current general plan planning area, is a significant area. But it kind of goes down to, let's say, about Tres Pinos on the southeast side. And then I want to say Dunville is included. So it's a pretty significant expansion of our current general plan area. And you'd be looking at, kind of one parcel equivalent at a time. So you'd be looking at the whole acreage of ag that's in that area. Dividing it in half is technically the max potential.
So I would like to see the numbers. And I'm concerned that you don't have the math already done.
I
because in order
don't think
to
I'd be able
evaluate-
to provide you those numbers, Councilmember Morales, because
And then
it's not.
secondly is active. So you talk about active in the policy. Is that what it says in the policy, active, or just it's an ag preservation program? So whether it's active or dormant, does that matter in the policy? And is that clear in the policy? Because I haven't seen the policy.
So the policy states that whatever the quality of the land that is proposed for development, and then for the purchase of the easement, it would have to be either active or able to become active in, I think it's like a year, something like that, a year or two. So I will say that it doesn't have to be active, but I will stand by there are very few parcels that this would be relevant to at this time, because there's not a lot of ag land in the city limits that has that ag category, if that makes sense.
Which brings me to my question. Are you done or do you have more? Go ahead.
So, and I apologize for the question because this isn't my area of expertise. So that's why for me, when you're looking at policy words, it matters. And I just want to make sure that we have that information because to me, it's kind of still a little fuzzy.
Yeah, so I can provide you with the map of the significant ag lands, but to go back to the question of math, it's really, if 10 acres of relatively low quality designated ag is proposed to be developed, then you could potentially preserve 10 acres of the same quality, but a person who owns that land might not want to give up the easement. So you may preserve higher quality land in the county for a lower quality developed land. So it's really kind of an estimated suggestion of 50% of the total ag land in the planning area could potentially be developed, because that would be a 1-to-1 acreage of the other 50% being preserved, if that makes sense.
So, not my area of expertise either. But you keep talking about ag land, but when I looked in the general plan and it talks about agricultural zone land, there's 0 acres. So what are you talking about when you say production?
Sure.
I mean, because I know some farmers that we heard from talked about they have R1 zoning, but they are farming. So is that like if they were selling their land, is it then they have to?
Yes, I understand your question.
Okay.
So, to the point of ag designation, it is not the city's designation in our general plan of it being ag land. It is the actual statewide farmland of importance designation. It's a statewide importance, local importance. They're defined in our policy, but they come straight from those definitions that go beyond a city of Hollister. I didn't make them up.
Okay.
And so they have to do with soil quality and active versus not active and water access. They're defined by the state. So there is a map in our general plan that kind of has a purple underlay where it kind of highlights what is ag land of importance. So that is what triggers this policy, is that definition. And then to your question of the general plan says 0 lands of ag, that is because the city limits currently have 0 lands designated for agriculture within a city.
Okay.
And that will likely never change. You don't
Right?
annex ag land.
So my follow-up question is, because you triggered a discussion, I can't remember when or where this happened, but the lands of importance and all of that. That was done, I think, what, like 20 years ago or something. I mean, is there ever a time when that gets revisited because lands that were maybe prime before maybe aren't anymore for whatever reason? When and where do they do that?
I will say probably yes. But that's designated at like the federal and state level. I think it's like the National Department of Agriculture, those types
So
of.
they'd have to come in and do
Yeah,
that.
and
Okay.
just going from another map that is very old that the city of Hollister uses, the FEMA flood map is currently 2009, and I think they're kind of actively changing it now. So it's not a map that updates often.
Madam Mayor, if I may jump in, we do have David Early, our consultant. I think he has his hand up. And so I want to give him the opportunity. I don't know if he's wanting to jump in now, but I want to at least give him the opportunity as our consultant.
Yeah. Yeah, David knows more than I do about ag lands of importance.
Yeah, I can try and answer a couple of those questions. I'm not sure I've kept up on all of them, but the two that I'm remembering that were asked most recently are when are these maps updated? We're relying primarily on the state maps, and they were last updated in 2018, and the state does update them roughly every 5 to 10 years. So they are kept up to date. And a question before that was just asking, what do we mean by agricultural lands? And again, that is defined in the draft ordinance. That's not a part of the ordinance that you all asked to have brought back to you, but it's lands that are defined by the state with the technical terms prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, and unique farmland. And those are all terms of art that are defined by the state, and they're all actually spelled out in the ordinance. I can tell you more about them if you want, but they are terms of art. The state looks at all the land that is in agricultural regions and is is undeveloped, and it determines which lands are prime of statewide importance and unique, and then it maps all of those. And if there were other questions that you all wanted other answers to already, please go ahead and ask, and I'll be happy to try and answer them as well. Now that I've been recognized, I can jump in if I have an answer.
Thank you, David. Councilmember Sanders.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Early, there was a question as to how much land is designated as such within the city. Do you have an actual data to represent that, or do you?
No, I'm with Eve on that one. We have not calculated it, but I will say again that And I think there might be a little confusion, which I'll try and answer. Within the city limits, there are very, very few parcels and very few acres. So this is going to affect very few parcels right away. Mayor Casey mentioned a number of speakers who came forward and talked about their lands. And Mayor, you said they are designated R1, but they're currently doing ag. I think those were your words. That's absolutely, there are many of those that are outside the current city limits and that you have directed should be brought into potential development areas within the sphere. Those are in the Buena Vista area, the east of Fairview area, the Union Road area, and the area of southwest of the city, that all of which you actually added, your council added on September 11th to make those subject to 4 different specific plans. And those parcels would be subject to this regulation when they are developed under this general plan. So those are the acres we're talking about. And I do actually have those acreages, council member, if you want them, if you would like me to, I can look those up. It'll just take a minute.
Yeah, and while you're looking it up, I'm just going to kind of rephrase what you said so that I have a good understanding of it. Since we're going back and redoing the general plan and redrawing the city sphere of influence, those parcels, that land is all mostly designated agricultural land. Is that not correct?
The areas in those 4 specific plan areas are almost exclusively agricultural today. Yes.
Very well. And the plan is to, quote unquote, develop those lands and annex them into the city. When we annex them into the city, there's then going to be a requirement to do if the council moves forward with a 1-to-1, a 1-to-1 preservation of those lands elsewhere in the planning. I forgot what you called it, Ms. Kelly.
The planning area.
In the planning area, rather than a 2-to-1. So it's not necessarily going to impact us within the city limits now. What it's going to impact is the future lands where the city sphere of influence is being developed, is being redrawn.
Correct.
Makes a lot more sense now. Thank you.
And that, just to go back to the question you asked, council member, that is about 3,000 acres of land in those 4 areas: Union Road, east of Fairview, Buena Vista, and what I'm calling the Southwest.
So if the council decides to make it a 2-to-1 policy, we'd preserve 6,000 acres.
Yes, but in all due respect, the council did direct us already to change that from 2-to-1 to 1-to-1. I'm sure any member could make a motion to change that again, but the current direction, which is not subject to review tonight, as I understand it, is to stick with 1-to-1. The question tonight is whether that 1-to-1, which will be a little short of 3,000 acres, whether that can be anywhere in the county, or as staff is recommending, if it needs to be inside or near the planning area and hence closer to the city of Hollister.
I understand. Thank you for clarifying that.
Councilmember Burns?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that we needed to do this to meet the arena numbers. Did I hear that correctly?
The North Gateway
Right.
Information is a policy direction we're looking at to meet our arena. If the council didn't want to expand residential uses into the North Gateway, we would need to kind of work with Kimley Horn to come up with another policy potentially to meet our arena.
So then if we didn't meet the arena numbers, what would be the consequence?
The consequence of not coming up with meeting your arena in an approved plan is that you don't have a certified housing element.
Okay. And so knowing that the council has directed us to increase our sphere of influence, could we use those spheres to meet the RENA number?
No, you cannot. So to meet RENA, you need to find land within your jurisdiction to have sites. So all of the policies and sites within the 6-cycle housing element need to be within the city limits.
Within the current city limits.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And I do entertain some interest in maybe revisiting the 1-to-1 ratio. I would support a 2-to-1, frankly. So thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. If we're done with questions, let's do public comment and if there is any.
Right. So let me know if you're still here. Julio Rodriguez.
No.
Okay, Andy Shaw-Corin.
No.
Okay, we have Mary Shaw-Corin online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the time. First of all, I want to say that there were quite a few other people who want to comment on this, and I think it's really unfair that you have meetings on such an important topic that affects the future of the city and the lands around the city past midnight. I've seen this happen before. I would like to really discourage this because you're really trying to discourage public comment. But in any case, the reason I'm speaking is because I feel very strongly that, first of all, you're going the opposite direction. You know, the state wants cities and communities to try to preserve ag land. And by going from 2-to-1 to 1-to-1, you are making a huge, mistake. The citizens who really worked on the original general plan, the one that you're going to dismiss and throw out essentially to accommodate developers' interests, they really wanted to preserve ag land. And so I wanted to speak out against this change to the 1-to-1 ratio. I also want to say that if you are going to preserve ag land, it should be in or near the planning area as your staff recommended. It really will change the character. We already changed the character a lot of the city the past few years. Lots of orchards surrounding the city have been cut down. So I think it's really a shame. I think it's also a shame that you're expanding the sphere of influence. It's not something that the citizens wanted. So I just want to reiterate that you're going in the wrong direction. You're not representing the interests of the residents of the city, especially during a time when the road infrastructure is so inadequate. You're really pushing the envelope of developing houses, that would really worsen the quality of life of residents. You really should be waiting for the infrastructure to catch up, and also preserving ag land. Thank you very much.
Okay. Last speaker is Bella Rosales, who I think just left. Those are all the speakers we have for this item.
Madam Mayor, if I can make a quick suggestion. Can we just double check on Zoom and ensure that Andy's not on there since Mary was on there?
We have been monitoring the Zoom list and he is not listed there.
Wonderful, thank you.
So further discussion, Councilmember Rosales, do you have anything to add?
Thank you. Again, I want to say thank you for your presentation. I learn a lot and it's very informative. I really do. And I know it's late, but I appreciate you and I appreciate everybody staying here and people that are tuning in on Zoom. So final thoughts. Number one for me, North Gateway, it has to stay commercial. I don't even want to entertain the thought of putting any type of residential, whether it's mixed use or not. I think we're in dire need of getting some stores there, and we could really use the tax revenue more than anything. And everybody knows that residential, if we didn't learn that tonight with all these people telling us how much their lives are impacted in traffic, it's more of a negative. It depletes our resources rather than adds to them. So we talk about bringing stores and bringing housing, jobs. And this is a prime opportunity to do that. We should not be putting any type of houses in that designation. I would suggest us to find another way to meet RETA numbers or not, to be honest with you. I'd entertain that thought as well, if I'm being honest. The 2-to-1 ag land, I heard Councilmember Burns seems like he might consider bringing that back. What are your thoughts on that? If he was in the majority for voting for it, which I think he was, can he entertain a motion to bring it back?
No, so if this was decided by a vote, you have the rule of finality under Rosenberg's rules of order. And so the time to have done that, if you were in the majority, was actually immediately at that same meeting.
Oh, that's right. Was it decided in a vote?
I
Or we just
don't
gave
remember.
direction?
Yeah, I don't remember.
I believe we just gave direction.
It was likely consensus on direction, Mary, because it was just a study session.
Oh, okay,
direction,
then that's,
so-
It hasn't
then
been
that would be
finalized.
fine, yeah.
So
And it would be finalized with the actual general plan.
Adoption of
Yeah.
the plan,
Good.
adoption of policy.
Good. I was just double checking on that because of course why would we not want to preserve agricultural land? 2-1, 3-1. And then staff recommendation to, if we do move forward with the preservation, to do it within the planning area. Of course, I'm gonna go with that. And then, yeah, those are all my thoughts. Thank you so much. I know it's late, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. So, for some, it's early. And so, I'm going to support staff's recommendation. I'm not enamored by it, but I get the sense that we have our limited options, and seems like staff has really put a lot of thought into it. I would like to suggest that council reconsider the 1-to-1 ratio. I know that there's mixed messages now, but I see a lot of reason why 2-to-1 would be more appropriate in my mind. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Perez, any comments?
I just want to thank you for your, I know this has been a real tough one, but I'm going to follow your recommendations.
I'm gonna follow your recommendations on the north, and then on the numbers, I'd say it's already, I know it's already challenging because we keep changing our minds and giving you different direction every single time we have a meeting. So I like to stay at 1-to-1 so that you can do your job and keep us on track. And when we had the speakers come in, that's where we made the decision. So I don't want to lose their voice in this process. So I like to keep it at 1-to-1.
Before I give my thoughts, just another question popping into my head. We were talking about the sphere of influence and the agricultural lands, but the sphere of influence is just a sphere of influence. It's still county land. So if county was proposing a development, they have a 2-to-1 agricultural plan. So wouldn't they be required to do it? Not, I mean, it wouldn't be affecting us. I guess
I'm
is the
not
question.
familiar with the county's policy, so
But I mean, their policy, whatever it is. would
Yeah,
apply.
whatever their policy is. So this would only affect lands
really
developed
this is just the
for
city
the city.
limits.
This is our city policy.
Okay, thank you for clarifying, because I was, okay. So two thoughts. First is, I understand the need for the commercial. I definitely don't want industrial there. That's just a no-go for me. I would entertain the mixed use because I do know we sounds like the RENA numbers may be an issue. And so I just wanted to clarify. So if we submit the housing element, we don't make these changes, we don't meet the RENA numbers, what happens? What happens to, as far as development? I just like that to be kind of called out there.
So to development would be that it can continue on, though there are the builder's remedy, which I will clarify before I make my statements that I'm not 100% super the best expert on it, but at a minimum, I know that builder's remedy projects require 20% affordability. So you would, in order to qualify for that, there would be a proposal for a project with a minimum of 20% affordability, and then they have relatively unlimited requests for not meeting the zoning, not meeting the general plan beyond that. So that's kind of all I really know about builder's remedy. So there would be potential for those projects to be submitted. Otherwise, I believe projects would just continue to be submitted under current general plan and zoning. I think some of the larger repercussions at the city scale are that some grants require a compliant housing element in order to be eligible. So you might lose the ability to apply for some of those funding opportunities for other things, such as our SB2 planning grant that is funding the inclusionary housing ordinance. That's something that we would not have been eligible without a compliant housing element. So a lot of your planning grant funding coming from HCD are having that requirement to have a compliant housing element as an eligibility requirement in order to ensure and encourage their jurisdictions to have a compliant housing.
Appreciate that.
Is it useful for me to add a little more there?
Please, that would
Go
be
for it,
great, David.
Yeah, I want to amplify what Eva said, and almost everything Eva said, as always, was very spot on and accurate. But just to say a few things in a little more clarity, it simply stated, it is state law that you must ultimately have a legally adequate housing element. So if you do not have one by your deadline, which in your case is December 31st, The first thing that will happen is that the builder's remedy that Eve already mentioned would come into play. And what the builder's remedy does is it allows developers to propose housing projects of any sort, either more dense, less dense, different types than are foreseen in your current general plan and zoning. And I think that Eva's already spoken about that. But in addition to that, courts can also prohibit you from approving any housing project or actually any project whatsoever, including non-residential projects, for the time that you have a non-compliant general plan, which includes the housing element. So you do have the potential that all development would be stopped. And in addition to that, you would almost certainly very quickly be sued, particularly if you just absolutely just gave up on trying to get your general plan housing element in compliance. Someone would sue you, a court would order you to fix it, and if you still refuse to comply, in a worst case scenario, the court will actually write your housing element for you. And I think none of us want that to have happened. So in that interim time, you would also have the legal fees of defending yourself against the fact that you're in violation of state law, which is, of course, kind of a losing battle legally, but you would still have to spend that money defending yourself. And you would be using ongoing staff time, both defending yourself and also in the ongoing process to try and work with the state to create an actually legally defensible housing element. And there are unfortunately cities that are right now on their 4th and 5th round of working with the state to come up with a housing element that will work because they have sort of thumbed their nose at guidance that came from the state in the previous rounds of comments. So for all, and then Eva also mentioned grant funding. You lose all eligibility for any state grant funding that has anything to do with housing. You are in receipt of that money right now. You want to be able to continue to receive that money. So that's another cost. So there's a lot of problems with having a non-compliant housing element. And although there have been cities, there are a few in the state that have literally said, we're just going to ignore state law. In the end, that's like 2 out of 550. And they have both 2 or 3 of them, they have lost in the end after wasting a lot of effort on trying to beat the state. So I would definitely not recommend that course.
Thank you for that, David. That was a good explanation.
And I'm sorry for it. I wish I could tell you something
It is.
different. I'm only the messenger here.
It's good for people to hear. Arena numbers are important. We need to get our housing element done and accepted. Otherwise, we stand to lose a lot. So for that reason, I would definitely support the mixed use if that's what's going to allow us to try to meet our numbers. I would rather see that than some big giant density housing project somewhere else in the city. I think mixed use has its values, and we're seeing more and more of that in other cities. It can be really, pretty cool for people who want to have, the restaurants and the shops right around them and have little apartments or whatever. So I definitely support the mixed use. And as far as the ag.
Quick question in regards to that, if I can, for the contractor.
Okay, can I finish my thought first and
Yeah,
then you
of
can ask
course.
your question? Thank you. As far as the ag, I think I don't want to keep going back and forth either, especially given that what they said about the county land and they would be taking care of the ag preservation for that, anything in that sphere. So I would want to stick with the one-to-one. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. Mr. Early, do you know of any instances where we can find a work around that as far as, like, let's say becoming a charter city in regards as opposed to a general law city?
No, every city and county in the state is subject to this law. It doesn't matter if you're a city, a general law city, a charter city, or a county. All jurisdictions have to follow the same housing element law. Sorry.
Wonderful. Thank you for answering that question.
Could I, since I had the floor there, could I just ask on staff's behalf, there are actually 3 separate items on the floor right now. And although you're not taking votes, I think it would be great through the mayor just to get clarity on each of them. The first, I think you're all saying that you do want to accept staff recommendation regarding the North Gateway area, but if we could just clarify that. The second is staff recommendation regarding the location for the ag mitigation lands. And the third item was the potential proposal to go from 1-to-1 back to 2-to-1. And I think I understood what you decided about each of them, but it would be great if at least the mayor could restate for the record what you decided, what direction you gave about each of those three items.
I'll do my best. I think we did have consensus on accepting staff's recommendation for the North Gateway. I think we had one no vote, but.
Right, I think it was 4-to-1 direction in that, in favor of the staff recommendation.
On that, right? As far as the ag, I don't know. Were you for changing it? You would propose.
I think you were 5-0 in terms of the staff recommendation for the location.
So there's 2 for 2-to-1.
Had 3 1-to-1.
Well, hang on. There's actually, again, there's 3 items. The 1-to-1 versus 2-to-1 is item 3. Item 2, which was the one that we originally presented about, is the location for the mitigation. And I think on the location, I think all 5 of you said you wanted to accept staff recommendation, but I'm not sure of that.
Really talked about that one. We kind of glossed over it.
I would be fine if we wanted to do consensus on the ratio and then talk location again.
So I think the ratio, I think it was 3-to-2 to keep it 1-to-1.
Keep
So
1-to-1.
that one, you put that aside.
Okay.
So as far as the location, I was considering, expanding it out further, but really if we're just talking about the city limits, I'm okay with, just what the recommendation is of the staff. What's your, yeah. So I think we are good. Okay. Okay. So are we good?
I believe that's my direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Way to keep it before the 1 a.m. hour.
Hey, I do what I can.
I appreciate it.
I still win. Mine was the latest. Okay, so now. Oh, man. Consider a request by Bright Future Recovery to waive the required application fee for a specific plan amendment. And do we have a brief staff report?
I'm gonna try and make this really quick.
Thank you.
At a prior meeting, Bright Future Recovery spoke and requested a fee waiver, and the city council is the only person that can authorize the fee waiver. They have applied already for a site and architectural review, conditional use permit. They paid for a focused traffic study, and they're paying for work on CEQA. So in total, they have spent $39,966.71 to the city. To continue or to complete their process, they do need a specific plan amendment. They're in the west of Fairview, and Bright Future Horizon
I'm
is.
sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to recuse myself. And if I'm going to recuse myself, I probably just should leave the room. Because I'm going to disclose why my partner has a contract with the applicant. Sorry, it's late. I should have did that at the beginning of the item. Thank you.
So in addition to the permits they've already applied for, they do need one more. We need to amend the west of Fairview specific plan to allow both the use and the number of buildings that they're proposing on their site. They are requesting the waiver of the specific plan amendment fee, which is $9,532. So that'd be in addition to the almost $40,000 they paid if they had to pay that. Really, most of the work for this is being done under all those other permits that they've had to apply for. The specific plan amendment is only going to take a couple of staff hours. It'll be a staff report to you, a one-page insertion in the specific plan, most likely maybe a deletion of a word or two. But other than that, it's very minimal time. And like I said, they've already applied for a number of other permits. That is really where we're spending the bulk of our time reviewing. I don't know if the applicant is still online, but she was sick, so she was online. But other than that, if you have questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Do you have any questions, Councilmember Bruce?
I do not. Thank you, Mayor.
No. Vice Mayor, do you have any?
Just to be clear, the amount that they're asking for is a little bit less than $10,000?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, so deliberation, Councilmember Burns.
No, but I would like to make a second to approve.
I can move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion and
We're in the groove.
a second. Does anyone else have any discussion or we're good?
This
All
is direction to staff. It's
Oh,
not.
it's not,
motion.
it's just
So-
direction.
Yeah,
Okay.
we would bring, based on the consensus received, we would bring back a formal resolution.
So we've got consensus then.
Yeah.
You're gonna say something, Tim. Mm. Okay, so let's move on to the next item. Provide direction to staff regarding potential ballot measure to increase mayoral term of office to 4 years. May we have the staff report?
I will be extremely brief. Jennifer Woodworth, City Clerk. At the October 2nd, 2023 council meeting, council directed staff to return with information regarding placement of a ballot measure to increase the term for the mayoral seat from 2 to 4 years. This would amend section 2.04 of the Hollister Municipal Code. So we can bring that ballot measure back for council to place it on the ballot for November 5th, 2024. However, what we do need direction from the council is how to address the term of the mayor elected in the November 5th, 2024 election. The mayor elected in that election could serve either a 2-year term, or if the ballot measure is approved by the voters, it could be a 4-year term. And this would not affect any current terms of office for those who are sitting on council now. So if we have that direction, then I can bring it back at a future council meeting. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Resendez?
Yeah, I'm definitely in support of this. I thought that I was of the understanding that doesn't take impact or doesn't take effect until the next election.
That's
So it looks like I'm wrong.
that's up to the council and how you want to form the ballot measure. So if you say you don't want it to go into effect until
Oh,
2026,
So it's just
then
in a,
it would be drafted in that way.
oh, okay. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever the council's will is, I think it's a good thing.
Councilmember Burns?
Any idea what the cost to put this on the ballot will?
We don't currently have an estimate from the registrar of voters. We've asked for one, and so we're waiting to hear from them on it. I believe last time it was around 20,000, but I'd have to confirm. Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further than that.
Questions, Vice Mayor?
So I'd like to have it before the 2024, have the 4-year term start at that election. That is all.
Okay, if we have no more questions unless the public comment.
Our first speaker was Maureen Nelson, and then our other speaker was Donnie B.
Maureen's gone.
Good morning, in this case,
Mm.
it's literal. Okay, so I'm understanding then this is a ballot initiative. This is not an action by the council. Okay, so I didn't understand that. Just what's the logic behind increasing it from 2 to 4? Is it, where did the idea come from?
We can't answer that now, but I'm happy to state my position after your comments.
Okay, well, I personally don't mind if anyone wants to answer that right now.
By law, we
Okay.
can't respond to you, sir.
All right. Well, I guess that I'll just say that I don't necessarily think it's a good idea because having 2-year terms keeps things more accountable. So that would decrease the accountability. So I don't think it's a good idea, but I guess it's going to be up to the voters. So that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay, so further discussion, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, I think that what the public speaker said, that was the logic behind bringing it forward. And this was before my time, obviously. What I've seen is that it's a little ineffective because you only have 2 years. And depending on who's sitting here, I say it probably takes like 1 to 2 years just to get your bearings and to get a little bit of experience on how things really work. The problem I really see with the ongoing 2-year rotation is that you're spending a year doing work, so to speak. And remember, we're a bureaucracy, so it's very slow. And then you're spending a whole nother year campaigning. It's not an effective model, I think. And if we're up here for 4 years, then I think the mayor should have the same same right. And I really appreciate that it's going to be decided by the people. So let's put it to a vote would be my position. Thank you.
So we're not making an actual vote tonight, right? We're
No, it's just
giving
direction of, if it's going to be starting with the November 5th, 2024 ballot or election of mayor, or if it would wait until November 2026. And then we'll bring the resolution back to put it on the ballot with that language, and then it'll go, in November of next year.
Jennifer, for clarity, can you just talk about the concurrence if both are going at the same time if they were to pick 2024?
Right.
What that looks like for whomever is running for election in 2024.
Absolutely. So if the council decides that they would like that the ballot measure to state that it would start with the 2024 election, then whoever's elected mayor in that same election would serve 4 years. So if both items pass, that person would serve 4 years. The council also has the option to have it start with the mayoral election in November 2026. And that person who was elected would then serve 4 years, but the person elected in 2024 would only serve 2 years. So that's what the council can decide. And then that's how the ballot language is drafted.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Resendez.
I see pros and cons to either one. I'll be honest with you. So I'm not going to dispute that at all. I'll leave it at the will of the majority of the council, and I'm going to side with them on it. But yeah.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been advocating for this prior to becoming a council member. I like the idea of moving it forward to the next election. And I also think that that would also align then with the term limits of 2 4-year terms versus 4 2-year terms potentially. And I think as Councilmember Resendez spoke, often your first 6 months at least, you're trying to find your footing. You get to be the mayor then for a year, and then you're trying to get reelected potentially for a half a year moving forward. And it's hard to gain any real momentum. And so I think it's better for the community. And I will trust in the voters to decide it if we put it on the ballot. Thank you.
No comment.
I mean, I think you brought excellent points. I think we have a small window in time where we have a lot of things aligned with COG, with AMBAG. We have the California Transportation Committee. If we push this out another 2 years, we're going to miss a lot of funding opportunities, whether it's state or federal money that we're not going to have in 3 years, 3 or 4 or 6 years. So I'd like to have some stability now so that we can move forward and actually get things done before we lose a lot of these great funding opportunities. We need alignment on a lot of committees. We need level of expertise. We need some level of consistency just to work forward. Otherwise, we're going to spend, one project took 30 years and we need to do a lot of work on 25. And in order for us to do that, we need that consistency. And we're not going to have that if we push it out another 2 years. So I strongly would hope that my council here would support starting this election cycle so that we have that continuation and ability to, we've laid the foundation with the California Transportation. We need to be able to follow through. We can't wait. So it all depends. If you want certain things done, you have to move on it now. And if you don't, then it will be another, 30 to 40 years before we get anything done.
Not sure I have any comment here. Other than I do think moving it to 4 years to align with the council makes sense. And it is true. I feel like I just barely got here and it's already even, I don't want to think about running again, and yet here it's coming. So it does take away from your ability to actually do the work of the city, and I would rather focus on that personally. As far as the other, I'm going to leave it up to the will of the council. I don't have a preference really, other than I do recognize what you were saying about the alignment, and it does make sense. So so what is the will of the council? What do we want to do?
I'm going to recommend that we move forward, and I'm going to side with my colleague, Councilmember Tim Burns, and push it to 2026.
And what's in your and
Well, to start it, and did you say 2026? You said,
Either to have it begin in
Yeah,
2024.
you said 26. You said 24. That's what I said, 24.
Okay, so we have 3 for 24 and 1 for 20. And I'm just going to abstain because it's already been decided. So thank you very much. So, okay. So I think you've got your direction, Jennifer.
Yes,
I can move on. All right, discussion and direction related to in lieu petitions for publication costs for candidates of elective offices that wish to file a candidate statement. You're on again, Jennifer.
Yes, so as part of the election process, any candidates for any seat on the council and the mayor's seat can draft a 200-word candidate statement, and that is published in the candidate information guide by the registrar of voters. Currently, any candidates pay for that publication. So for this last election in 2022, for the mayoral seat, it was $1,378 for each candidate. And then the cost for District 2 was $509. Cost for District 3 was $529. So the idea would be that for a petitions in lieu process, that depending on the number of signatures gathered by any candidate, that the city would pay for a portion of that candidate statement fee. So what would happen is you would gather signatures in addition to those that are required for your nomination papers. And depending on the number of signatures gathered and the percentage that were verified by the registrar of voters, then the city would then pay all or a portion of that candidate statement fee. The registrar of voters does not currently have an estimate for how much it would cost to verify the signatures. It's not something in their fee resolution, and so they're not quite sure what it would be. I can say that another city that does this is the city of Sunnyvale, and for the Santa Clara County Registrar of Voters, it's about $10 to $13 per signature, depending on the race that's being, and how they're doing it. So I don't know what it would be yet, unfortunately, but the number of signatures, the city council would set that. So if you want to do 100 signatures, you could do that, and then you pay the percentage, or City of Sunnyvale does 250 signatures. So I am open to any questions.
Yes. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. So I'm not well versed in this. For some reason, I thought that if an incumbent ran for re-election, are they still required to get the signatures?
So anyone who's running for election is required to get the signatures for their nomination papers. No one who is running would be required to do the petitions in lieu. That is entirely voluntary. Anyone who is running could just pay the fee for the candidate statement.
Okay. And so have we had, that you're aware of, any candidates claim a hardship?
I'm not aware. I wasn't here during the nomination process, but typically there is the process to allow for that.
So there already is a process. If somebody, if I wanted to run and I claimed I didn't have the money to pay for the candidate statement, I could file a hardship waiver with the city?
Yes, I'd have to check to see if the city had any specific regulations, but typically that is allowed.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
And also, just so you're aware, the candidate statement is entirely voluntary. No one is required to do a candidate statement as well.
Councilmember Perez, did you have questions? Vice Mayor, any questions? I don't think I have any questions either. So do we have public comment on this item?
There are no public comments for this item.
All right, so let's have a little more discussion. Councilmember Sanders, do you have anything?
Thank you. Yeah, I support it 100%. Absolutely. The more options, the better to get people to run for office. And I'm surprised that we don't have one already. I wasn't aware that we didn't. Shame on me, but yeah.
Can I ask a quick question? So were you looking for, because I thought I saw 2 or 3 different possibilities for how to do the in lieu?
Absolutely. So there's a couple different options. The first being that you need to decide, 1, if you want to do it or not, and then 2, the threshold for the signatures. So if you say we're going to require an additional 100 signatures, and then if you get 100 verified signatures, then the city will pay your entire candidate statement fee. If you want to do a percentage, say you get 94 signatures that are verified, then we would pay 94% of the candidate statement fee. So, but the number of signatures needs to be determined before we bring it back. And then, if we want to say that it's full payment of it, or if we just want to split the cost with the candidates, it's, there's a few different options for you.
Any other question really quick, and then we'll carry on.
Mhm.
But you were talking about, per signature verification. So
Yes.
in theory, if you required 100
Mhm.
and then it was $10 per, you're still paying $1,000. So how is that
And it's the-
anything?
Right. And it's
How
the
is that helpful? I guess is my question.
And it's the city who would actually pay that for that verification cost
okay, I see.
typically. So, if the city said 100 signatures that were verified, then the city would pay to have those signatures verified.
see.
And that is in addition to the signatures that are verified on your nomination papers. It is that cost that is actually one of the reasons why Sunnyvale is considered reducing the amount of signatures required, because it is rather expensive for the Santa Clara County Registrar.
Okay, Councilmember. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you still?
I do, now that you brought that up.
Mhm.
I think that we should keep it easy, keep it simple, like 100, and we cover the cost per district, but
Mhm.
we've got a mayoral citywide campaign as well, and I don't think that should just be 100 signatures. I'm just wondering if we should increase that number because it's citywide. I don't know, like, let's say
101.
It's the will of the council.
Yeah, so
I-
just something to consider. I don't think it should be just 100. That would be my thoughts. I'm here to hear more conversation on it for sure.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So if the council moves forward to do some version of this, where's this money going to come from to pay for these things?
So typically we would include it in our election budget. We would get the estimate from the registrar of voters, and then we would include that in the city clerk's budget. I do also want to just kind of point out, you don't have to do the petitions in lieu option if you want to just kind of subsidize the cost. There are some cities that subsidize the entire cost of the candidate statement, or you can do a portion of it or 50-50, but that's, those are other options as well out there.
Right, so now, just to repeat back,
Mhm.
if we as a council wanted to do what you've now said, to just cover the costs,
Mhm.
that would put everybody on a fair and level playing field, and they already have to get
20 verified signatures.
20 verified signatures, and is that the same for the mayor as well?
Yes, it is.
So it seems to me what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And so, I support this 100%, but I think the more we can level the playing field, the better it would be. And I would recommend that we just keep this simple and stay out of the politics of the politics.
Mhm.
So, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez?
I think it's a great idea. I'd like to see, I don't know if even 100 extra signatures is too much. I mean, because we're gonna have to verify, but at the same time, it's like, that is $500, so I'm not sure.
Vice Mayor?
So I'd like maybe $100 and 50 signatures.
What would the $100, like the
kind of like
city would
shared cost.
city
shared
would
cost.
subsidize $100 with 50 valid signatures? Is
No, that a candidate would pay $100 and obtain 50 signatures. That way it isn't an additional cost or burden for the city.
Mhm.
But then the candidate still would have to pay some dollar amount. And because it varies based on the district, so in that way everybody's equal. So it's not $1,000 for one and $200 for another, or $500 for another. It's everybody pays $100 and obtains 50 signatures, and it's shared. So the person contributes, but also has to get signatures.
So in that example, what would we pay to verify the 50 signatures?
So that per signature cost is what we don't have, and the registrar wasn't able to provide. I do want to check to, so if a candidate decided that they did not want to gather any additional signatures, would they just pay the full amount? Okay. The 20 signatures are required by state law, so this is on top of.
And so do you require them to be done at the same time with the petition, or do they get additional time to gather the signatures? Because the candidate statements aren't immediately due at that point.
So typically they would be due at the close of the nomination period, which is 88 days before the election. And that paperwork could be issued at 113 days before the election with the rest of the nomination papers, or if the council decided we would have an earlier date. So the other thing is typically you have someone sign your signatures, your petitions in lieu, as well as your nomination papers. So they would, like, if I was signing someone that was running for office, then I would sign both. So there's 20 signatures built in typically.
Thank you.
Wow, lot to think about. I like Councilmember Burns is keeping it as simple as possible. I don't know what, that looks like, but I can say that, when I first ran, I kind of went into sticker shock when I saw that for a little paragraph. It's like $1,300. Are you kidding me? So I like the idea of leveling the playing field. I think that's good, I don't know, and I would let the council deliberate on whether doing $100 and 50 signatures or whatever, or doing it just, let's cover the cost. Do we want to take public comment and then talk about it, or do we already do public comment?
We already did.
Okay,
Oh, wait.
sorry, I
we
can't
already did
remember.
public
It's too
comment.
late.
Mayor,
Hopefully
if I may chime in from
Yes, please.
if you asked about just the simplest way, I think from a staff processing and forms and a process standpoint, covering it is probably the simplest. It may be a bit more expensive, but with the amount of staff time and then working and paying the fee and going back and forth and getting billed and all of that, covering the fee,
Well, you don't have to get
that's the
signatures
simplest
verified.
way.
It's just so much simpler. I see your point. Yeah. So what's the will of the council then?
I'm curious. So you're suggesting not even getting the signatures?
That was one of the suggestions that was made, and from a simplicity
Yeah.
standpoint,
Okay.
I mean, there's the cost of doing the work too on the staff side that
Yeah.
would probably, it's that hidden cost that, Jennifer and her team will have to go through and track all that and billing with the ROV and all of that back and forth. So if you're looking for pure simplicity
Yeah.
and an even playing field, it would be covering.
I get that 100%. I do, but I think it just kind of undermines the whole idea of getting signatures in lieu. So I don't, so I would definitely say at a minimum 100. And then for the mayor race, I think 250, 200, 250. And then I guess we can discuss the details later. We're just looking for direction. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
I vote to keep it simple, and if they can get the petition to run for office, I think the city manager makes an excellent point. The cost of doing business may exceed the money we bring in, and it's frankly, the city clerk made a good point too. If I go get 20 signatures, I'm going to guarantee you I'm going to have a double signature. And so in my mind, we want a robust election. We want strong candidates. And I don't want it to be financially driven who can and who cannot run for elected office. So I vote to keep it simple and waive the fee. Thank you.
And just to clarify, when the clerk mentioned it was coming in the clerk's budget, that's a general fund dollar.
And it's not actually waiving the fee, since the fee comes to the registrar. It would be the city would cover the fee for the candidates. Okay.
Pay the money.
I'd like to make a motion, or is this a motion? This is direction.
This is direction,
Okay.
and we'd return with an ordinance.
I support covering the fees, keeping it simple.
Me too as well. So we've got consensus. Thank you. Just keeping it simple.
Okay, so I'll return with an ordinance for council consideration for the city to cover the fees for a 200-word statement. Thank you.
Oh, yay. Reports from city council members regarding committees on which they serve. Councilmember Burns.
Hey.
I have nothing to report at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Perez.
Actually, I went to the key distribute. Oh man, I can't even think now. When they passed out the homes for Cheese Spot over there on Southside Road, and it was the key it was beautiful to see the impact of what's the changes that's going to happen in these families. I also went to where did I go? Does anybody know where I've been?
The Reach.
The
Reach.
at the vets. Yeah. No, that's next Saturday.
The Veterans Day.
Was it no, it was for the youth. going out to the vets hall. I don't know, it was about the philanthropy.
Oh, Philanthropy Day.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, now I remember. So anyways, it was so awesome to see all the youth that was there. I've just been really inspired in the last 2 weeks with watching or seeing the things that happen with the key distribution, the philanthropy, the Veterans Day parade growing. Just I've been so happy with Hollister. It's just really cool to see us going in that right direction. That's it.
Great. Vice Mayor.
Yes. So I also attended both events. I wanted to just highlight that the key distribution project was also received a grant from 3CE, so the homes are solar. And the philanthropy day, I think it was great that they highlighted the youth and a lot of different organizations that really help our community. I also wanted to provide an update on COG Mobility Partnership. Are you going to do COG?
I was going to talk about the other, but sure, go ahead. Do that.
I'll do mobility partnership. So we had a lot of updates on the construction in the roads. We are still trying to work with BTA and our partners in Morgan Hill and Gilroy. We've talked about having a seat for the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisor, since we have supervisors from San Benito County. So that will be a recommendation. We talked about the various projects. I have a copy of the presentation, which outlines two very succinct construction project documents that just outlined where we are with Highway 25, 156. The projects 101 southbound to the corner extension, 156 Alameda, and the 25 expressway conversion. We also talked about the variety of different grants that were awarded. We talked about the high-speed rail, the grade separation. We're continuing to work on the design. For the House Appropriation Bill, the city of Morgan Hill requested $2 million. They received $500,000 that they got through Congress, and SB 1 pre-corridor construction project, 101 phase 1 grant. Some of the grants were not successful, but one that was a federal grant that was awarded was the application for the Santa Teresa improvements. Those were federal earmarks for that extension, which will help Gavilan College in terms of entry. And the race applications were not successful. We also talked about the $1.5 million for Highway 25 to do the EDR. And like I said, I'm going to turn in the documents because they're extensive in terms of where we are with the project timelines, funding, and just general updates in interest of time.
Just to add to that, with regard to COG, the other thing, which I'm sure you've all seen, the Benito Link articles and report outs, but COG worked hard with Caltrans. And I want to say that the one thing I think our board has been really successful at is developing a really good relationship with Caltrans. They're listening, they're following up on the things that we asked them to do and promptly, which is pretty awesome. But we had advocated with them to try to shorten that 7-month closure at Union Road, and they actually went out, they met with Tiger Construction, tried to come up with some alternative plans. So at our last meeting, we actually did accept the proposal that they had to shorten the time frame from 7 months down to 8 weeks. They did present a couple of options that they're kind of firming up right now. One option is to just move ahead with that shortened time frame now. But they also had been looking at moving the time frame for the closure to late spring, early summer, because you're going to miss the rainy season, so we won't have those rain delays, and also people be out of school, and so there might be less traffic on the road. So they're trying to be sensitive to those things. They couldn't commit to us because we all said absolutely the second option sounded good to us, but they have to firm up a few things and make sure, and they're going to come back to us shortly. So you'll probably hear more about that. I did attend the Benito Link, had a state of the region kind of forum and with panel discussions, and I sat on a panel with the chair of the Board of Supervisors, as well as the mayor of San Juan Bautista and we kind of just gave a report out and answered questions. And I just wanted to thank city manager and staff, which I understand you went through, just so I could kind of give a bullet point. It was kind of a look back over the year, and it was really awesome thing to do. It's you feel like you're not making progress sometimes, but then you start seeing all the things that have happened. And especially for me, the staffing stood out. I know we talked about there was a swearing in today of 4 new police officers, which is pretty awesome when you think about, think about it. And we have 5 new firefighters. We have 3 new fire trucks. I mean, there's just a lot of things that we've actually made accomplishments. So it was wonderful to be able to share that with the community, and was well received. I did attend the swearing in this morning, and it was really touching to see the families there. And I'm so excited that we have these new officers. It's so important for our safety and our quality of life for our residents. So I wanted to say thank you, Chief, for all your success in recruiting these new team members, and welcome and congratulations to them. And the last thing I attended was the hospital ad hoc, and I just have a brief report out. The CEO reported out that in addition to, they have the letters of intent already, they're expecting another soon, and they've been saying that there's additional interest and discussion from a few more. So we're hopeful we'll see more letters of intent coming in. Also, the consultant for the county, along with CAO Ray Espinoza, was at the meeting, and they're sharing that they've hired another consulting firm, which is now going to do kind of a capital report, because some of the questions we had brought up when they presented to us is, what are you talking about as far as funding? What is the hospital's needs? And so they're trying to determine that, and hopefully they're going to come up with some kind of a report out in sometime mid-December. So hopefully by January, we'll hear something from them about that. And that's all I have to report on meetings. So are we going to go on then to informational reports? Okay. City manager, did you want to start?
I have nothing to
You
report
have
this
nothing?
evening.
City attorney, do you have anything?
Yes, our firm is still working on the landfill risk analysis. There are a number of in-depth documents that are being reviewed, and we're being thorough before we give that analysis.
Okay, thank you. City clerk, anything?
Nothing to report.
Okay, Paul, anything?
Let me wake up first.
All right.
Just a quick update on the Excella project. We're about 60% complete with a tentative go live date of late March 2024. This may change depending on what happens in the next 10 weeks. We have engineering departments that's building they're doing their build out and testing some configurations. Cannabis is doing theirs. Some departments need to be pushed a little bit to continue testing and including some of their build outs. The Laserfish archive integration has been set up and tested and working. Data conversion work is going on. I'm working with the implementation team on that with the Tyler permitting module. Reporting build out is underway. Bluebeam digital review integration has been set up and tested. Some scripts have been completed by the implementation team. The citizen portal piece of it, we're working to get the contract signed with Open Cities to get that started. And working with finance to get the online payment adapter and the connection to Tyler Cashion started. So,
That's
there
it.
we go.
Any other
That's it.
directors have a report out, or Chief, did you have something?
I'll keep it under 3 minutes. You mentioned already, I just wanted to share the 4 officers that we were sworn in today. None of us remembered when we had 4 at the same time. It was fantastic. Officer Sergio Bernal, Officer Emmanuel Cruz, Yesenia Bauer, and James Schaefer. All of them are laterals. Emmanuel is a correctional officer. The other 3 are current police officers or deputies, and 3 of them are bilingual. It's fantastic. One of, you were there, Mayor. Thank you for being there in between the meetings, and our city manager was there. We're happy to have you. But one of them had already met Rick Bettis. He realizes now he's a hugger because he met you out when they were painting out there, and he said he was in the process, and he says, "Your sitting council member hugged me." And it's like, this is so different from where he's coming from, and they're so happy to be here, and we're happy to have them, and we're very lucky. With these, we have another one in the queue right now in the final stages of their background, and we're having testing in December for entry level because we still have 5 openings. In addition to these 4, we still have 5 openings, and I believe we have about 90 applicants for that. So it's going to be a busy day for that training. We have to split the group in 2 years. This is the highest number we've ever received, and I think it has to do with everyone. I think the applicants, these officers that came here, they were telling us the reason they came here is because they feel like this council, this city appreciates them. So you're doing the work as well. That message is getting across to everyone, and to the point where we're getting some very good quality applicants, and we're looking forward to those entry level ones. If we hire anyone from there, we would have to put them in the police academy. That's a long term before we get them back, but it's fantastic, and I wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no more reports, then let's go to council. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. It's really, really good news, Chief Reynoso. Thank you for sharing that. I was wondering if we can follow up with the speaker earlier, Miss Sandy Patterson, about her issues at she lives in a mobile home park, I believe, with the dogs. Also with what Jamila stated, I also received a call and a text message in regards to taking a position on a ceasefire. I'm not trying to get into the politics behind it. I just, lives are being lost, and I think that it's that we can take a position just to ask for a ceasefire. And so I'd like to see that back urgent. I'm hoping the council will entertain me in supporting that. The Day of the Dead event was a huge success. There's also a Las Posadas that happens every year for 20 plus years here in the city of Hollister. It happens at Christmas time. And I'd like for us to bring that back urgently because of the timeline, to see if we can partner with that event in a creative way and help stimulate some of the downtown business owners as well at the same time. So I've got an idea, and I'd like the council to entertain me bringing that back sooner than Christmas.
Is that idea
discretionary
around
funds?
discretion?
Sorry, it's late. And then last, we had got consensus a while ago from this council about having the planning commission no longer approve tentative maps, to have that come to the council. But we've never seen that back at the council. So we did. And that's when Mr. Sybeck was talking about it, it kind of just triggered that memory. And I'm like, this is why we should be having these conversations here, not at the planning commission level, because of that. So I think we got consensus, and it should have been on the agenda. So I'm looking to have that conversation here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. So please indulge me. I've had to wait for 2 council meetings now. So my list is a little more lengthy. So first of all, I would absolutely support Councilmember Resendez's request that this council acknowledge a ceasefire. I think that's a no-brainer for me, at least. I'd also like to ask the council to ask the administration to create a policy for Zoom bombing. I'm aware that a couple other coastal cities have had that experience, and I think it would be good to have a policy so we know how to react in the event that we become victims of such behavior. Also like to have a follow-up on, I believe his name was John Werble, and he was the president of the Historical Museum, and he came to us 2 weeks ago regarding the parking in front of the museum and seeing if there was a way to allocate more parking in that area. And so I'd like to know more about that. Also at that meeting, Thomas Estrada came, and he was speaking about nitrates in the city well or wells. I absolutely would like to know more about that. I do want to continue to recognize longstanding businesses. And so if the council will support it, I'd like to send a letter or certificate of appreciation to Dr. Paul Percival. He's been in our community longer than me, and he's raised his family here, and he continues to serve our residents. I'd also like to recognize Nob Hill Foods. They've been here forever. Wong's Chinese Foods, they've been here. My kids went to school with their kids, and they're still here. And then finally, in this round, Baskin Robbins 31 Flavors. They're a survivor as well, and I think we need to recognize them. Kind of been recognizing and understand, I saw a couple news articles about a business that we've made a city loan to for churros, and to my disappointment, they're not open here, but apparently they've opened a business in the city of Salinas at the mall. And I'd like to know where we stand with that, because as I recall, that was a significant amount of money that we loaned them with an understanding that that was going to move forward. So one of my real pet peeves has been, as a resident of the city of Hollister and now as a city council member, we continue to hear about the sewer smells in Councilmember Resendez's district. And for me, I'm going to go on a little personal crusade here, and I would ask that the council indulge me. And I would like to receive a week or every council meeting updates on where we stand with that, because it's been unacceptable for 25 years, and it's unacceptable today. And I think we absolutely need to make this a priority. For me, it's probably my highest priority, even though it's not my council district, it's still our city. So some of the people in the audience asked for a clarification about a resolution regarding the landfill expansion. I'm not prepared to put this council on a requirement to do that, but I will say, well, I personally don't support the landfill expansion. I think it's a terrible idea. It's going to be awful for certainly the constituents in my district, and I believe in the city. I'm somewhat encouraged because I did hear some conversation about possibly bringing it to a vote of the people, and I would certainly support that. And I would certainly ask that this council consider possibly pushing that forward, because even though it's a county responsibility, we're significantly going to be impacted by their outcome. And so, you know, if they're going to come and ask us about our general plan, and I think we certainly have the right to ask them about how they're going to move with the landfill expansion, and ask them to bring it to the people, since we are 2/3 of the county. So I'm concerned. We did hear staff talk this evening about risk that has been defined on Memorial near the elementary school. And so, again, I would like to bring this back at a future time for more clarification. I do not see why we need to wait 8 months to put a doggone crosswalk out there. And I certainly don't want to own somebody being hurt where it could have been prevented. And so with that, that will conclude my comments for this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez.
So we're going to continue on with these crosswalk street lights. I brought it up to staff before. I'm not sure if you were assistant. I think it was when Brett was here. We've had made numerous concerns about getting a crosswalk over there between Monterey and west side, not west side. Somebody help me. It's right there next to west side. Camacho's. That line? Yeah, line. I wanted to know if we ever did a traffic study out there to see if there was a cause to put another crosswalk over there. And before we talked about the Ken Lindsay letter, I would like to make sure that that's given to him here in the council room, not just sent to him for his contribution to the city of Hollister. That's it.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. So I did ask for, with my discretionary funds to be able to make a magnet or a card that, people can scan to identify the resources that we have in the city of Hollister, and another one for our employment. The resource directory would either link up with the community foundations, community-based organizations, or 211, but it would be scannable and we can update it, so we don't necessarily have to reissue those. Those have been very effective, especially when residents really don't understand, and it would, I think it would positively impact staff in order just to be able to provide a QR code for resources. And same thing with the employment, since we can drop those off at colleges or high schools, and pass out to our residents. I think for the sewer smell, I want to say we already provided direction, and that was at the request of city council after several meetings, so that's.
It's in our council project list is coming on December 18th.
I think if we are going to get involved with the landfill, then we need to have a very thorough presentation with subject matter experts on both sides. There is a lot of science behind it, and there's permitting. There's a lot of things that are not just on a local or county level, but things that I don't think a lot of people on the council really know or understand in terms of being grandfathered in and other financial implications that it will have for our residents. So if we're gonna do anything, which I don't recommend us even taking this on, I voted no on it. But if we are gonna move forward in this council, that's the wish of this council, then it almost needs to be a study session, like a day, a full day. Because there is a lot of information and people have degrees on this area. It isn't like a 3-minute conversation. And most of our residents really are not informed. That is all.
Okay, let's see. There were so many requests here. So I agree with Councilmember Burns. I do, and I think we do have it on to bring back the sewer, and we just want to stay on that. I know that, William, you're working on it, and I was happy with what you reported out, but I'd like to keep hearing out. It's, that we're making progress in that regard. And I'd support Councilmember Resenda's request for a letter or a proclamation or something for a ceasefire. And the only other thing that I have is, it's my understanding that in the past, the mayor, as chair of the council meetings, would have a chance to review the agenda with the city manager prior to it being finalized. And I know that my colleagues in other cities do this process. So I just, I would like to be able to do that and sit down with the city manager just to make sure, because we've had a few things that got pushed out or that we were expecting back on a date certain. And I'd like to be able to just have eyes on that, not to tell you what you should be bringing forward, but just from a chair and the council's point of view to be able to cover that. So I'm asking for consensus of council for that. And that's all I got.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through the items I heard. First one was Councilmember Resendez asking for us to follow up with the animal, I forget the resident's name, but the animals at the mobile park. And I've talked to Chief already about that, so he'll be working on that. The ceasefire that I saw just by the verbals, yes. Providing financial support for the Las Posadas event out of Councilmember Resendez's discretionary funds. That would be working with him, and I'd bring an item back to council for vote as we discussed earlier. So consensus there. We will review the planning commission and the tentative maps. I know that was spoken about before. I want to take a look back at that and we'll provide an update. Policy for Zoom bombing.
I know we talked about it. Where did we leave off with it?
I want to go back and look.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to say for certain, but it may have been a 2-2 or it got pulled or.
Can I
so
just say what my concerns are?
Yes.
And I'm I'm very open and transparent, but I'm just concerned that if we have like a policy, we have the discussion, it might encourage more of it if they know what our policy is or is not. And to me, does that make sense? Like, we're not going to discuss legal issues or safety issues out in a public forum, because then it might encourage more of that, or it's going to let them know what they can and cannot do to cause disruption.
Right. And we did give advice to counsel, attorney-client privileged advice regarding the Zoom bombing, along with suggestions.
So I would say that's probably not the best time. Like, I would like to have a conversation in private with legal about it, if you don't mind.
That's right. No, I think now that we've had the experience, the personal experience, I think what I find hard, and not to take away from your talk, council member, but it just, when they're talking, you don't know that it's going to happen. It's escalating. They're starting to go a little off topic, and then before you know it, boom. So it might be nice to have a discussion on, when, where, and how to stop that. So.
Okay, so for a consensus standpoint, are we looking for a policy? Are we looking for a discussion?
So could this be something that we could request be brought back to closed session for legal?
Yeah, there is significant exposure to litigation depending on how you handle this.
Definitely in support of bringing it back to closed session. Thank you.
We had a follow-up on the curb over by the Historical Society. That's already been handled. So that was taken care of. You've got a request for the gentleman that made comments about wells out by the Wright Road area. If I remember correctly, it wasn't city wells, it was private wells in that area that were contaminated with nitrates, but we can follow up with William, and if we want to bring something back. Is that a consensus?
Yes.
Okay. For businesses, Councilmember Burns mentioned Dr. Paul Percival. Let's go one at a time. If you Nob Hill, Wong's Garden, Baskin Robbins. An update on the business loan status for Churros. Okay. We will bring the item back for the sewer smells on 12/18. I know you wanted it at every meeting. We had published 12/18 in the council priority list, so I think we can give an update and go from there if that works for everybody. Landfill resolution. So just heard a few things tonight, so I want to be real clear. The original direction was we had a public commenter that came out and said if the county does this, the city has significant risk and exposure, and city attorney's office was directed to do a risk analysis. That has not come back yet because that's documents that are going back from, the 60s till, yesterday. And so we have been working on that together. We have been bringing that forward. I did then hear about looking at it versus a vote of the people. So from a consensus standpoint, we are still moving ahead with the direction we received before. And so I would just like to see clarity of if we're changing course, if we're like, what are we looking for? Because my concern is whatever we bring, because I heard many different opinions, whatever we bring is not going to align, and we're still on that same course. So if we need to change course or we need more clarity, I'd like to ask for it now.
I don't think we need to change course at all, other than I do agree with Councilmember Morales that we should have a study session, a separate meeting to invite the public on a weekend and have a study session.
No, I said we should not be involved first. But if we are going to do anything, then it needs to be a thorough discussion. So what I said was we should not be involved. That was what I said first.
My apologies. I thought you said that we should have a study session.
I said if we are going to bring anything forward, then we should bring in subject matter experts. But we provided direction. So again, we can't keep changing direction. Because then we're just going back to the drawing board.
I think part of the confusion is one of the speakers saying that we had agreed to do a resolution, which is not really what we talked about, which is we gave the city attorney direction, and I think we ought to let her do her due diligence and then tell us the liabilities and the issues before we do anything else. I don't want to move ahead and get involved when there's things that we need to talk about first. So that's my 2 cents anyway.
I'd be in
doesn't-
favor of a study session, just putting it out there.
It doesn't prohibit any council members to seek out those subject matter experts and do their own research.
So for clarity, Mayor, are we staying the course and then
That's
see where
my-
that takes us?
my druthers.
Okay. Memorial Crosswalk, there's a desire to try to get there quicker. What I'll do is work with, if I get consensus, I'll work with engineering staff. There are some improvements that it's not just paint. And so I'll look and see if there's a way that we could do something simultaneously in case a bid is not successful. We don't miss the boat on the larger package. So I'll work with them to try to get creative and see what we can do there.
So just to be clear, though, we had city staff here this evening tell us it's dangerous. So what kind of a timeline are we talking about? Because the minute, candidly, I appreciate the candor of the staff member that said that, because it helped to make it a priority for me. But what kind of exposure do we now have acknowledging city staff in a public meeting that it's been determined that it's a dangerous location? And how do we mitigate that risk until we get this crosswalk put in place?
Well, that's where, as part of the contract, they were looking at the design that they proposed, looking at the traffic counts, looking at the feasibility, because it's a mid-block crosswalk.
I'm well
And
aware.
so, we wanted to look at that. And then there was the flashing crosswalk sign. So there's an electrical component to it. So we will try to expedite it as quick as possible in the most safe and expeditious fashion.
Okay.
Do I have consensus on that? Councilmember Perez had asked for us to verify if a traffic study was done on 4th near Camacho's. So it's 4th in line. Okay, so we'll verify that and I can report back to council. I don't know off the top of my head if we've done anything there. Yeah.
There has to be a traffic study if we're putting yeah.
But I think you mean like a lit flashing crosswalk. Is there one there? Okay. Okay. At a prior meeting, there was a consensus to provide one of the certificates to Ken Lindsay. Councilmember Perez has asked that we provide that certificate here in council. Similar to, I would assume, like at the beginning of the meetings where we pass out certificates. Okay. Ken Lindsay is a developer of properties out by the airport and has worked in the past. He's brought a lot of the industrial park and a lot of that development, the airport, a lot of the surrounding properties, helped develop the business park out by the airport. Yeah. And Councilmember Morales on the magnet with QR codes, was that a request of the discretionary funds or was that what you were trying to use some of the last funding? Okay, so it was in that one. Okay, so it was already within the $3,000. Okay, yeah, that's the QR code's a simple process. We can
Very
get that done.
simple. Like 2 minutes to generate it. Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, landfill we had covered. And then Mayor Casey, your items were already covered with the exception of mayoral review of the agenda ahead of it being published.
What does I already know what you're gonna say. What does our current policy say?
Yeah, I was checking the Muni code while Dave was verifying the list and I didn't see anything in there. And I don't think your current policy addresses.
But of course, we
your
can
review.
adopt a policy to allow that to happen.
Correct. You can,
Currently, the mayor gets the agenda the same time everybody else does.
yes.
The problem with that is if it's published, we don't have time to change it if there's something missing or.
Right, and
Nothing
really
get
that we're
asked
getting
like that.
into the area of a discussion right now
Yep.
over the validity of this, so, I mean, perhaps we could bring it back with options.
No, I would not support that. Thank you.
That's all that I have on my list. So do we have consensus to bring back a discussion on that item? That was the last item.
Then can we have a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Yes.
Made it
Mhm.
before Thanksgiving.